P I NIKITIN, The Fundamentals of Political Economy. Progress Publishers. Moscow. Translated from the Russian by Lane Sayer. Designed by Vladimir Byson-Goliev. Progress Publishers, 1983. Printed in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Contents. Pag. The subject matter of political economy. 13. Production of material wealth, the basis of the life of society. 13. Productive forces and relations. 0. Production. 15. The economic laws of the development of society. 21. Definition of IHE, subject matter of political economy. 25. Chapter 1. Pre-capitalist modes of production. 28. 1. The primitive communal mode of production. 28. 2. The slave mode of production. 31. 3. The feudal mode of production. 35. 4. The disintegration and collapse of feudalism. The emergence of capitalist relations of production within the feudal system. 37. Revision exercises. 39. The capitalist mode of production. 40. A pre-monopoly capitalism. 41. Chapter 2. Commodity production. The commodity and money. 41. 1. The general character of commodity production. 41. The conco.pt of commodity production. 41. The conditions for the rise of commodity production. 43. Simple and capitalist commodity production. 44. 3. 2. The commodity and labor creating commodities. 45. THIRD-WORLDISM, value and value of a commodity. 45. Concrete and abstract labor. 49. Private and social labor. 50. The magnitude of the value of a commodity. 51. 3. The development of exchange and the forms of value. 53. Exchange value, the form of manifestation of value. 53. The elementary form of value. 53. The total or expanded form of value. 54. The general form of value. 54. The money form of value. 55. 4. Money. 5. See the essence of money and its functions. 56. Gold and paper money. Inflation. 60. Credit MOUEY. 61. Monetary SYSTEMS. 62. 5. The law of value and economic law of commodity production. 63. Competition and anarchy in production. 63. The law of value. 64. The fetishism of commodities. 66. Revision EXERC ISIS. 67. Chapter High. Capital and surplus value. Wages. Under capitalism. 69. 1. Primitive. Accumulation of CAP Italian. 69. The conditions for the emergence of capitalism. 69. The divorce of the producer from the means of production. Accumulation of wealth in the hands of AFEW. 70. 2. The transformation of money into CAP Italian. 71. The general formula for capital. 71. Labor power as a commodity, its value, and use value. 73. 3. The production of surplus value. Capitalist exploitation. 75. Specifics of the labor process under capitalism. 75. The labor process and the expansion of value. Capitalist exploitation. 75. Necessary and surplus labor time. 78. TBO class structure of bourgeois society. 79. 4. Capital and its component parts. 80. Capital as a social relation of production. 80. Constant and variable capital. 81. Fired and circulating capital. 82. The mass and rate of surplus value. 83. 4. 5. 2 ways of increasing the degree of exploitation of the working class. 84. Absolute surplus value. 84. Relative surplus value. 85. Extra surplus value. 86. The three stages in the development of capitalism in industry. 87. The basic contradiction of capitalism. 89. 6 wages under capitalism. 90. The essence of WAGES. 90 forms of WAGES. 91. Nominal and real WAGES. 94. The struggle of the working class for higher wages. 96. Revision EXERC is ES. 97. Chapter 4. The accumulation of capital and the deterioration in the condition of the proletariat. 99.1. The accumulation of capital and formation of an army of unemployed. 99. Reproduction and accumulation of capital. 99. The organic composition of capital. 104. The industrial reserve army and its forms. 105. Malthus's misanthropic population theory. 107. 2. Try general law of capitalist accumulation. 108. The essence of the general law of capitalist accumulation. 108. Relative and absolute deterioration in the position of the proletariat. 109. The historical trend of capitalist accumulation. 113. Revision EXERC is. 115. Chapter V. The conversion of surplus value into profit and its distribution between the various groups of exploiters. 116.1. Specific forms of capital. 116. The movement of capital. 116. Formation of various types of capital and groups of capitalists. Asterisk. 118.2. Average profit and the price of production. 119. Production costs and profit. The role of profit. 119. The formation of the average rate of profit and the price of production. 120. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 124. 5. 3. Commercial profit. 12. Industrial and commercial capital. 125. The source of commercial profit. 126. Costs of circulation. 126. The forms of capitalist trade. Foreign trade. 127. 4. Loan capital. Joint stock companies. 128. Loan capital and interest. 128. Capitalist credit. Banks and bankers' profit. 129. Joint stock companies. 131. 5. Land rent and agrarian relations under capitalism. 133. Capitalist land rent. 133. Differential rent. 134. Absolute rent. Price of land. 136. Specifics of the development of capitalism in agriculture. 138. Nationalization of the land and land rent. 139. Revision EXERCISES. 140. Chapter 6. The reproduction of social capital and economic crises. 142.1. Reproduction of social capital. 142. Individual and social capitalien. 142. The aggregate social product. 143. The essence of the problem of realization. 144. The conditions for realization under simple capitalist reproduction. 144. The conditions for realization under extended capitalist reproduction. 146.2. The national income. 150. What is the national income? 150. Distribution of the national income. 151. How the national income is USD. 153.3. Economic crises. 153. The essence of and main reason for crises. 153. The capitalist cycle and its phases. 155. Crises and intensification of the contradictions of capitalism. 157. Revision EXORCISES. 158b. Monopoly capitalism imperialism. 159. Chapter 7. The basic economic features of imperialism. 162-1. Concentration of production and monopolies. 162 Concentration of production. 162 Forms of monopoly, 164. 6. New forms of concentration of production and capital. 165 Monopoly and competition. 167 2. Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. 108 The concentration of capital and monopoly in banking. 168 The new role of banks. 170 Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. 171 3. The export of capital. The economic and territorial division of the WORLD. 173 The export of capital. 173 The economic division of the world between capitalist alliances. 177 The territorial division of the world and the struggle for its redivision. 179 The colonial system of imperialism. 184. Monopoly profits the motive force of monopoly capital. 181 Monopoly profit. 181 The sources of monopoly profit, 182 Revision exercises. 183. Chapter 8. The place of imperialism in history. The general crisis of world capitalism. 184 1. The place of imperialism in history. 184 Imperialism as monopoly capitalism. 184 Imperialism as parasitic or decaying capitalism. 186 Imperialism as moribund capitalism. 188 2. The development of state monopoly capitalism. 190 The emergence and essence of state monopoly capitalism. 190 Forms of state monopoly capitalism. 192 The international forms of state monopoly capitalism. 196 State monopoly capitalism and the intensification of the contradictions of capitalism. 197 The law of uneven economic and political development. 198 3. The general crisis of world capitalism. 200 The esenco and stages in the general crisis of capitalism. 200 The split of the world into two systems. 202 The crisis and collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. 203 Intensification of market problems. Chronic unemployment and underloading of enterprises. 207 Changes in the capitalist cycle. 208. The development of crises in the world capitalist economy. 212 The intensification of the contradictions between the interests of monopolies and the nation as a whole. 214 The uneven development of the capitalist countries and the growing contradictions between them. 217 Revision exercises. 220 T11 Communist mode of production socialism. The first phase of the communist mode of production. 221. Chapter 9. The rise and establishment of socialism. 1. Marxism-Leninism on the transition period from capitalism-low socialism. The revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. The need for a transition period. Though dictatorship of the proletariat an instrument for building socialism. Chief laws of socialist revolution and socialist construction. 2. The economy during the transition period. The socialist structure. Small commodity and capitalist structures. Classes in the transition period. The contradictions of the transition period. 3. Economic policy during the transition period. Lenin's plan for building socialism. Socialist industrialization. The socialist transformation of agriculture. TB revolution in the cultural sphere. 4. The victory of socialism. Elimination of the multiplicity of economic structures and the victory of socialism. Developed socialism. Removal of the possibility of restoring capitalism in the socialist coup entraise. Revision exercises. C1 Iopter X The productive forces and relations of production 9 Socialist Society. 253 1. The productive forces. 253 Technical progress, 253. 8. The material and technical basis of socialism. 254 The working people the chief productive force of society. 259 2. Relations of production. 261 The foundations of the relations of production socialism. 261 The two forms of socialist property, 262 Personal property. 265 Economic laws, 265 3. Though basic economic law of socialism. 267 4. The economic role of the socialist state. 271 Revision exercises, 274. Chapter XL The planned, balanced development of the economy. 275. 1. The law of the planned, balanced development of the economy. 275 The need for planned, balanced development of socialist production. 275 Proportions in the socialist economy, 278. 2. Socialist planning. 282 The principles of socialist planning, 282 The balance method of PLANNG. 285 Improvement of planning, 286 The specifics of the planning of collective farm production, 289. 3. The advantages of the planned economy. 290 Revision exercises. 291. Chapter 12. Social labor and the productivity of labor, 292. 1. Social labor under socialism. 292 The character of labor under socialism. 292 Socialist labor cooperation, 295 Socialist emulation and its role. 297. 2. The steady rise in labor productivity and economic law of socialism, 298 The concept of labor productivity. 298 The law of the steady rise in labor productivity 299 Factors behind high rise in labor productivity. 300 Revision exercises, 303. 9. Chapter 13. Commodity production. Money and trade. 304 1. Commodity production under socialism, 304 The need for and specifics of commodity production under socialism. 304 The use value and value of a commodity. 306 The magnitude of the value of a commodity. 308 2. Money and its functions in socialist society. 309 The essence of money. 309 The functions of money. 309 Money circulation under socialism. 310 3. The law of value in the socialist economy. 311 4. Trade under socialism, 313 The essence and role of trade under socialism. 313 The forms of trade under socialism, 313 Retail prices and costs of circulation, 314 Foreign trade. 316 Revision exercises, 317. Chapter 14. Distribution according to work done and the forms of payment. For labor. The social consump. TIONFUNDS. 318 1. The economic law of distribution according to work done. 3L82. Wages under socialism. 322 The essence and organization of WAGES. 322 The forms and systems of WAGES. 325 The rise in wages and real incomes under socialism. 326 3. Payment for work on collective FARMS, 328.4. The social consumption FUNDS. 330 Revision EXERCISES. 332. Chapter 15. Cost Accounting and Profitability. Costs of Production and Price SYS TEMS, 333.1. The essence of cost accounting and the principles behind its organization. 333 The basic cost accounting unit in social production. 333 The essence and principles of cost accounting. 337 Cost accounting and economy. 341 The forms of cost accounting. 342. 10. 2 The funds and means of the cost accounting enterprise. 343 Fixed assets. 343 Circulating assets. 345 Circulating means. 346 Hail of turnover of circulating means. 347 3. Costs of production and the price SY STEM. Cost price and its structure in the socialist economy. Net income and its two forms. Profit and its distribution between the stale and the enterprise. Enterprise profitability. The price system. For cost accounting on collective farms. 355 Revision exercises. 358. Chapter 16. Socialist reproduction. National income and THF. Finance and credit system, 359.1. Socialist reproduction. 35. The essence of socialist reproduction. 359 The aggregate social product and its composition. 360 The conditions for the realization of the aggregate social product. 362 The priority growth of the production of means of production. 364 2. The national income and its distribution under socialism. 365 The national income. 365 Distribution of the national income. 307 Socialist accumulation. 3. The geographical environment is, of course, one of the essential conditions for the development of society, but it is not the decisive one. Over 3,000 years in Europe, for example, 3 different social systems succeeded one another, and in Central and Eastern Europe there were even 4 over this period of time. Meanwhile, the change in geographical conditions in Europe was so slight that the geographical sciences do not even register it. Some people believe that the course of history depends just on the will of outstanding people, statesmen, generals, and the like. In fact, however, while such people can speed up or slow down the onset of particular events, they are not able to change the course of history. What, then, does determine the development of solely? This question W7 is first answered correctly by Karl Marx. In order to live, the primary things people require are food, clothing, and footwear, housing and other material goods, and in order to have these, they must produce them. People must work. Any society will perish if it ceases to produce material wealth, so, as Marx teaches, the production of material wealth is the basis of the life and development of any society. What does the production of material wealth mean? This process includes human labor, means of production and objects of labor. Labor is conscious, purposeful activity of people to produce a material wealth. In the labor process, people act on nature in order to adapt it to their own requirements. Labor is exclusive to mankind. It is an eternal, natural necessity and the primary condition for human life. In Engels' words, labor created man himself. The production process is out of the question without means of labor, those things that people use to help them act on and modify objects of labor. Means of labor include machinery and equipment, instruments and appliances, production premises and installations, all forms of transport, canals, electricity transmission lines, and so on. In farming, the land is also a means of labor. The decisive role among the means of labor belongs to instruments of labor. It is the instruments of labor man uses that determine the forego of his impact on nature. In primitive communal society, for instance, people use sticks and 14. Stew as instruments of labor, so they were usually powerless before nature. Today man works with the help of many machines and his domination over nature has grown immeasurably. Consequently, the level of development of instruments of labor serves as a measure of man's domination over the environment. Marx points out that it is not articles made, but how they are made, and how what instrument, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. One people use instruments of labor to act on objects of labor, i.e., on everything to which man's labor is applied. Man finds objects of labor in the environment, in nature itself. All the primary objects of labor, minerals, animals, and plants, the wealth of the waters are found in nature. Objects of labor that have already experienced the impact of human labor but require further processing are called raw materials. Nowadays, many new objects of labor not found in nature are used. These are materials that man has created with preset qualities, polymers, synthetic resins, and the like. With the help of means of labor, in his labor activities man adapts the objects of labor to his requirements, the result of this process being the product of labor. Means of labor and objects of labor together constitute means of production, but on their own these means of production cannot, of course, produce any material wealth. The most sophisticated technology is worthless without people, so man himself and his labor power constitute the decisive factor for any production. Productive forces and relations of production. At whatever stage of development production might be, it always has two aspects: productive forces and relations of production. Productive forces are means of production created by society, especially instruments of labor, and also the people producing the material wealth. It is people who, thanks to acquired knowledge, experience, and labor skills, fashion and set in motion modes, and particularly instruments of labor. They improve them, invent new machines, draw new objects of labor into the production process, and expand their own knowledge. This ensures the development of those productive forces and the production of material wealth in adequate quantities. People produce material wealth jointly in groups, socially, rather than on their own. Take, for example, a modern shoe factory. Many people are involved in the manufacture of this one commodity, shoes. Hundreds, thousands, and even more people work for the factory in manufacturing machinery, leather, thread, needles, and so on. Even the small peasant is not isolated from the world in producing his bread. He requires agricultural implements provided by a factory or craftsman, he needs salt, matches, soap, and so on and so forth. These are all made by other producers. This means that, in the production of material wealth, people are tied to and depend on one another, that they interact on the basis of specific relations. The relations between people in the production process may be technical or economic. Technical relations are determined by the techniques and technology of production, and by labor organization. For instance, in a largo-scale enterprise there exists a specific distribution of people in the workplaces and workshops in accordance with the technological cycle. Day-to-day management of work is the responsibility of the engineers, foremen, team leaders, and operating staff. All these people are in a specific state of mutual subordination dictated by the production process itself, and technical relations take shape between them. Technical relations do not fall within the subcategory of political economy, which embraces economic relations or relations of production. In Marxist terminology, the relations between people in the process of production, exchange, distribution, and the consumption of material wealth are called relations of production or economic relations. These are always properly relations connected with the nature of the ownership or the modes of production and products. Relations of production may be either relations of cooperation and mutual assistance between people free from exploitation, or relations of exploitation of man by man. This depends on who owns the chief means of production, the land and minerals. Forests, factories, and plants, instruments of labor, and so on. When the means of production are privately owned and belong not to society as a whole, but to individuals, social groups, or classes, relations of exploitation of man by man, of domination and subordination are established. It is because the workers are deprived of IHO means of production under capitalism that LHOI are compelled to work for capitalists. Under socialism, the means of production are public property, so there is no exploitation and the relations between people are those of comradely cooperation and socialist mutual assistance. People's relations to those means of production determine their position and place in production and the mode of the distribution of the products of labor. Under capitalism, for instance, the bourgeoisie, which owns the means of production, have all the products made by the workers at their disposal, while the majority of TBC workers live in need. Under socialism, where the means of production belong to the people, the objects of consumption are distributed according to labor input, and a steady rise is ensured in the material and cultural living standards of all the working people. There have been 5 main types of relations of production in the history of human society's development: primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist and communist. Each of those is based on a specific form of ownership of the means of production. Tlius, the basis of the slave-owning, feudal and capitalist systems is private ownership of the means of production, which has inevitably brought society to a split between hostile classes, exploiters and exploited. The main feature of these systems is, therefore, a fierce class struggle. Only under socialism, where the basis of the relations of production is public, socialist ownership of the means of production, there is no class struggle. Society consists of friendly classes: workers, peasants, and the social stratum of intellectuals. Together, the productive forces and relations of production constitute the mode of production. Although the mode of production also constitutes a unity of the productive forces aiul relations of production, these are different aspects of it. They interact and influence each other, and both develop in the course of the historical development of society. Relations of production /II. Modes of production. People with production experience and labor skills. Forms of ownership of the means of production. RCD&TINs between classes and social groups in production. Forms of distribution of material wealth. The productive forces are the more mobile component of the mode of production. They are always changing, for people are constantly improving the instruments of labor and accumulating production experience. As for the relations of production, they change depending on the level of development of the productive forces and, in turn, exert impact on their development. When the relations of production correspond to the level of development of the productive forces, the latter develop well. The socialist countries provide an example of such a correspondence. Here, production develops rapidly, without crises or unemployment, because it is based on public ownership of the means of production. When the relations of production do not correspond to the development level of the productive forces, they slow down the development of production. This is exemplified by LHOC/temporary capitalist countries, where production is developing slowly and, during economic crises, even goes into recession, while millions and millions of the working people lose their jobs and join TBO ranks of the unemployed. This happens because, in bourgeois society, it is private and state capitalist ownership of the means of production that predominates and also hampers the further development of the productive forces. A specific level of development of the productive forces requires corresponding relations of production. This is the economic law, discovered by Marx, of the correspondence of relations of production to the character and level of development of the productive forces. This law reveals the economic basis of social revolution. When relations of 18. Production fall behind and hamper the development of the productive forces, they are inevitably replaced by new ones. In a society divided into hostile classes, the change in production relations always takes place by means of a social revolution. The classes whose interests are met by the old relations of production do not give up their positions willingly. It is hardly likely, for example, that US capitalists will themselves give up their plants, factories, railways, and so on, since private property allows them to exploit the working people, increase their capital and live in luxury. In order that the old relations of production, which have become a brake on the development of productive forces, might be replaced, a social force is required that is capable of eliminating relations of the exhalation of man by man. In capitalist society the working class is just such a force. Together with its ally, the peasantry, it lies a vital vested interest in getting rid of exploitation. Only in socialist society, where there are no hostile classes, do relations of production develop by changing in a planned way as the productive forces develop, rather than by means of social revolution. The basis of society must be distinguished from the mode of production. The basis of society means the economic system, i.e., the totality of socio-production relations at EAC relations between people. These include the forms of ownership of the means of production, the position of the various classes and social groups in production and their interrelations, the forms of distribution of the material wealth. Political economy is, therefore, the science of the development of socio-production, i.e., economic relations between people. It clarifies the laws governing production, distribution, exchange and consumption of the material wealth in human society at various stages of development. V. I. Lenin, The Development of Capitalism in Russia, Col. Lect Works, Volume 3, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1977, p. 62-63. 24. It is clear from this definition of political economy that it is a historical science. It shows how society develops from lower to higher stages, how the entire course of historical development prepares the objective necessity of the triumph of the communist mode of production. Political economy is a class, partisan science dealing with aspects of the economic interrelations between people and classes, and touching on their vital interests. Is the collapse of capitalism and triumph of communism really inevitable? Bourgeois political economy naturally replies in the negativo to this question, since it represents the interests of a system that long since began to act as a brake on social development and is doomed to perish. Bourgeois economists were able to analyze reality more or less objectively while the bourgeoisie was still a rising class, and the development of capitalism was in the interests of social development. But this time has long since passed. Since the working class began to act as an independent force countering the bourgeoisie, and the development of the class struggle reached the stage when it began to predict the collapse of capitalism, bourgeois political economy has lost its scientific nature. 11's task lies been to use any means available to defend the obsolescent system of capitalism and struggle against the ideology of the working class. Political economy was developed on a truly scientific basis by the leaders of the working class Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Though essence of pre-Leninist political economy is concentrated in Capital, Marx's main work. On the basis of the analysis of the capitalist system, in this work it is scientifically proved that the collapse of capitalism and establishment of the power of the proletariat, as well as the triumph of communism, are inevitable. Under the new historical conditions under which Lenin lived and worked, he was able to continue the work of Marx and Engels and raise political economy to a higher stage. Lenin's historic contribution was that he created the scientific theory of imperialism, investigated its nature, contradictions, and laws. Lenin's analysis of imperialism in the book Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism and other works is a direct continuation and further development of the ideas contained in Marx's Capital. Analysis of imperialism and, above all, Lenin's discovery of the law. 25. Of uneven economic and political development under capitalism in the age of imperialism provided the basis for the theory of the proletarian revolution. Lenin showed that the revolution would triumph first in one or several countries. This brilliant discovery provided the foundations for the entire strategy and tactics of the Hessian Communist Party during the preparations for and carrying out of the Great October Socialist Revolution, as well as the subsequent period of struggle for the victory of socialism in the USSR. It was Lenin who was the author of the political economy of socialism. Marxist-Leninist economic theory is creatively developed in IC decisions of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Le Communist, and Workers' Parties ot other countries and the works of Lenin's disciples. Elaboration of the following questions of vital importance is an example of the creative development of Marxism-Leninism as a whole and Marxist-Leninist political economy in particular. The question of the two phases in the development of communist society and the laws governing the growth of socialism into communism, of the creation of the material and technical haso of communism, of the courses of development and drawing together of the two forms of socialist property, of the erasing of class distinctions and establishment of full social equality, of the formation of communist social relations, of the conditions for the implementation of the basic principle of communism from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, of the completion of the revolution in the sphere of culture and molding of the new man, elaboration of the problems of the political organization of society during the transition to communism. The method of political economy is that of dialectical materialism, which presupposes, first, investigation of the production relations in the process of their emergence and development, i.e., historically; second, consideration of this process as an objective reality, i.e., materialistically; third, revelation of the internal contradictions of development inherent in social production, i.e., dialectically. What exactly is the significance of political economy? The significance of Marxist-Leninist political economy is that it provides the working class and all working people with a knowledge of the laws governing the economic development of society and allows them to fulfill success fully the tasks facing them. It shows on a joint basis, in addition to communal ownership of the means of production, there was also private property belonging low members of the commune, certain tools, which also weapons for defense against low predators. In primitive society, labor was not very productive and point 29. Created no surplus product over and above the amount essential for life. Labor activities were based on simple cooperation, i.e., many people do the same jobs. There was exploitation of man by man, and the egalitarian distribution of the scanty food between the members of the commune brought them all to the same level. While people were gradually becoming isolated from the animal kingdom, they lived in herds. Subsequently, when they began to hunt and farm, the clan organization of society took shape. I.C. Only people who were related combined their efforts in joint labor. At first, the clan consisted of several dozen people, hut later grew to several hundred. As instruments of labor developed, a natural division of labor emerged within the clan between men and women, adults, children, and old people. Men specialis ed in limiting and women in gathering food, which somewhat increased labor productivity. At the first stage of the clan system, the head of the clan was the woman, who collected the food and dealt with domestic matters. This was the matriarchy or matriarchal clan. Later, when livestock breeding and farming were taken over exclusively by the man, the matriarchy was replaced by the patriarchy, where a man headed the clan. The switch over to livestock breeding and farming was accompanied by the emergence of a social division of labor, i.e., one part of society began to concentrate on agriculture, the other on stock raising. This separation of livestock breeding from farming was the first major sphere division of labor in history. The first social division of labor made people's labor more productive. A certain surplus of some products and demand for others appeared in the communes, and this laid the foundations for exchange between livestock breeding and farming tribes. Later on, when people learned to smelt metal ores, copper and tin, and fashion bronze tools, weapons, and vessels, and the invention of the weaving loom greatly facilitated the production of fabrics and clothing, some people in the communes gradually began to specialize in handicrafts, and their output more often to be offered for exchange. The development of trio-productive forces increased considerably the productivity of human labor, man's power over nature and a certain supply of consumer goods. But 30. These new productive forces of society could no longer lit into the framework of existing relations of production. The restricted nature of communal property, and the egalitarian distribution of products of labor began to act as a brake on the further development of the productive forces. The need for joint labor disappeared, and a need for and possibility of individual labor emerged. Joint labor had required collective ownership of the means of production, but individual labor required private ownership. Private ownership of the means of production arose and, together with it, property inequality both between clans and between people within the clan. Rich people and poor people emerged. As the productive forces developed, man began to obtain more means of subsistence that were essential for his survival. Under these conditions it became possible to employ more workers. They were provided by wars, prisoners being made into slaves. At first, slavery was patriarchal in character, but later it became the basis of the existence of a new system. Slave labor led to a further rise in inequality. A household using slaves quickly grew rich. Later, as property inequality increased, rich people began to enslave not only captives, but also members of fellow tribesmen who had become impoverished or were in debt. Thus arose the erst-class division of society into slave owners and slaves. Exploitation of man by man began. From this time on, right up to the establishment of socialism, human history is the history of a struggle between classes. The growing inequality between people led to the formation of the state as an organ of oppression of the exploited class by the class of exploiters. Tim's, slavery grew up on the ruins of a primitive communal mode of production. To the stave mode of production slavery is history's first, most flagrant and overt form of exploitation. It existed virtually everywhere. Slavery in Egypt, India and China existed from the 4th to 2nd millennia BG. In Greece it flourished most in the 8th and 4th Knelterios P.C. In Rome, the slave-owning system reached the peak of its development in the period from the 2nd century TI.C. to the 2nd century AD. 31. The further growth of the productive forces and development of the social division of labor and exchange underlay the transition from the primitive society to slavery. What exactly were the productive forces like at that time? During the ago of the primitive society, instruments of labor had been made mostly of slano, but during the age of the slave-owning system iron smelting was discovered and iron tools began to predominate. Modal tools brought an expansion of the bounds of human labor. Using a modal axe, it became possible to fell trees and remove bushes from arable land. The iron plowshare made it possible to work large plots of land. Farming began to provide not only grain and vegetables, but also wine and oils. The fashioning of metal tools led to the emergence of a special group of people craftsmen whose labor became increasingly dependent. The second major social division of labor took place through separation of crafts from farming. This process was accompanied by a further development of exchange, which engendered money. Money became a universal commodity for evaluating all other commodities and acting as a medium of exchange. The growth of the division of labor and exchange gave rise to the appearance of people who specialized in hooing up and selling commodities. This was the third major social division of labor, the emergence of the merchants' activities. Taking advantage of the small producers' isolation from the market, merchants bought up their commodities at low prices and sold them in the market at higher ones. Though development of crafts and exchange entailed the formation of towns. At first these differed little from the villages, but gradually they began to be centers where crafts and trade became concentrated. This paved the way for the separation of those towns from the villages. The development of the productive forces, the further social division of labor and exchange increased property inequality even more. On the one hand, rich people prepared who con contra let tbo draft cattle, instruments of labor and money in their own hands, on the other poor people, who became poorer and were compelled to turn to the rich for loans. Usury emerged the debtor aml the eradi lore. The class struggles of the ancient world looked the form chiefly of a contest between debtors and creditors, which in Rome ended in the ruin of the 32 plebeian debtors. They were displaced by slaves. One rich slave owners began to owe hundreds and thousands of slaves. They seized vast areas of land and largo slave-owning estates thus took shape. Huge numbers of slaves worked on these estates. The relations of production in slave society were based on the slave owners having in their possession both the means of production and the production workers the slaves. The slave was considered as no more than a thing, he was completely and undividedly at the disposal of his master. Slaves were called speaking tools. In the eyes of slave society, the slave differed from an axe or ox only in that he could speak. In all other respects, however, he belonged to his master in just the same way as cattle, land, or tools. The exploitation of slaves was extremely severe. They were treated worse than cattle, they were driven to work by the whip and for minor omissions were cruelly punished or even killed. The killing of a slave was not considered as murder. The slave owner assimilated the entire product of slave labor, while the slave received the most meager quantity of means of subsistence as to prevent him from dying from hunger and to allow him to continue working for his master. On the basis of the simple cooperation of slave labor, the ancient world made a significant economic and cultural advance. Ancient culture grew up on the skeletons of generations of slaves. Many branches of knowledge made great strides forward. Yet, in spite of its achievements compared with the primitive communal system, the slave mode of production was a hindrance to the further development of mankind. The slave mode of production contained deep and insuperable contradictions, which eventually led to its collapse. Above all, the slave form of exploitation destroyed the slaves, the main productive force of society, so the slaves often rose up against these barbaric forms of exploitation. An influx of slaves obtained through successful warfare was a condition for the existence of the slave economy. The main forces for the waging of wars were the peasants and craftsmen, who served in the armed forces and bore high burden of the taxes required for waging the wars. As a result of competition of large-scale production based on cheap slave labor, however, the peasants and craftsmen were ruined. This undermined the economic, political, and military might of the slave state. Victories were succeeded by defeats and the constant source of additional cheap slaves dried up, the result being a production recession. Universal impoverishment, decline of commerce, handicrafts, the arts, and of the population, decay of the towns, retrogression of agriculture to a lower stage. This was the anal result of Roman world supremacy. When it emerged, the slave mode of production further aided the growth of the productive forces, its later development, as we have seen, destroyed these productive forces. For this reason, the relations of production based on slave labor became a brake to the development of the productive forces of society. The labor of slaves, who had absolutely no interest in the result of production, became obsolete. A historical necessity arose for the slave-owning relations of production to be replaced by others that would change the position of society's chief productive force, the slaves. With the decline of the latifundia based on slave labor, small ones became more profitable, so the number of freed slaves increased and, at the same time, the latifundia were broken up into small plots worked by colui. A collins was no longer a slave, but a tiller of the soil udio received a plot of land for lifelong use and paid a certain amount in money or in kyud for this privilege. The colonist was not a free layot, he could not leave the plot of land to which Elio was attached, and he could be sold together with Leo plot. Coloni were the forerunners of the medieval serfs. Thus, the new, feudal mode of production began to take shape within the slave-owning system. As though slave economy developed, the class struggle between oppressed and oppressors grew in intensity. This struggle developed into slave uprisings against tile slave owners. The slaves were joined in their uprisings by free peasants and craftsmen, who were exploited by the big Landowners and the slave sale. The most significant of the many slave uprisings was that led by Spartacus. Internal blows intertwined increasingly with ones from outside, and this brought about the final collapse of the slave-owning system. 3. The feudal mode of production. The feudal system existed, in various versions, in almost all countries. The feudal age was a long one. In China the feudal system lasted over 2,000 years. In the countries of Western Europe feudalism existed from the fall of the Roman Empire until the 17th century in Britain and the 18th century in France. In Russia, feudalism lasted from the 9th century until the abolition of serfdom in 1861. In Western Europe, feudalism took shape as a result of the interaction of two processes, the decline of the Roman slave state, on the one hand, and the disintegration of the clan system in the conquering tribes, on the other. As already noted, elements of feudalism in the form of Colorado natos had appeared even under slavery, but the slave-owning Roman Empire fell at the end of the 5th century AD under the impact of both internal and external blows. Ceaseless wars were waged against slave-owning Rome by the Germans, Gauls and Oilier peoples. This struggle ended in victory for the Gormans, Gauls, Slavs, and other peoples living in various parts of Europe. Until they conquered Rome, the victorious tribes had clan systems owing to the centuries of struggle. The clan systems of these tribes were primarily military in character. The tribe was headed by military loaders and their personal guard. After conquering Rome, the Gormans and Gauls took 2/3 of the Romans' land, together with the Colui who were working it. This land was distributed among clans and individual latifundia. A substantial part of the land went to the military leaders, the strongest of whom later became kings. The military leaders handed over the seized land to their combatants for lifelong use, and later as inheritable property together with the peasants living on it. The plots of land handed out on these terms were called fiefs, and the people who received them, feu. 3*35. Dal lords. Those who received land had to do military service. Land continued to be worked by small peasants, but they were now personally dependent on their new masters. The feudal lord's private ownership of the land and his partial ownership of the serfs provided the basis for the relations of production in feudal society. The serf was not a sln votor lie had his own household. Alongside the property of the feudal lords there existed the property of the peasants and craftsmen tools and their private holdings. The small peasant holding and the production of independent small craftsmen were based on personal labor. Production was primarily subsistent in nature, i.e., the products were mainly produced for personal consumption rather than for exchange. Large-scale feudal landowners underlay the exploitation of the peasants by the landowners. Some of the feudal lords' land constituted the feudal estate, while the rest was allocated to the peasants on conditions of bondage. This was a condition for the landowner to be provided with a labor force. The peasants inherited the plots of land were obliged either to work the landowner's land using their own implements, or hand over part of their output in kind to the landowner, or to do both. Instead the feudal lords began charging money rent. This system led not only to an overt form of exploitation, but also inevitably presupposed the personal dependence of the peasant on the landowner. The feudal lord could not kill his peasants, but he could sell them. There was non-economic coercion peasants to work for the feudal lords. The working time of the peasant serf was divided into two parts, the necessary and the surplus. During the necessary time, the peasant produced what was needed for his own subsistence and that of his family. During the surplus time, he created surplus product, which was appropriated by the feudal lord in the form of land rent, though exploitation of the peasants in the form of land rent constituted the main feature of feudalism everywhere. The towns, where mostly craftsmen and merchants lived, were subordinate to the power of the feudal lords on whose land they were situated. Their populations fought 3g. to liberate themselves and often won the town's independence. The growth of towns and the development of trade /a strong influence on the feudal countryside. The economics of the feudal lords were drawn into market circulation. In order to buy luxuries, the feudal lords needed money, so they increasingly introduced money rent to replace labor route or rent in kind. This entailed an intensification of feudal exploitation and of a sea struggle between the feudal lords and the peasant serfs. 4. The disintegration and collapse of feudalism. The emergence of capitalist relations of production within the feudal system. A higher level of the productive forces was achieved under feudalism than under slavery. In agriculture, production techniques improved and the iron plow and other iron tools became widespread. New branches of field cultivation emerged, viticulture, winemaking, and horticulture developed substantially, livestock breeding and related ranchos, butler and cheese making also grew. Meadows and pastures expanded and improved. In the sphere of handicrafts, in the towns, there was a gradual improvement in the tools, methods of working raw materials and craft specialization. New crafts appeared: weapon, nail, and knife making, smithing, cobbling, saddlery, and so oil. The smelting and working of iron advanced. In the 15th century, blast furnaces appeared, the compass was invented and the great geographical discoveries were made. But the feudal system, under which these new productive forces emerged, hampered their further development. The productive forces came up against the narrow hounsoi, the feudal relations of production. The peasantry, oppressed by feudal exploitation, was unable to increase agricultural output since the productivity of serf labor was very low. In the towns, the growth of a sea craftsman's labor productivity came up against obstacles raised by guild. 37. Rules. All this required the elimination of the old relations of production, and in the market/commodity production arose in very ancient times, during Lyrae disintegration of the primitive Ioneer system. At the last stage in the development of primitive society, as we have seen, the first major social division of labor took place. Two branches of production appeared: farming and livestock breeding. In order to satisfy people's requirements, exchange was necessary. Farming tribes needed the products of the livestock breeding ones, and vice versa, so those that bad surplus products exchanged them. Thus, commodity production became dominant. After emerging during light disintegration of the primitive Uimniual system, commodity production existed under both the slave and feudal modes of production, but subsistence economics still predominated. This means that each economic unit carried out all types of work, from obtaining various LYPCs of raw material to processing them for its own consumption. This type of economy, with mainly surpluses being exchanged, predominated right until the emergence of capitalism. The development of capitalism dealt a final blow to the subsistence economy. Under capitalism, all the products of labor, as well as the land-arid labor power, assume the form of commodities. When labor power becomes a commodity, commodity production becomes universal in character and now predominates. Since, under capitalism, the manufacture of commodities becomes the predominant form of production, the relations between people in the process of social production, i.c., relations of production, are expressed in commodity relations. In fact, let us take the chief production relation in capitalist society, the relation of exploitation of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. In order that the capitalist might exploit the worker, the latter 1 millisecond low sell his labor power, which acts as a commodity. The capitalist pays the worker a wage, with which the worker buys means of subsistence commodities. Thus, the relations of production between the worker and the capitalist are not direct, they pass through the 1 VJ Lenin, on the so-called market. Question, collected EFA/2, VOTT, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1977, p. 93. Medium of commodities and assume the character of commodity relations. The capitalists sell one another their products buy raw materials, equipment, and other commodities from one another. The relations between capitalists also assume a commodity character. Consequently, in capitalist society, commodity production acquires a general, dominating character, while the relations between people operate as relations between things or commodities. The conditions lure the rise of commodity production. Commodity production emerges only under certain conditions. The main condition for the emergence and existence of commodity production is the social division of labor. This means that the production of the various products is divided between individual people or groups of people. For example, some people produce fabrics, others, footwear, yet others domestic items, another group instruments, and so on. It is obvious that, in order to satisfy their requirements, those people must exchange the results of their labor. Thus all the producers, taken together, constitute, as it were, a joint production collective whose members depend on one another. But the social division of labor is only one of the conditions for the existence of commodity production. Another essential condition is the presence in society of various owners of means of production. Let us imagine that a person has made something and wants to sell it. Can he do this? Yes, provided Li is the owner of the means of production that he used to make the thing and, consequently, the owner of the thing itself. Within primitive communes, for example, in spite of the existence of the division of labor, there was no commodity production or commodity exchange. The members of the commune exchanged the results of their own labor, but they did not sell things to one another, since it was the commune as a whole that owned the means of production and the products of labor. JT was a different matter when communes exchanged wool, one another. In this case a change of ownership took place and the product of labor was a commodity. 43. And so, social division of labor and the presence in society of various owners of means of production provide the basis for commodity production. Only given both these conditions do commodity production and exchange of products in the form of sale and purchase take place. There are two main types of commodity production based on private ownership of the modes of production simple and capitalist. Simple and capitalist commodity production. Capitalist commodity production emerges under certain social conditions on the basis of simple commodity production. The most characteristic representatives of simple commodity production are small peasants and craftsmen. They base their production on personal labor, i.e., they themselves work, without exploiting the labor of others. Each simple commodity producer is a private owner of means of production, and he carries out production not for his own consumption, but for the market, for sale. Simple commodity production is dual in nature. On the one hand, in as far as it is based on private property, the small peasant or craftsman is an owner, and this draws him closer to the capitalist. On the other hand, in as far as simple commodity production is based on personal labor, the commodity producer is a laborer, which draws him closer to the proletarian who, in contrast to the simple commodity producer, does not have any means of production of his own. Herein lies the community of interests of the working class and the peasantry the possibility of an alliance between them. Under certain social conditions, simple commodity production serves as a point of departure and basis for the emergence of capitalist production. There are two such conditions. First, private ownership of the means of production. As we have seen, this condition emerged during the disintegration of primitive society. Second, conversion of labor power into a commodity. This was completed during the disintegration of feudal society. Simple commodity production is not stable, a differentiation constantly takes place among the peasants and craftless. 44. Men. 0. There is a stratification between those who get rich and the rest who become poorer and poorer. The peasants and craftsmen who are ruined become proletarians. Under the conditions mentioned above, LHCSE processes led to the formation of a bourgeoisie and a proletariat in both town and village. Capitalist commodity production, like simple commodity production, is based on social division of labor and private ownership of the means of production. It is not, however, based on the personal labor of the owner of the means of production, but on exploitation of wage labor. Under capitalist commodity production, society 1. This is why we must clarify exactly what a commodity, this economic cell of capitalism, really is. 2. The commodity and labor creating commodities, the use, value and value of a commodity. A commodity is a thing that first, satisfies some human need and, second, is produced not for personal consumption, but for sale or exchange. The person who produces an object for his own consumption is producing only a product, right, a commodity. In order for the product to become a commodity, it must satisfy sonic social need, i.e., a requirement for it on the part of other members of society. There are two closely interlinked aspects of tyro-commodity, use value and value. V1. Lenin, on I-Ho Question of Dialectics, Collected I Forks, Volume 38, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1, 72, I 360. 45. Since a commodity satisfies some human demand, it is said lowly of use value. The needs satisfied by commodities may be extremely diverse. The commodity may be an essential, such as bread, clothing, or footwear. It may be a luxury, expensive wine, precious items, and so on. It may also be a means of production such as machines, coal, iron, etc. Each thing may have several use values. Thus, coal may be used as a fuel or as a raw material for making chemical products. The discovery of a use value, i.e., the utility of a thing for mankind, takes place during the historical development of society and is a result of the development of the productive forces. Coal, for instance, was used by man long ago. The development of science and technology allowed new qualities of coal to be revealed, and it began to be used as a raw material for the chemical industry. Under commodity production there is a continuous exchange of various use values in a specific quantitative ratio. Ono axe, for example, may be exchanged for 20 kilograms of grain. This quantitative ratio according to which one use value is exchanged for another is the exchange value of the commodity. Tukne's liam arise when considering exchange value. On what basis can commodities of different types be equated, and why are different commodities equaled in definite proportions, in a definite quantity? If different, totally dissimilar commodities are equated in exchange, this means they have something in common. Even Aristotle noted that exchange cannot take place without equality, and equality without comparability. All commodities have the following qualities to some extent or another: utility, ability to be a subject of supply, AUC, demand, rarity, and labor. Which of these qualities determines a commodity's value? At first glance it may seem that the utility of a commodity is behind its value. After all, the more useful an necessary a thing is, the higher its value must be. In reality, however, there is constant evidence that utility is not the reason for value. The most useful things are often either free of charge or very cheap, or they occur in adequate quantities in nature, while things of little use to mankind often cost a lot. In fact, if products cost more useful war, feed and water would cost more diamonds. Utility, or use value, is, therefore, a condition of and not the reason for value. Although value cannot exist without use value, the latter is quite possible without value. Can supply and demand determine the magnitude of value? At first sight it might seem so. The greater the demand for commodities, the higher, of course, are the prices charged for them, and vice versa. The greater the supply of a commodity, the more there is of it on the market, the lower its price. Going deeper into the question, however, it becomes clear that the value of commodities does not depend on supply and demand. Let us take, for example, sugar and salt. All of these goods are equally subject to the law of supply and demand. If the demand for them is equal to the supply, the value of a kilogram of sugar is still incomparably higher than that of a kilogram of salt. This means that supply and demand have nothing to do with it. True, the size of the supply and the demand do influence the prices of commodities. It is not, however, the magnitude of the value they determine, but the degree of divergence of market prices from the value of commodities. Will an increase in the demand for a commodity and a drop in the supply of it, market prices rise above value, and, in the opposite case, when demand diminishes and supply rises, they fall below value. Only when supply equals demand do market prices correspond to value. Yet such a situation is hardly ever encountered in capitalist commodity production, so supply and demand do not determine value. Can the rarity of commodity determine its value? There are thousands of examples in reality to show that it can. Take, for instance, gold, diamonds and bread. The first two are rare, and very expensive. There is a lot more bread around, and it is much cheaper, although it is of considerably more use to people. This does not mean, however, that rarity is the reason for greater value. For example, when there is no rain for several years, people long for it, though demand for it is tremendous, but in spite of its rarity and utility, and the need for it, it still has no value that can be expressed in money terms. 47. Consequently, neither utility, nor the ability to hold the subject of supply and demand, nor rarity are the reason for value. The only common denominator left is labor, and it is indeed labor that is. This unity is contradictory. How is this seen? As use values, commodities are qualitatively heterogeneous, while as values they are qualitatively homogeneous. As use values, commodities are intended for consumption, as values they are intended for sale. The product of the commodity is interested in the value, but in order for commodity to be realizable as a value, it must be a use value, i.e., there must be a demand for it on the part of the other members of society. As a use value, the commodity is tangible, while its value is not. Such are the contradictions between the use value and value of the commodity. Thus, we have seen that the commodity has two qualities, it i3 a unity of uso value and value. What is responsible for the dual nature of the commodity? Concrete and abstract labor. The dual nature of the commodity is explained by the twofold character of the labor that produces the commodity, the labor of the commodity producer, as embodied in the commodity, on the one hand, acts in the form of concrete labor and, on the other, in that of abstract labor. Concrete labor is labor spent in a specific, purposeful, and useful form. A person cannot work in general. When he performs a particular job, it is the work of a cobbler, a farmer, or miner, etc. Various forms of labor differ in quality, the skills, instruments, and materials used, and finally, their results, i.e., the products, use values. Concrete labor creates the use value of the commodity. But looking closer at the various types of labor, a feature common to them all is discovered: the expenditure of human labor in general, i.e., the expenditure of the energy of muscles, the brain, nerves, and so on. Labor considered in isolation from its concrete form, labor as the expenditure of human labor power, is abstract labor. Abstract labor forms the value of the commodity. Concrete labor, as the creator of use value, has always existed and will always do so under commodity production and in its essence. Abstract labor is inherent only in commodity production. The reduction of the various types of concrete labor to one and the same abstract law. 405949. Our labor in general is connected with the existence of commodity production, with the fact that the product is made for sale. In fact, if the commodity producer has made, for example, boots, how can I exchange them for, say, grain on the market? As use values, these products are incomparable. This means that they can only be compared according to the amount of labor spent on them. If, for instance, the cobbler exchanges a pair of boots for 100 kilograms of grain, this means that equal amounts of abstract labor are spent on the boots and the grain. If the boots were made not for exchange but for the use of the cobbler's family, there would be no need to determine how much abstract labor was embodied in them. When commodity production dies out, so does the category of abstract labor. The twofold nature of TB labor producing the commodity. In simple and capitalist commodity production, there is an antagonistic contradiction between concrete and abstract labor. This is manifested as a contradiction between private and social labor. Private and social labor. Under the conditions of commodity production, each commodity producer puts out a specific type of commodity. There is division of labor in society and, though deeper it is, the more branches of production there are, the broader though commodity producers' contacts, and though stronger their all-round dependence on one another. Dozens and even hundreds of people of diverse trades take part in the manufacture of almost any item. This means that the labor of each commodity producer is a part of social labor and is social in character. Yet, in a society where there is private ownership of TB means of production, the commodity producers operate in isolation from one another, they are disunited. Their labor, which is essentially social, therefore takes the form of private labor. The social character of labor is hidden here, and it only appears in the exchange of goods on the market. It is in the exchange of commodities through sale and purchase that it becomes clear that though private labor of the given producer is a part of social labor, since it is necessary for society. Since the producer's labor is private and social in character, there appears the basic contradiction of simple commodity production that between private and social labor. This contradiction is revealed during exchange. When the producers come to the market, some of them can sell their goods, while others cannot. They cannot sell them either because there is no demand for them or because they are too expensive. If, however, the producer does not realize his commodity, this means that his private labor has not found social recognition, though producer makes a loss and, if this happens frequently, he is ruined. Consequently, the contradiction between private and social labor leads to TB ruin of some producers and TBO enrichment of others. The magnitude of the value of the commodity. 5. The value of a commodity is created by labor, the magnitude of the value is measured by the amount of labor embodied in the commodity. But there are many producers and they spend different amounts of labor on producing identical commodities. For this reason, the value of a commodity cannot be measured by the actual expenditure of labor by each individual producer. If the magnitude of the value of the commodity were determined by the physical expenditure of labor by each individual producer, there would be no single magnitude or the value of identical commodities. In reality, however, identical commodities have equal values in exchange. The magnitude of the value of a commodity is determined by the expenditure not of individual labor, but of socially necessary labor. I*51. Mo is measured not by the individual labor time spent by each individual producer, but the labor time that is socially necessary to produce the given commodity. By socially necessary labor time we mean the time required to produce a unit of the commodity under average, socially normal production conditions in TBO given industry. As a rule, socially necessary labor TMO is determined by the conditions of production under IBC TB greatest quantity of commodities of the given type are produced. Socially necessary labor time is constantly changing, so the magnitude of value is, 2. The change in TB socially necessary labor time is a consequence of a change in labor productivity. The productivity of labor is expressed in the quantity of output created per unit of labor time or is determined by the amount of labor time spent per unit of the product of labor. A rise in the productivity of labor means any change at all in the labor process that reduces the expenditure of labor per unit output. The higher labor productivity, i.o., TB greater the output that can be produced during a given period of time, TB lower the value of the commodity. And, vice versa, the productivity of social labor will be lower, the greater the socially necessary labor time required to produce the given commodity, in which case the value of TB commodity will be higher. Consequently, the labor productivity and value of each unit of TB commodity are inversely dependent on each other. If labor productivity rises, TB value of the commodity falls, and the opposite, if labor productivity falls, The value of the commodity resource. The productivity of labor must be distinguished from the intensiveness of labor. Labor intensity is expressed in the expenditures of labor per unit of time. The more labor is spent over a given period of time, the more output is produced, but TB value of the commodity may not change, since a larger amount of labor is now distributed over a larger quantity of output. The magnitude of the value of the commodity is affected by the complexity of labor. Labor is divided into skilled and unskilled according to its complexity. The labor of a worker who has not undergone any special training is simple labor. That requiring special training is complex labor. Complex labor creates more value per unit of time, which is why Marx says that complex labor acts as simple labor raised in degree or multiplied. In commodity production based on private property, the reduction of different types of labor requiring different degrees of skill and of different productivity, to a common denominator, the abstract labor, forming the value of the commodity, takes place spontaneously on the market during the sale of the commodity. The value expresses the relations of production between TB producers, the mutual exchange of twire clavicios. Superficially, however, these rotations are relations between things. 3. The development of exchange and the forms of value. Exchange value, the form of manifestation of value. The value of a commodity is created by the labor spent on producing it, but the value reveals itself only when one commodity is equated to another in the process of exchange, i.e., through exchange value. Thus, the value of one commodity cannot be expressed directly in terms of labor time, it is expressed through the medium of another commodity. For instance, 1 axo equals 20 kg of grain. Here the grain serves as a means for expressing the value of the ax. This equation states that equal amounts of labor were spent on producing 20 kilograms of grain and 1 ax. A commodity that expresses its value in terms of another commodity has relative form of value. Though commodity, whose use value serves as a means for expressing the value of another commodity, has an equivalent form of value. Exchange value has developed considerably through history from an elementary, accidental form of value to the money form of value. The elementary form of value. In subsistence production, when the products were produced for personal consumption rather than for exchange, only chance surpluses of products were exchanged. The 53. Quantity of products exchanged was limited. One particular good was exchanged directly for another one and expressed its value only in terms of the other one. For example, 1 x asterisk equals 20 kg of grain, or x of commodity A, y of commodity B. Since exchange was chance in character, no identical form of measurement was developed for the magnitude of the value of the commodity. Here we are dealing with the elementary, one-time, or accidental form of value. The total or expanded form of value. Under the primitivo communal system, when the first major social division of labor took place, the separation of livestock breeding from farming trees, and also various crafts began to develop, more and more commodities began to be offered for exchange, livestock, grain, and so on. Exchange between producers became a regular thing, but, in the exchange of commodities, it became increasingly clear that many people wanted one particular commodity, which happened to be livestock. Livestock was equated to and exchanged for many other commodities. For example, it was gold and silver that became the universal equivalent and turned into money. Money is a specific commodity that fulfills the social function of expressing the value of all other commodities. When money appeared, all commodities began to measure their value in money terms. For money. The essence of money and its functions. Money emerged spontaneously in the course of the historical development of commodity production and exchange. It was the development of the forms of value from the most elementary ones that led to the appearance of the money form of value and money itself. Gold and silver, metal coins or banknotes are used as money. Theso types of money did not appear all at once, however, they were the result of protracted development. Initially, it was the commodity most often exchanged that was singled out as money. Individual peoples used different things at different times as money: pelts, livestock, leather, grain, salt, etc. As exchange developed, the role of money was transferred from one commodity to another. Over a long period of development of the commodity economy, it was gold that firmly assumed the role of money. In the 19th century, gold was used as money in the vast majority of countries. As the commodity economy developed, money began to fulfill several functions: a measure of the value of a commodity, a means of circulation, a means of accumulation or hoarding, a means of payment, and universal money. Measure of value. Though functions of money. Means of circulation. Means of accumulation or hoarding. Means of payment. Universal money. Let us look closer at each of those functions. Money's chief function is a measure of value. The essence of this function consists in money being used to measure the value of all commodities. In order that it might fulfill its role as a measure of value, money must have value itself. Just as the weight of a hoodie can be measured by using an iron weight only because the latter has a weight of its own, the value of a commodity can only be measured using another commodity that itself has a value. The value of a commodity is measured through the medium of gold. One setting a specific price for a good, the owner is mentally, or, as Marx put it, ideally, expressing the value of the commodity in terms of gold. A commodity can be equated to a certain quantity of gold hecos. In reality, there always exists a certain correlation between the value of gold and the value of the given commodity. This correlation is based on socially necessary labor expended on producing the commodity and gold. The value of a commodity expressed in money is called its price. Commodities express their value in terms of a specific quantity of gold or silver. This amount of monetary material must be measurable. A definite weight of it is taken as a unit measure of money. The monetary unit in the USA, for example, is the dollar. In Britain it is the pound sterling, in France the franc. To facilitate measurement, monetary units are divided into smaller parts: the dollar into 100 cents, the franc into 100 centimes, the pound sterling into 100 pieces. The monetary unit with its divisions serves as the standard of price. Money's second function is as a means of circulation. Until money appeared, there was elementary exchange of commodities, i.e., a commodity was exchanged directly for another one. When money appeared, it was used to facilitate this exchange. First, the commodity is sold for money Y, and then another ono is bought with this money. The exchange of commodities carried out with the help of money Y is called commodity circulation. It must, however, he noted that once the commodity has become the property of the purchaser, it loves circulation while money is constantly in the sphere of circulation, i.e., it goes from hand to hand. Thus, money Y is an intermediary in the circulation of commodities. 57. And fulfills the function of a means of circulation. In order to fulfill this function, though money must be at hand. Initially, in the exchange of commodities, money was used in the form of bars of gold and silver, but this was inconvenient for many reasons. They had to be weighed every time, broken down into small pieces, and toasted for purity. Gradually, therefore, gold and silver bars were replaced by coins minted by those slate. A coin is a piece of monetary metal of standard shape, with a state stamp that confirms its weight and purity. During circulation, coins become worn and lose part of their value, but, in practice, worn coins are accepted as full value money. This is because, in fulfilling its function as a means of circulation, money does not stay long in the hands of either seller or purchaser. The producer is interested in the nominal value of the money he receives, and does not care whether he is paid with old or new coins. It makes no difference, as he will immediately spawn them, anyway, in order to purchase the commodities he requires. As a result, the function of a means of circulation can be fulfilled by coins of less than full value and even by paper money. As the commodity economy developed, money began to fulfill the function of a means of accumulation or a means of hoarding. Money is a universal embodiment of wealth. It can be used to acquire any commodity. Producers accumulate money and savo it in order to buy like commodities they need. This function can be fulfilled only by full value money, gold and silver coins or things made of gold and silver. Money fulfills the function of a means of payment. Commodities are not always sold for cash. Sometimes they are bought or sold on credit, or on deferred payment terms. During purchase on credit, the transfer of the goods from the seller to the purchaser takes place without payment and the money must be handed over within a certain period of time. Hero money is fulfilling the function of a means of payment. For example, a smith makes a plow in the spring. The peasant needs this plow but has no cash to hoe it with until the autumn when hoe has sold his harvest. In this situation, the peasant can only receive the plow from Trio Smith on credit, i.o., payment will be put off until the autumn. Money acts as a means of payment also in the payment of taxes, land rent, and so on. 58. The functions of money as a means of circulation and a means of payment make it possible to clarify the law according to which the mass of money necessary for the circulation of commodities is determined. The amount of money necessary for circulation depends on the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation, the speed with which money circulates. The faster money circulates, the less of it is required for circulation, and vice versa. If, for example, commodities worth $100 billion are sold during the year, while, on average, each dollar makes 50 turnovers, the following formula will determine the amount of money required for the circulation of the total mass of commodities. Total of commodity prices amount of money equals SRR, dash. Equals J velocity of money circulation $100 billion. 50. Money $2 billion. Thanks to credit, the requirement for money is reduced by the sum of the prices of the commodities sold on credit and the sum of mutually cancelling payments. Thus, the full formula of money circulation acquires the following form: MPC plus PDCLMT. The law of money circulation is that the amount of money required for commodity circulation must equal the sum total of the prices of commodities to be sold, minus the sum total of the prices in credit sales, plus the total payments due, minus the total of mutually cancelling payments, all divided by the average number of money turnovers. This law is of significance for all social formations under which commodity production and circulation exist. Money also fulfills the function of universal money. On the world market, as Marx put it, money strips off its local gar and acts not in the form of coins, but in its original form, that of bullion. In the trade turnover between countries on the world market, gold is the universal means of purchase and payment and the associated realization of social wealth. Such are the functions of money, all of which are integrally interlinked and express, in different forms, the essence of money as the universal equivalent. 59. In social formations based on exploitation, money has a class nature, it is a means of exploitation. Gold and paper money. Inflation. Paper money consists of money tokens, issued by the government, to replace and represent gold in its function as a means of circulation and a means of payment. Paper money in fact has no value of its own, so it cannot fulfill the function of a measure of the value of commodities. Paper money was first issued in America in 1690. In Russia it appeared in 1769. However, many paper tokens are issued, though they represent only the value of the quantity of gold necessary to cover commodity turnover. If the amount of paper money issued corresponds to the amount of gold necessary to keep up commodity circulation, the purchasing power of paper money coincides with that of gold money. Usually the bourgeois estate resorts to additional issues of paper money, since its incomes are usually below its outlays. This is particularly characteristic during wars, crises, and other disruptions. As a result, the paper money depreciates. Let us take an example, assuming that 50 billion gold coins, each worth $1, are required for commodity circulation. The state issues this number of paper dollars. This means that each paper dollar represents one gold coin. Let us assume that commodity circulation remains unchanged, but the state issues a further 5 billion paper dollars. One gold coin is now represented by 2 paper dollars, with which it is possible to buy only the same number of commodities as could previously be acquired for $1. Thus, the paper money has depreciated and its purchasing power has fallen. This process is called inflation. Inflation entails a rise in commodity prices, but the wages and incomes of the working people in the capitalist countries grow during periods of inflation, if they grow at all, more slowly than do prices. This is why the working masses suffer most from inflation. At a particular stage, inflation leads to serious disruptions in the economy. There are various means for restoring normal money circulation. One of the methods of 60. Monetary reform is for depreciated money to be replaced by a smaller quantity of new money. The content and methods for implementing monetary reforms are determined by the bourgeois state in the interests of the ruling class. As a consequence of monetary reforms carried out by bourgeoisie, the standard of living of the masses falls. In addition to monetary reforms, capitalist countries devalue their currencies. Devaluation is a drop, fixed legislatively, in the gold content of the national monetary unit and, correspondingly, a drop in its official exchange rate in relation to the currencies of other countries. By resorting to devaluations, bourgeois governments try to eliminate economic disturbances at expense of working people. Mass devaluations of the capitalist countries' currencies took place in 1949 and in 1967, but in relation to the US dollar, not to gold. By the early 1970s, the unprecedented scala of militarization of economy, and deterioration of the USA's position on capitalist world market led to US government officially abolishing the exchange of paper dollars for gold and reducing the gold content of the dollar, especially in 1971 and 1972. The devaluation of the US dollar, the main reserve currency of the capitalist world, is one of the clearest manifestations of monetary and financial crisis of imperialism. Credit money. Apart from paper money, in capitalist countries there also exists credit money, which arises from money's function as a means of payment. The simplest form of credit money is bill of exchange, or promissory note, which is debtor's document of standard form, expressing an obligation to pay a certain sum of money by a certain date. By passing from hand to hand during the sale and purchase of commodities, the promissory note or bill of exchange fulfills the role of money. Initially, role of credit money was fulfilled by the private commercial bill, i.e., one given by the purchaser of the commodity. But the promissory notes of individuals had a very narrow circulation, as they were only accepted by people acquainted with those signatory. Later, bills of individuals began increasingly to be accepted and discounted by hanks. In their place, however, the hanks had got to give their own promissory notes, which came to be called hank notes. Bank notes are the promissory notes of the backer, and on presenting them at any time, the bearer can receive their value cash from the bank. Bank notes could be exchanged for gold or other coin money. Under these conditions they circulated on a par with gold, and did not depreciate. As capitalism develops, there is a relative fall in the amount of gold in circulation and it begins to be accumulated increasingly in the form of gold reserves in the central emission hanks. In circulation gold begins to be replaced by hank notes and then by paper money. Initially, hank notes were usually exchangeable for gold, but later on inconvertible ones were issued. This made bank notes increasingly similar to paper money. Monetary systems. For a comprehensive description of money, we must consider the various monetary systems that exist in the capitalist countries. Monetary systems are the forms in which a country's money circulation is organized. There have been both metallic and paper monetary systems. If only one metal acted as mono-E, the system was called monometallic, but if both these metals were accepted as money, it was a bimetallic system. At different stages in the development of capitalism, the monetary systems of many countries were bimetallic. By the end of the 19th century, however, almost all the capitalist countries had gone over to a monometallic gold-based system of money circulation. The main features of a monometallic system are, free minting of gold coins, exchange of other money tokens for gold coins and gold flows between countries. The free minting of gold coins means that private individuals may exchange their gold for coins at the mint. At the same time, the owners of coins may turn them into gold bullion. Under such a system, the quantity of mono-E in circulation corresponds spontaneously to the requirements of commodity circulation. Under gold monometallism, small change coins made of copper, nickel, and so on are issued for the purposes of small-scale turnover. From the beginning of the First World War, the capitalist countries went over to a paper money system of circulation. Gold is now no longer in circulation anywhere. This is due to the general crisis of capitalism, the militarization of the economy and the bourgeois state's use of money issues to row the working people. 5. The law of value and economic law of commodity production. Competition and anarchy in production. When private ownership predominates, the production of commodities takes place spontaneously. There is no any institution to instruct the producer which commodity to manufacture and in what quantity. Individual entrepreneurs and farmers do not coordinate their production with other entrepreneurs or consumers. Anarchy prevails, i.e., production is unplanned and disorganized. The anarchy of production is intensified high competition, the fierce struggle headway on private producers for more profitable conditions of production and marketing and for higher profits. Competition and anarchy of production are a law of commodity production based on private property. Each producer, be he a peasant, craftsman, or capitalist, strives for the highest possible income from the sale of his commodity. He cannot, however, predict exactly what the demand for it will be. He only knows which commodities were in great demand recently, and strives to produce as many of them as possible. But the other producers act in the same way, with the result that each of them operates at his own risk. It often turns out that far more of a commodity is produced than is required high society. How, then, is production regulated in a society in which private ownership of the means of production predominates? It is regulated by the law of value. The law of value. The law of value is the economic law of commodity production in accordance with which commodities are produced and exchanged in correspondence with the quantity of socially necessary labor expended on making them. In other words, the law of value means that commodities are exchanged at value, i.e., exchanged commodities contain equal quantities of socially necessary labor and are equivalents. Consequently, the price paid for a commodity must correspond to its value. In reality, however, under the impact of supply and demand, the prices of commodities exceed or fall short of their values. The smaller the supply of a commodity on the market, the more the demand for it exceeds the supply, the higher its price will be, and vice versa. Does this mean that the law of value does not operate? Not at all. The operation of any law can only be understood by studying a tremendous number of facts. If the prices of some commodity are analyzed for a protracted period, it turns out that the divergences above and below value cancel each other out and, on average, price does correspond to value. In spite of the disorderly and anarchic nature of production in a commodity society based on private ownership of the means of production, an equilibrium and proportionality are from time to time established between individual branches of the economy. The commodity economy owes this to the law of value, which regulates production and operates through market competition. Engels points out that since though competition within a society of exchanging producers sets in operation the law of value inherent in commodity production, it thereby brings about the only organization and order of social production possible under the circumstances. Only through under or overvaluation of products will the individual commodity product be shown directly what and how much of this society needs or does not need. 1. The operation of the law of value in commodity production based on private ownership of the means of production is manifested as follows. F. Engels, Voorwoordsche Marx Sehrlft, Das Elend der Philosophie. Marx and Engels, Werke, Volume 21, Dietz Verlag, Berlin, 1962. P 185. 64. 1. The law of value spontaneously regulates the distribution of the means of production and labor power between the various branches of production. The social division of labor requires a certain proportionality between branches, at bare why so normal production cannot exist. Price fluctuations and, consequently, the high or lower profitability of production give rise to an inflow of means of production and labor into a particular branch, or an outflow from it. Here is a clear and pointed section from Emil Lyon's book Tale of the Great Plan. Author has managed to provide a very descriptive example of how the law of value regulates commodity production based on private property, especially capitalist production. Mr. Fox comes I owe Samo money $1 million. But money must be made to work. Mr. Fox looks through the newspapers, asks his friends' advice and hires agents. From morning till night, the agents race about the city looking and asking. What should Mr. Fox invest his money in? At last they find something hats low, that's what we must make. Hats sell well and people are making money out of them. There's no point in thinking any more about it. Mr. Fox builds a hat factory. Mr. Fox, Mr. Grox, and Mr. Knox get the same idea at the same time. And they all begin to build hat factories. 6 months later there are several new hat factories in the country. The shops are crammed full of hat boxes. Warehouses bursting at seams. There are announcements, billboards, and adverts everywhere, hats, hats, hats. But the factories continue to produce at full steam. And then something happens that Mr. Fox, Mr. Knox, and Mr. Crox did not foresee. People stopped buying hats. Mr. Knox drops price of bis hats by 20 cents, Mr. Crox by 40 cents, and Mr. Fox sells bis at a loss, just to get rid of them. But things got worse and worse. And suddenly stop. Mr. Fox closes his factory. 2,000 workers are all laid off and thrown onto the streets. The next day Mr. Knox closes his. A week later virtually all hat factories are at a standstill. Thousands out of work. New machinery is rusting away. The premises sold for demolition. A year or two passes. The hats bought from Mr. Knox, Fox, and Crox worn out. People begin buying hats again. The hat shops are empty. Dusty boxes are brought down from the top shelves. There just aren't enough lias. Hal prices go up. And then not Mr. Fox, but a Mr. Duddle sets up in a profitable business. Builds a hat factory. But the same idea occurs to other clever businessmen, Mr. Buddy, Mr. Fuddle Mr. Noodlo. And the whole thing starts again. 2. The law of/value encourages commodity producers to develop their productive forces. Magnitude of the value of a commodity is, as we have already seen, determined by socially necessary labor. Boso commodity producers employ more sophisticated technology and organize production better, etc., produco their output for fewer inputs than are socially necessary. Meanwhile, these commodities are sold at prices corresponding to socially necessary labor. As a result, those producers receive extra money and become rich. This encourages the other producers to make technological improvements in their enterprises, too. This is how technology is improved and society's productive forces develop. 3. Under certain conditions, the operation of the law of value leads to the emergence and development of capitalist relations. The random fluctuations of market prices around value intensify the economic inequality and struggle between producers. Competition mints some producers and enriches others. TB operation of the law of value leads to a stratification of commodity producers into bourgeoisie and TB proletariat, to a concentration of an increasing part of social production in the hands of some capitalists and to the ruin of others. The fetishism of commodities. We have already explained that the labor of each individual commodity producer, being essentially social labor, has TB form of private labor. Though social character of labor, the social links between producers and their mutual dependence are revealed and manifested only on the market during the exchange of commodities. It is as if not people, but commodities, were entering into relations with no another here. In this situation, the commodities bear and express TB social relations between people. A TB made by a producer, once it comes onto the market and enters into relations with other commodities, ceases, as it were, to obey its master, begins to live a sort of independent life, and a capricious one at that. Today a pair of shoes may bring in, say, $20, tomorrow only $15. The day after, it turns out that no one will give anything for shoes. But some time later, people will do anything to get hold of a pair of shoes and will give anything asked for them. This independent life of the commodity on the market, so full of chance, also compels people to assign special qualities to it that are, in fact, not inherent in it at all. People see only relations between commodities where, in fact, there exist social relations of production. The relations between people are hidden behind those so bought on things. This transmutation of relations of production, which is inherent in the commodity economy based on private ownership of the means of production, Marx calls fetishism of commodities. As commodity production develops, the fetishism of commodities expands and becomes stronger. When mono-EAP appears on the scene, it acquires its final form, that of money fetishism. People see it as a natural quality of money, gold, that it can purchase anything. In fact, however, this quality of gold is a result of particular social relations of commodity production. TB secret of commodity fetishism was first discovered by Marx. With the abolition of private ownership of the modes of production, commodity fetishism will disappear. 2. Revision exercises. 1. What are the conditions that give rise to commodity production? 2. Describe simple commodity production and capitalist commodity production. 1. The word fetishism means a religious worship by people of things they themselves have created fetishes. A fetish is a thing that superstitious people believe to have supernatural, magical powers. 167. 3. What are the use value and value of a commodity? 4. What are concrete and abstract labor? 5. Describe the main contradiction of simple commodity production. 0. What determines the magnitude of the value of a commodity? 7. In what do the essence and functions of money consist? 8. What are paper and credit money? 9. What is the essence of inflation? 10. What are competition and anarchy of production? 11. Describe the law of value. How does it operate under commodity production based on private ownership of the means of production? 12. What is the essence of the fetishism of commodities? Chapter 3. Capital and surplus value. Wages under capitalism. At a certain stage in the development of society, commodity production is responsible for the emergence of capitalism. What is capitalism? Lenin gives a clear and simple definition. Capitalism is the name given to that social system under which the land, factories, implements, etc., belong to a small number of landed proprietors and capitalists, while the mass of the people possesses no property, or very little property, and is compelled to hire itself out as workers. Under capitalism, the working people enjoy personal freedom, but they are, at the same time, deprived of the means of production and, consequently, means of subsistence, so they are compelled to work in capitalist enterprises. How did it happen that the means of production fell into the hands of a small group of people? 1. Primitive accumulation of capital. The conditions for the emergence of capitalism. Bourgeois ideologists deliberately distort the history of how though capitalist and working classes emerged. In 1 V. I. Lenin, On Strikes, Collected Works, Volume 4, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1977, p. 311. 69. Attempt to justify in every possible way TBO unjust distribution of material wealth, TB invent explanations for the division of society into rich and poor. Since time immemorial, they say, people have always been different in character. Some are hard-working and thrifty, others are lazy. The first group gradually accumulates all sorts of wealth, while the second remains poor. In fact, this is a totally false explanation of the origins of capitalism. Two major conditions are required for capitalism to emerge: people enjoying personal freedom, but having no means of production or means of subsistence, and therefore having to sell their labor power, and a concentration of the means of production and large sums of money in the hands of certain individuals. Those two conditions were fulfilled under the feudal system during the stratification of small commodity producers. The establishment of the capitalist mode of production was accelerated by the most flagrant coercion on the part of landowners, the emerging bourgeoisie and the state authorities against the broad population. The divorce of the producer from the means of production. Accumulation of wealth in the hands of a few. The primitive accumulation of capital is the process by which the conditions necessary for the emergence of capitalism are created. The so-called primitive accumulation, therefore, wrote Marx, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. 1. This process constitutes the history leading up to capital. Primitive accumulation took place in its most typical form in England, where the landlord seized the peasants' communal land and even drove the peasants out of their homes. The land appropriated from the peasants by the landowners was turned into sheep pasture or rented out to tenant farmers. There was great demand for wool on the part of the growing textile industry. The emerging bourgeoisie also used such methods as the appropriation of crown lands and the plunder of church property. Masses of people, deprived of their means of subsistence, became vagrants, beggars, and villains. Though government passed harsh laws against the people, who had been robbed and were trying to stand up for themselves. In England these were called bloody legislation. The robbed people were forced by torture, lashings, and branding into capitalist enterprises. The fact that the peasants were deprived of their land had a twofold result. First, though land became the private property of a comparatively small number of people, second, an abundant supply of wage labor was ensured for industry. Trius, the first conditions necessary for the emergence of capitalism was created through existence of a mass of propertyless people, personally free but, at the same time, deprived of the means of production. Marx notes the following chief means of forming the monetary wealth necessary for setting up large-scale capitalist enterprises: the colonial system, plunder and enslavement of the peoples of America, Asia, and Africa; the tax system, tax farming, monopoly, and other ways of appropriating part of the tax levied on the population; the system of protectionism, sales encouragement of the development of capitalist industry, in human exploitation. A result of primitive accumulation, labor power deprived of means of production was created in massive quantities and huge monetary wealth accumulated in the hands of only a few people. 2. The transformation of money into capital. The general formula for capital. Money is not, in itself, capital. As we have already seen, it existed long before the emergence of capitalism. Money only becomes capital at a specific stage in the development of commodity production. Before capitalism, under simple commodity production, commodity circulation can be expressed by the formula, CMC. In this, money functions not as capital, but as a medium in the circulation of commodities. One commodity is sold for the purpose of purchasing another. The movement 71 of capital is expressed by another formula, MCM, i.e., purchaso for the purpose of selling. The formula CMC characteristic of simple commodity production shows that one commodity is exchanged for another through the medium of money. Money serves as an intermediary in exchange, and is not capital. The goal of commodity exchange is clear. A collar, for instance, soils his hoots in order to hui bread. One USO value is exchanged for another through the medium of money. The formula MCM is completely different. In this case, monoi is the point of departure of the entire process and is used as a means for purchasing something which is to ho sold, i.e., it functions as capital, though capitalist uses his own money to purchase particular commodities in order to turn them into money once more. The starting and finishing points here coincide. At first the capitalist had money and, in the end, he has money, too. There would be no point at all, however, in all the movement of capital if, in the end, the capitalist received the same amount of money as he had originally. Capital exists in order that, at the end of its movement, there might be more money than at the beginning. The final goal of all the capitalists' activities is the receipt of profits. Thus, under capitalism, the movement of money is expressed by Marx using the following formula, which he called the general formula for capital, MCM, where M equals the sum of money originally advanced plus a certain increment. This increment, or surplus over the original sum, Marx called surplus value, for which he used the letter M in Lee's formula. The formula for simple commodity circulation, CMC. The general formula for capital, MCMC commodity, M money plus increment. Money is used by capitalists not as medium for the exchange of commodities, but as an instrument for making profits and getting rich. Under capitalism, this movement of money as capital is an endless one, during which it acquires the ability for self-expansion. Self-expanding value, or value that yields surplus value, is called capital. Does capital grow? Does this, perhaps, happen in the sphere of circulation, during salo and nucleoso? No, because during acts of sale and purchase there is an exchange of equivalents, x. 72. Change of equal values. If everyone manages to sell his commodities a ho value by, say, 10% or when becomes a purchaser, he will pay those selling to him the same extra 10%. Thus, that which the producers gain as sellers, they lose as purchasers. In fact, however, the entire capitalist class obtains an increment on capital. How does the capitalist derive surplus value if he purchases and sells all commodities at value? The general formula for capital includes two elements, money and the commodity. Consequently, the increment in value can only appear as a result of changes in either the money or the commodity. Money, as we have seen, cannot change its value and engender an increment on its own. This means that the source of the growth of value must be sought in the commodity. In order for money to be transformed into capital, the capitalist must find on the market a commodity that creates more value when it is consumed than it possesses in itself. This commodity is our power. Labor power as a commodity, its value and use value. Labor power is the totality of physical and mental abilities possessed by man, which he uses in producing material wealth. In any society, labor power is an essential element of production, but only under capitalism does it become a commodity. Labor power cannot hold a commodity in slave society, for the slave belongs to his master. Is not his own master, so he cannot sell his labor power. The small peasant or artisan owning the means of production does not sell his labor power either. He uses it himself. It is a different matter once the peasant has been driven from the land or the artisan ruined, i.e., when the working people are deprived of iho means of production and means of subsistence. In those circumstances, the only thing he can offer on the market is his own labor power. Like any other commodity, under capitalism labor power must have and, indeed, does have, its own value and use value. Though value of labor power, ICO that of any other commodity, is determined HV the labor time socially necessary for its reproduction. Labor power is man's ability to work. It exists only while its owner is alive, and to 73. Remain alive the working man needs a certain quantity of modes of subsistence. Consequently, the value of labor power is determined by the value of the commodities necessary to keep the worker himself alive. Though quantity and quality of the necessary means of subsistence of the worker in each country depend on a number of factors, the level of economic development, the conditions under which the working class took shape, how long since it began to wage a struggle for its interests and how successful it has been in this. The modern worker has socio-cultural requirements that arose under specific historical conditions. They include, for example, the possibility of reading newspapers and books, of watching TV, going to the cinema, participating in the class struggle, and so on. But these socio-cultural requirements differ from country to country and period to period. In the developed capitalist countries they are greater than in the economically backward ones. The value of labor power also includes, therefore, the value of the things necessary for satisfying the socio-cultural requirements of the working class as they have taken shape historically in the given country and at the given time. As Marx pointed out, in contradistinction therefore to the case of other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element. 1. It is the workers' families that provide the increase in labor power, so the value of labor power must include, 2. The value of the means of subsistence for the members of the workers' family. Finally, a person takes some time to acquire a particular trade. Expenditure on training the worker is necessary in order to create skilled labor power. These outlays on training are also included in the value of the labor power. Thus, the value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence necessary to satisfy the physical and socio-cultural requirements considered normal in the given country for the worker himself and his family, and by expenditure on training him. The value of labor power expressed in money terms is the price of labor power. Under capitalism it takes the form of wages. Labor power as a commodity also has use value, which consists in the worker ability to create more value during the labor process, than that of his own labor power. It is this feature of labor power, its ability to create surplus value, that interests the capitalist. Now let us look at how, in the process of the consumption of labor power, surplus value is cheated and the capitalist becomes richer. 3. The production of surplus value. Capitalist exploitation. Specifics of the labor process under capitalism. Labor power is consumed during the labor process, which always takes place in a particular social form. The social form of the labor process consists of the relations of production, which are based on the form of ownership of the modes of production. The specifics of the labor process in any society depend on who owns the means of production. Under capitalism, it is the capitalist, the worker being deprived of them. The labor process under capitalism is, therefore, characterized by the following specifics. First, the worker works under the supervision of the capitalist for whom the labor process takes place. The capitalist decides what exactly should be produced, in what quantities and how. Second, the product created during the labor process belongs not to the worker who manufactured it, but to the capitalist. These features of the labor process under capitalism transform the worker's labor into forced labor, into a heavy burden. The labor process and the expansion of value. Capitalist exploitation. Capitalist production constitutes a unified process of creating use value and of the expansion of value. In a commodity economy, use value cannot be created unless value is created at the same time. The worker who 75. Produces the commodity spends his hour, which is dual in character. On the one hand, it is concrete IAHUR and it creates use value. On the other hand, it is abstract IAHUR creating the value of the commodity. For the capitalist, the production of use values is merely a means for attaining his goal. The goal and motive force behind capitalist production is the creation of surplus value. Let us consider how this surplus value is created. Though capitalist who use on the market everything he needs for production, machinery, machine tools, raw materials, fuel and labor power. Production begins in the factory, machine tools and machines operate, workers work, fuel is burned, and raw material is turned into a finished commodity. When the commodity is ready, the capitalist sells it on the market and, with the money he receives, use modo raw materials, machinery, IAHUR power, and so on, i.e., the entire circuit begins again. Schematically this can be illustrated as follows, /IJPMC production commodity money. What is the value of the commodity produced? Let us assume that the capitalist owns a garment factory. To make suits he buys sewing machines, wool, lining material, butting, thread, etc., and IAHUR power. To produce 500 suits, the capitalist uses 1,500 RA of wool at $30 a meter, to a total of $45,000. The other materials cost $30 per suit, to a sum of $15,000. In manufacturing those suits, wear and tear on the sewing machines and other overheads total $5,000. Outlays on hiring IAHUR force come to $2,500. Thus, the capitalist has bought everything necessary for production. His expenditures on the manufacture of 500 suits are, wool $45,000, other materials $15,000 wear and tear on machinery, etc. $5,000 labor power $2,500. Total, $67,500. TIE value of Ono suit is $135. On IHE market though capitalist observes that such suits sell at $135 each, so he has to sell his suits at this price, too. Thus, though capitalist advanced $67,500 for production and received the SAMO $67,500 hack from the sale of the output produced, no surplus value was created. The money was not transformed into capital. How, then, does surplus value arise? The fact is that the value of labor power is reproduced not in the course of the entire working day, but of only part of it, say 4 hours. But though capitalist makes the worker work more than 4 hours a day, he has paid the daily value of labor power and now owns the use value of this commodity throughout the working day. As a result, the capitalist compels the worker to work 8 or more hours a day, and the lengthened labor process allows the worker to create more value than that of his own labor power. Let us assume that the capitalist makes the worker work not lower, but 8 hours a day. In 8 hours of labor the workforce will use twice as much of the means of production, cause double the wear and tear and create double the output, i.e., 1,000 suits. Now let us see what the capitalist's outlays are: wool $90,000, other materials $30,000, wear and tear on machinery $10,000 labor power $2,500 Total, $132,500. Over the 8-hour day the workers have produced 1,000 suits, which sell on the market at $135 each, bringing the capitalist $135,000. He advanced $132,500, HUD received $135,000. The initial value advanced has heen increased by $2,500. Theso $2,500 are the surplus value and though money has been transformed into capital. The receipt of surplus value depends on the workers working longer than necessary to reproduce the value of their labor power and creating value in excess of that of their labor power, i.e., surplus value. Surplus value is, consequently, the result of the working class's exploitation by capitalists. Exploitation of man by man was not engendered high. 77. Capitalism, it existed earlier. In slave and feudal societies, the labor of slaves and serfs was overtly forced labor, and exploitation of them was in no way concealed or disguised. Under capitalism, however, the worker is not personally dependent. He does not actually belong to a capitalist, so though capitalist cannot make him work high force. The worker does not, though, have any means of production or means of subsistence of his own, so he is compelled to sell his labor power. Thus, the system of wage labor is a system of wage slavery. The coercion here is economic. Under capitalism, the forced nature of labor is concealed. Having revealed the secret of capitalist exploitation, Marx discovered the basic economic law of the capitalist mode of production. Production of surplus value is the associate law of this mode of production. 1. The law of surplus value allows us to understand and explain all the processes and phenomena taking place in our society. It expresses the exploitative essence of this mode of production. Its operation is conditioned by an intensification of competition and anarchy of production under capitalism, increasing poverty of the working masses, growing unemployment, a deepening and exacerbation of all the contradictions of capitalism. Necessary and surplus labor time. The working day in a capitalist enterprise divides into two parts, necessary labor time and surplus labor time. Correspondingly, though workers' labor divides necessary and surplus labor. Necessary labor time and necessary labor are the labor time and the labor the worker requires to reproduce the value of his labor power, i.e., the value of the means of subsistence he needs. The capitalist pays wages for the necessary labor time. Surplus time and surplus labor are the time and the labor expended on the production of the surplus product. The surplus product under capitalism acquires the form of surplus value, which is appropriated by the capitalists. The ratio of the surplus labor or surplus labor time to the necessary labor or necessary labor time shows the degree of exploitation of the worker. Consequently, surplus turno and surplus labor express a specific social relation characterizing exploitation of the working class by the owners of the means of production, the capitalists. Capitalist ownership of the means of production and exploitation of wage labor divide our society into hostile classes. The class structure of bourgeois society. Marx and Engels proved that the division of society into classes is linked with the appearance of private ownership of the means of production, i.e., of the land, minerals, and instruments of labor, in a word, everything people need to produce material wealth. One part of society, the minority, concentrates the means of production in its hands and is therefore all to exploit the other part of society, which is deprived of the means of production. Lenin said that, in an exploitative society, the term class applies to groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. 1. The first overdivision of human society into classes was that between slaves and slave owners. With the transition from the slave to the feudal system, it was replaced by a division of society into serfs and equitable lords. Bourgeois society is characterized by the existence of two major opposing classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie is the class that owns the means of production and uses them to exploit the workers in order to derive surplus value. The proletariat is the class of wage workers, deprived of means of production and consequently subject to capitalist exploitation. Under capitalism there also exist the classes of landowners and peasants, surviving from the feudal system. The bourgeoisie and the proletariat are antagonistic classes, i.e., they have opposing and irreconcilably hostile interests. As capitalism develops, the proletariat grows in numbers, becomes increasingly conscious of its class ************************************************************************** against self a struggle against the bourgeoisie. Though class struggle waged by the proletariat against the bourgeoisie constitutes the chief feature of our bourgeois society. Though proletariat is the most revolutionary class of capitalist society, it is the gravedigger of capitalism. Though socio-economic and political inequality under capitalism is d'abord maintained by the bourgeoisie, which protects capitalist private ownership of the means of production, facilitates exploitation of working people and suppresses Twire struggle against the capitalist system. Bourgeois sociologists and legal experts picture our geo-estate as being above all classes and standing above society in general. In reality, however, the bourgeois state is a political organization of the economically dominant class, a dictatorship of bourgeoisie. The bourgeois state's main task, like that of any exploitative state, consists in keeping the exploited majority subordinated and obedient to the ruling class. The bourgeois state takes different forms and regimes, but its essence is one and the same. All forms of bourgeois state are dictatorships of the bourgeoisie. The capitalist state's aim is to maintain and consolidate the exploitation of wage labor high capital. For capital and its component parts. Capital as a social relation of production. Bourgeois economists apply term capital to all instruments of labor, from primitive man sticks and stones. One bourgeois author said that in the first stone which he flings at a wild animal he pursues, in the first stick that he seizes to strike down fruit which hangs above his reach, we see the appropriation of one article for the purpose of aiding in acquisition of another, and thus discover the origin of capital. 1. The purpose of this explanation is to conceal the exploitation of the working class under capitalism and to present capital in the form of an eternal condition for the existence of society. In fact, however, modes of production are not, in themselves, capital, they are a necessary condition for the existence of any society and, in this sense, classes make no difference to them. Means of production only hokumo capital when they are the private property of capitalists and are used for exploitation of the working class. Capital is not a sum of mui or means of production, but a historically determined socio-production relation under which the instruments and modes of production, as well as the chief means of subsistence, are the property of the capitalist class. The working class is the chief productive force of society, but is deprived of means of production and means of subsistence, so it has to sell its labor power to the capitalists and suffer exploitation. In other words, capital is the value that, through the exploitation of wage workers, begets surplus value. Of major significance for clarifying the essence of capital and the mechanism of capitalist exploitation is the division of capital into constant and variable. It is this division into constant and variable capital that explains where surplus value comes from. Constant and variable capital. When he begins production, the capitalist spends part of his capital on budding factory premises, on purchasing machinery, raw and other materials and fuel. The size of this capital embodied in the means of production is not changed during the production process. It is merely transferred to the commodity to the extent that the means of production are used up or worn out. Thus, the value of the raw and other materials and fuel is transferred its entirety to the new product during each act of production. A machine, however, will have a service life of, say, 10 years and so will transfer 10% of its value to new output each year. The part of capital that is spent on modes of production and does not change its magnitude during the production process is called constant capital. Marx uses the letter C to signify constant capital. Apart from means of production, the capitalist also 81. Chases labor power, spending on it part of his capital. At the end of the production process, the capitalist receives new value produced by the workers. This new value is greater than that of labor power that the capitalist pays in the form of wages. The part of capital spent on the purchase of labor power, which grows during the production process as a result of the workers creating surplus value, is called variable capital, lore which Marx uses the letter Y. By discovering the division of capital into constant and variable, Marx revealed the secret of capital, which is that only variable capital creates surplus value. Marx uses the letter 771 to signify surplus value. Bourgeois economists reject the division of capital into constant and variable. In their attempts to defend capitalism, they do not want to reveal its exploitative nature. They recognize only the division of capital that the capitalist uses in his accounts, i.o., that between fixed and circulating. This division of capital throws light on the production mechanism, but it masks capitalist exploitation. Fixed and circulating capital. The division of capital into fixed and circulating is determined by the way the various parts of productive capital transfer their value to the finished product all at once or bit by bit. The part OL capital that transfers its value to the finished product gradually as it wears out is called fixed capital. The part of capital that is spent on raw and other materials, labor power and fuel, etc., transfers its value in its entirety to the output during a single production period and returns to the capitalist in the form of money received from the sale of the commodity, is called circulating capital. The division of capital into fixed and circulating completely masks the fundamental difference between means of production and labor power. Here labor power falls into the same category as raw and oilier materials and fuel, and stands with them in opposition to the other part of the means of production. This division conceals the special role of labor power as the only creator of surplus value and veils the esenko of capitalist exploitation. Though two different ways of dividing capital can be represented graphically as follows: division by role in the process of division by nature karatoi exploitation circulation. Factory premises, install. Lashins, equipment, ma fixed capital chinkrai. Raw and other materials, fuel circulating capital. Variable capital does not create surplus value, so, when determining the ratio of surplus value, it must ho excluded. Variable capital docs croate surplus value, so, in order to determine the relative magnitude of surplus value must be taken its ratio to variable capital alone. This will give the rate of surplus value, which is a precise expression of the degree of exploitation of labor power. If wo signify the rate of surplus value with the letter 2, wo get the ratio mx 100%. Let us illustrate this with an example. Suppose that the capitalist advances 100,000 C plus 20,000 120,000, for the production of commodities, though goods produced are sold for $140,000. This means that the capitalist receives $20,000 surplus value. What is the rate of surplus value? 2 equals jx 100% equals x 100% equals 100%. This example shows that the worker's labor is here divided into necessary and surplus equally, i.c., for half the working day the worker works for himself, and for the *83 other half, he works for the capitalist for no wages. The greater the size of surplus labor compared with the necessary, the greater the degree of exploitation. As capitalism develops, the ratio of surplus value rises. In the USA, the rate of surplus value in the mining and manufacturing industries, as calculated from official data, was 145% in 1889, 165% in 1919, 210% in 1929, 220% in 1939, about 260% in 1947 and is now over 300%. How is this rise in the degree of exploitation of the workers under capitalism achieved? 2 ways of increasing the degree of exploitation of the working class absolute surplus value. It follows from the above exposition that, under capitalism, the working day is divided into 2 parts, though necessary labor time required to produce that quantity of commodities with a value equal to that of labor power, surplus labor time, during which the worker works for the capitalist and creates surplus value. Let us take, as an example, a working day of 10 hours, 5 hours of which are necessary labor time and 5 hours surplus time. Let us illustrate this graphically. ________________ 5 hours __________ I 5 hours _______ necessary labor time I surplus labor time. Here TBC rate of surplus value will he 5 hours surplus time v 5 hours necessary time a 100% equals 100%. If the necessary labor time remains constant, then, as the working day is lengthened, the surplus labor time will grow. This will imply a growth in surplus value, though degree of exploitation of the worker. Let us assume that the working day is extended from 10 to 12 hours. Though surplus labor time will now be 7 hours, not 5. In this caso, TBO rate of surplus value will be Fx 100% equals 140%. 84. Marx called surplus value received by extending TB working day absolute surplus value, and since the capitalist has an insatiable desire for surplus value, he strives to make the working day as long as possible. What is the limit to which the capitalist can extend the working day? If he could, he would make workers work 24 hours a day, but this is not possible, for they have to rest, sleep, and cat. This determines the purely physical limit to the working day. In addition, there are moral limits. The worker is a member of society and he needs time to satisfy his cultural and social requirements. But since these limits to the working class are flexible, under capitalism the working day may last 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, or more hours a day. During the initial period of capitalism, in the interests of the bourgeoisie, the state authorities extended the working day by law. Later on, when technology was introduced into production and unemployment grew, the need for legislation to extend the working day disappeared. The capitalist could use economic means to force the workers to work to the limit. The working class began to wage a persistent struggle for a cut in the working day. This struggle began first in Britain, and it became particularly intensive after the Geneva Congress of the First International and the Labor Congress in Baltimore in 1866 came out with the 8-hour working day slogan. The working class's struggle led to the majority of capitalist countries introducing legislation to limit the working day. IOW does the capitalist solve the problem of obtaining more surplus value if he cannot extend the working day? Relative surplus value. The second way to increase surplus value is, given a constant length of the working day, to reduce the necessary labor time and thus increase the surplus labor time. How is this done? Let us recall that the value of labor power is determined by the amount of labor that must be spent to produce TB workers' means of subsistence. If there is an increase in the labor productivity in the in 8s. Districts producing consumer goods, the value of these goods drops. This will mean a drop in the value of labor power and, consequently, a reduction in the necessary labor time. This is the basis on which the surplus labor time is increased. Let us assume that TBO 10-hour working day breaks down into 5 hours of necessary labor time and 5 hours of surplus labor time. Let us further assume that, as a result of a rise in labor productivity, the necessary labor time is reduced from 5 to 3 hours. It is then clear that the surplus labor time will increase from 5 to 7. Though degree of exploitation will be higher, although the working day has remained unchanged. Graphically this may be illustrated as follows. 5 hours underscore 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 I underscore 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 5 hours I necessary labor T James surplus labor time. The rate of surplus value m(x) 100% equals 100%. 5. Underscore 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 3 hours underscore 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 I underscore 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 7 hours 1 necessary labor time. Surplus labor time. The rate of surplus value m equals dash caret x 100% equals 233% in this example. The rate of surplus value has increased from 100 to 233% as a consequence of the change in the correlation between TB necessary and surplus labor time, rather than as a result of an absolute extension of the working day. Surplus value arising as a result of a reduction in the necessary labor time and a corresponding increase in those surplus labor time following from a rise in labor productivity is called relative surplus value. Under certain conditions, capitalists also receive extra surplus value. Extra surplus value. Extra surplus value is a variety of relative surplus value. Each capitalist strives to receive more profits, for which purpose he introduces new machinery, £3, and production techniques, and thus achieves a rise in labor productivity and a reduction in the individual value of his commodities compared with the average value of those produced in the given industry. Since the price of the commodity on the market is determined by the average conditions of production, the capitalist receives a higher than usual rate of surplus value. Extra surplus value is the difference between the social value of the commodity and its lower individual value. It has two features. First, it is received only high individual entrepreneurs, the first ones to introduce new, more productive technology. Second, the given capitalist receives extra surplus value only temporarily, for sooner or later the latest equipment will he used in other enterprises, and then the capitalist who first introduced it is deprived of his advantages to receive extra surplus value. But the extra surplus value that disappears in one enterprise appears in another, because another entrepreneur has made an even more sophisticated innovation. Extra surplus value plays an important role in the development of capitalism. In the pursuit of extra surplus value there is a spontaneous development of technology. But the capitalist who introduces the latest technology and production techniques tries to keep them a secret in order to delay their introduction in other enterprises. This intensifies the competition and contradictions between capitalists. Thus, the pursuit of extra surplus value leads to a development of those productive forces, on the one hand, and to a slowdown in their development, on the other. The three stages in the development of capitalism in industry. The production of relative surplus value is based on a growth in labor productivity, so analysis of relative surplus value reveals the three historical stages in the growth of labor productivity under capitalism: simple cooperation, manufactory, and machine industry. The first and simplest wave in which labor productivity was increased was capitalist simple cooperation, which meant essentially that the capitalist concentrated a comparatively large number of workers doing identical work in one workshop. 87. When many people fulfill one and is same job jointly, the capitalist can, by comparing their individual labor productivity, make the workers speed up their rate of work. The result is a rise in labor productivity. For example, the labor productivity of 5 people working together is much higher than their productivity when they work in isolation. This new labor productivity costs the capitalist nothing, for he pays the same amount for the labor power as previously, but since more output is produced, he receives higher profits. Moreover, with joint labor of many workers, the capitalist economizes on premises, lighting, heating, and other overheads. When people work together it becomes clear that some workers do certain operations better, while others do oilier ones better. As a result, it is more profitable for the capitalist to have each worker carry out the particular job that he is best at. Thus, division of labor is gradually introduced into workshops. Capitalist enterprises based on division of labor and handicraft techniques are called manufactories. Division of labor among the workers entailed a sharp increase in the productivity of labor. As an example, let us look at pin manufacture in the 18th century. A workshop with 10 workers produced 48,000 pins a day, i.e. 4,800 pins per worker. Without division of labor, however, each worker made only 20 pins a day. The productivity of labor thus increased 240-fold. The working conditions in the manufactory were very hard. The worker had to repeat the same simple movements continuously, and this deformed him both physically and spiritually. The working day was up to 18 hours long and wages were very low. Manufactory prepared the conditions necessary for a transition to large-scale machine industry, Simplification of operations increased the opportunities for replacing the workers' hands with working machines. The fulfillment of individual operations gave rise to specialization of instruments of labor, and this created the technical preconditions for the emergence of machines, manufactory-trained personnel stilled for machine industry. This was the historical role played by manufactory. Manufactory was the transitional stage to the factory. First the so-called working machine appeared. It carried out the same operations as the workers themselves had previously. But it was beyond the worker's muscular strength to operate such a machine, so the motor mechanism, the steam engine, was invented to set many working machines in motion. The capitalist factory, based on the use of a system of machines for producing commodities, thus appeared. As a result of the use and improvement of machines, there was a tremendous rise in labor productivity and commodities became cheaper. At the same time, however, an enormous number of small producers and enterprises based on manual labor were ruined. The capitalist factory is a new stage in the fettering of labor by capital. In the factory, the worker coins and see more than an appendage to the machine. The capitalist use of machinery leads to an extension of the working day, to high drawing of women and children into production, to the formation of armies of unemployed people, and to a deterioration in the situation of the proletariat. But the capitalist does not always use machines. Under capitalism there are limits to the use of machines determined by the fact that the capitalist only introduces machines when the price of the machine is below that of the wages of the workers it displaces. The capitalist uses a machine only when profitable, so machine production does not do away with manual labor, which still exists today in the most developed capitalist countries, such as the USA and Britain. Though transition from manufactory to the factory means the final establishment of the capitalist mode of production. The basic contradiction of capitalism. On the basis of large-scale machine industry there is a spontaneous socialization of labor and production. In place of small workshops using manual labor there appear huge factories and plants serviced by thousands and thousands of workers with various trades. There is an increase in the division of labor in social production. Enterprises and industries are interlinked and interdependent. Engineering plants, for example, cannot operate without the output of iron and steel works, the latter without coal, and mines depend on engineering and other plants. Production thus becomes social in character. Commodities are the result of the labor of many hundreds of thousands of workers. Meanwhile, under capitalism all enterprises, as well as the land and minerals, are privately owned. The products of social labor are appropriated by the capitalists. A contradiction arises and develops between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. This is the basic contradiction of capitalism. The basic contradiction of capitalism reflects that between the constantly developing productive forces and capitalist relations of production. By increasingly socializing production, capitalism acts as a brake on the further development of society's productive forces. In order to take this brake off, capitalist property must be eliminated. Capitalism develops those productive forces, and thereby gives birth to its own gravedigger the proletariat, a force called on to abolish private property and replace it with public, socialist property. 6. Wages under capitalism. The essence of wages. We have explained that labor power is a commodity under capitalism. It has a value. The value of labor power, expressed in money terms, is the price of labor power. In order to conceal capitalist exploitation, bourgeois economists assert that wages are the price of the worker's labor. The worker supposedly works in the capitalist factory, producing various commodities and receiving the price of his labor for his labor, i.e., wages. The impression that wages are payment for work performed is created by the fact that the worker receives his wages after having worked for a specific period of time. Moreover, wages are either set in accordance with the amount of time worked, or with the quantity of the articles produced. In actual fact, wages are, as Marx put it, a transmuted, i.e., a masked form for value, or the price of labor power. Labor is not a commodity, so it has no value or price. In fact, in order for labor to be sold, it must exist before. 90. The sale. Something that does not exist can not ho sold. When, for example, a cobbler puts his boots on the market, they actually exist and can be sold. But when the worker is hired by the capitalist, his labor does not yet exist. There is only his ability to work, his labor power. This is what the worker sells to the capitalist. When the capitalist purchases hour power and pays money for it, it is not the worker as such that interests him, but his ability to work, his ability to create surplus value. Since in capitalist society wages outwardly appear as the payment for l'honneur, though impression is inevitably created that all the workers' l'honneur is paid for. Let us assume that 6 hours of socially necessary labor time are required to produce means of subsistence for the worker and his family. If 1 hour of this time is expressed in $1, though value power is $6. The capitalist pays the full value of the labor power as $9, but the working day lasts, for example, 12 hours. 1 hour of l'honneur is, in fact, paid at a rate of 50 cents. Wages conceal the fact that the capitalist pays for 1/2 of the working day, but not for the other. Thus, wages erase any sign of the division of the working day into necessary and surplus, paid and unpaid. Wages create the impression that all the labor of the wage worker is paid for, and thus conceal exploitation. This is one of the most important features distinguishing capitalism from all previous exploitative societies. Under slavery, for example, exploitation was in its most flagrant form. The slave was a thing belonging to his master, who could do anything he liked with him, make him work from morn till night, give him hardly any food, he could even kill him and, of course, paid him nothing at all. Under feudalism, the serf paid his landowner rent in some form. Under capitalism, however, there is concealed exploitation. It even seems as if work is no exploitation, that the worker receives payment for all his labor. Wages mask the exploitation of the workers under capitalism. Forms of wages. Under capitalism, wages take various forms. If the payment of the value of the commodity labor power is for a n certain tin/e worked a day, week, month, etc., these are time wages. In order to get a correct idea of the essence of time wages under capitalism, TB must be compared with the length of the working day. For instance, a capitalist pays a worker $10 for a 10-hour working day. The average price of 1 hour of labor is $1. If, however, the capitalist extends the working day to 12 hours, the price of 1 hour of labor drops to 83 cents. So it is clear that, for the capitalist, the system of time wages is a means for increasing the exploitation of the workers. Alongside time wages there also exists another form, piece wages. Piece wages depend on the quantity of commodities or parts made by the worker over a particular period of time. Marx called piece wages a converted form of time wages. Indeed, in order to establish the rate of payment for each unit produced, account is taken of, first, the daily time wages and second, the number of articles made by the most skilled and strongest worker. If the daily time wage is $10 and the number of articles produced by this worker is 20 a day, the capitalist will pay 50 cents per article. Thus, the capitalist ensures that piece wages do not exceed time wages. What then, is the point of piece wages? They have a number of specifics that make them more profitable for the capitalist. Under piece wages, for instance, the quality of the labor is controlled by the product. The capitalist pays for articles of average high quality. Low quality articles are not paid for. This form of payment increases the tension involved in the worker's labor. He strives to produce more output and thus receive more money. But as soon as all the workers increase their output, the capitalist reduces the rate he pays for each item, and thus increases his own profits. Marx therefore says that the more the worker works, the less wages he receives. Capitalists use various forms of payment of labor, depending on the specific conditions. Historically, time wages appeared before piece wages. They were used widely in the early stages of the development of capitalism, when the capitalists were striving to increase the surplus value by extending the working day. This form of payment was profitable for them at the time. Later, when the length of the working day was restricted, NKV law, piece wages became widespread. Under contemporary conditions, various forms of time rate bonus system are becoming increasingly popular. The reason for the return to time wages is that, in modern capitalist industry, many industries have gone over to production lines using conveyors that impose their own rhythm. This means that the speed of production does not depend on the worker, but is determined by the speed of the conveyor or the specifics of production process. 1b Workers work more and more intensively, without any increase in higher wage rates. Time and pico wages are also often used together in the same enterprises. Under capitalism, these forms are just different ways of intensifying the exploitation of the working class. In the pursuit of increased surplus value, the capitalists also use various sweating systems for organizing the production process and wage 3. Essentially the idea here is to wring as much labor as possible out of the worker during a certain period of time. There are dozens of different types of sweating system of wage payment. One of the first such systems was the Taylor system, named after the American engineer who thought it up. The essence of this system is as follows: the capitalist selects the strongest and most skilled worker in the enterprise and makes him work full out. The time takes to fulfill each particular operation is registered by a aeronometer in seconds and fractions of a second. Those data are then given to a special technical commission, which studies them and, on this basis, decides the production regime and time rates for all the workers. 2 wage rates are set: 1, a raised one for those who fulfill the job, and another, very low one, for those who do not. The result of such a wage system is a sharp increase in labor productivity, virtually no increase in the workers' wage fund, and consequently, a tremendous rise in the exploitation of labor. Another form of sweating system is Fordism, which pursues the same goal of wringing the maximum possible labor out of the worker. This is achieved by speeding up the conveyor. If, previously, for instance, the conveyor moved at a speed of 3 meters a minute, its speed is now increased to 4 or 5 meters a minute. The worker is compelled, against his will, to work more intensively and exert greater efforts, while wages remain unchanged. 93. And do not compensate for the vital energy spent. Under this system, many workers are completely worn out by the time they reach the age of 45 or 50 and are dismissed by the factory owner. Moreover, the simplicity of the labor operations on the conveyor allow the capitalists to NSE unskilled workers, set lower wage rates for them and, consequently, receive higher profits. Another sweating system is the participation in profit system, which consists in the capitalist telling the worker when he is hired that he will be paid less than other capitalists, but at the end of each year, after the enterprise's accounts have been settled, workers who have worked well will receive a share of the profits. This system increases the intensity of labor and retards the development of the class consciousness of the workers, disuniting them and hampering them in their struggle against entrepreneurs. The participation in profit system gives the workers the impression that they have a vested interest in raising the profitability of the capitalist enterprise. Nominal and real wages. In the first stages of the development of capitalism, the worker was rarely paid in money. Though useful thing was for the capitalist enterprise to have its own factory shop selling food and consumer goods. Though workers took what they needed from this shop and, at the end of the month or season, the capitalist calculated how much work had been done and how many commodities had been taken. It usually turned out that either no money at all or only a minimal SNM of money was due to the worker. Today the system of payment in kind is widespread in the economically backward and underdeveloped countries. In the developed capitalist countries, money wages predominate. Wages expressed in money terms are called nominal wages. Nominal wages cannot, however, show the actual level of payment of the worker. For determining this, the concept of real wages is used. Real wagos are expressed in terms of the worker's means of subsistence. Though rise in these payments induces wages, the result hoing a drop in real wages. A major role in reducing mal wages is played by various production fines, deduction, etc. Such are some of the factors responsible for the drop in the real wages of the working class under capitalism. In the capitalist countries there exists inequality of payment for the labor of men and women. Female workers receive considerably lower wages than men for doing the same work. This difference in the wages of men and women brings in considerable additional profits to the capitalist. Another source of tremendous profits for capitalists is race discrimination. In the USA, for instance, black people work under worse conditions than white people do. They are employed primarily for the most difficult, harmful work, that endangers both their health and life. Black people receive considerably less than white people for their labor. The average wage of a black family in the USA is 54% of that of a family of European extraction. In THC West European countries there is discrimination against foreign workers. Labor power is imported not only because there is a shortage of it, but also hence lower wages may be paid to foreign workers. Foreigners are willing to do any sort of work, including the worst paid, since though he cannot find any work at all in their own countries. 05. Female labor, the labor of foreign workers, and racial discrimination all allow the capitalists to raise the already substantial rate of surplus value. The level of workers' wages differs from one capitalist country to another. There are many reasons for this. It would, of course, be wrong to suggest that the capitalists are kinder to the workers in some countries than in others. All capitalists everywhere strive to cut wages to the absolute minimum. In comparing the wage levels in different countries, however, account must be taken of the historical conditions under which the working class formed in each particular country and the existing level of its requirements, outlays connect with the acquisition of skills, labor productivity, the class struggle and other conditions characteristic of this country. In the USA, for instance, capitalism developed when there was a shortage of labor rather than an excess of it, the result being higher wages. In Britain the working c. Theso $240,000 consist of the $200,000 of the initial outlays advanced, plus $40,000 of surplus value created by the labor of the workers during the production process. Since, under simple reproduction, the entire surplus value goes for personal consumption of the capitalist his family, the production process in the future will be repeated on the same scala. The same thing will happen subsequent years. Although, under simple reproduction, the process of the production of material wealth is repeated on the same scale, analysis reveals the source from which capitalists are enriched. During the production process capital initially advanced is reproduced and surplus value is created and thou spent though capitalist for his own personal needs. If the capitalist did not appropriate the surplus value, the entire capital initially advanced would eventually be used up on his personal consumption. In our example, capitalist spends $40,000 a year, and so, since though initial capital was $200,000, nothing would he left in 5 years. But this does not, in fact, happen. Hecos the sum the capitalist spends on his own personal yachts is surplus value created by the unpaid labor of the workers. Whatever the original source of advanced capital, in the course of simple capitalist reproduction this capital becomes, after a certain time, a value created by the labor of the workers and appropriated without recompense by the capitalist. One very important circumstance follows on from this. When the working class, in the course of the socialist revolution, expropriates the capitalists, taking away their factories and plants, all it is doing is reclaiming what was created by the labor of generations of the working class. This means that the elimination of private-capitalist property is a lawful act, is historical justice. Wiliavo assumed that the capitalist spends the entire surplus value on his personal needs. But is. Now let NS assume that the surplus value, equal to $2 million, is distributed high though capitalist as follows: 1 million on extending production and 1 million on personal consumption. The part of the surplus value spent on expanding production is spent, on both constant and variable capital in those same proportions as was the capital initially advanced, i.e., 4:1. Consequently, during the second year, capital worth $11 million will be functioning. If the rate of surplus value remains at 100 per lot cent during the second year, commodities worth $13.2 million will be produced. The second year saw an expansion of the volume of production and an increase in the mass of surplus value, since part of TB surplus value received during the first year was converted into capital. Surplus value is thus a source of accumulation of capital. Through capitalization, i.e., the addition of surplus value to capital, though capitalist increases the size of his capital, the capitalist's insatiable desire to appropriate surplus value for his own enrichment results in him constantly expanding the scale of his production. Moreover, competition compels each capitalist, under threat of ruin, to improve his technology and expand production. To halt the growth of technology and the expansion of production would be to drop behind, and those who drop behind fall prey to their competitors. If, however, capitalists constantly expand their production, does this mean that they are reducing the share of surplus value spent for personal consumption? Not at all. As TB capitalist class grows richer, the part of surplus value used to satisfy personal needs actually increases. Today's millionaires in the USA, for instance, spend about 25% of their incomes on TB or personal needs. Some millionaire families have several houses, expensive yachts, dozens of luxury cars and planes. TB vast scale on which American millionaires spend is also evident by TB fact that, at a reception given by one of the 60 richest families in the USA every season, enough money is spent for an ordinary family of 5 to live adequately for their whole lives. This indicates that accumulation of capital is accompanied by a growth in the parasitism and wastefulness of the capitalist class. Representatives of so-called vulgar bourgeois political economy explain the accumulation of capital by the thriftiness of those capitalists who, so they say, restrict their own consumption for the sake of society. The strongest proponent of such views was the 19th century British economist Senior I substitute, he proudly says, for the word capital, considered as an instrument of production, the word abstinence one. Concerning this abstinence, Marx pointedly remarks that the capitalist restricts bis consumption by lending TB workers instruments of labor, rather than by himself using steam engines, railways, fertilizer, etc. Marx unmasks this apologetic theory and ironically notes that simple humanity dictates that TB capitalist be released from this martyrdom by depriving him of his right to own the means of production. At TB end of TB 019 TB Century, Senior's theory was revived in a somewhat changed form by the British economist Alfred Marshall and the American economist Thomas Carver, who simply replaced the word abstinence with exploitation. All Theso theories are geared to justifying capitalism and capitalist exploitation. In fact, however, TB accumulation of capital and TB scale of this accumulation depend not on the capitalist's abstinence, as bourgeois ideologists try to show, but on exploitation of the working class. Let us take for example, capital of 8,000 C++ 2,000 V. Given a 100% rate of surplus value, 2,000 M will be received, or 4,000 M given a rate of 200%. Consequently, the greater the degree of exploitation, though more surplus value is eroded and the greater the size of accumulation. A rise in the degree of exploitation of labor power is achieved by extending TB working day, increasing TB intensity of labor, reducing wages below the value of labor power, and so on. A major factor speeding up the accumulation of capital is a rise in the productivity of labor, which entails a cheapening of commodities. This permits the capitalist to, a. reduce the value of the commodity labor power, this allowing him, for the same sum of variable capital, to set in motion a greater mass of live labor and thus produce more output and, increase his personal consumption without reducing the share of surplus value going to expand production, expand production faster by using cheaper machinery and without increasing the capitalized surplus value. The scale of the accumulation of capital is also affected by the size of the advanced capital. With the given ratio of C to V, the greater the size of capital, though greater, also, will be the size of the variable capital, so, ceteris paribus, the scale of the accumulation of capital depends directly on the size of TB capital initially advanced. Such arrow TB. 103. Chief factors determining the size of the accumulation of capital. How does the accumulation of capital affect the situation of the working class? For an answer to this question, we must first look at Marx's teachings on the organic composition of capital. The organic composition of capital. In his theory of surplus value, Marx discovered the division of capital into constant and variable, and thus disclosed the true source of surplus value. In his teachings on the accumulation of capital, Ho enriched this postulate with HIB theory of the organic composition of capital. The composition of capital may be considered from two angles, physical and value. Though composition of capital in terms of value is determined at high the ratio into which capital divides headway on constant and variable and is called the value composition of capital. In its physical form, the capital functioning in the process of production is divided into means of production and labor power. The composition of capital determined by the ratio between the mass of means of production used and the amount of labor power required to operate them is called the technical composition of capital. This correlation depends on the amount of machinery and equipment in the given enterprise. There is a close interdependence between the value composition of capital and its technical composition. As a rule, a change in the technical composition of capital leads to a change in value terms. Thus, the ratio between constant and variable capital, i.e., the value composition of capital, in as far as it is determined by the technical composition of capital and reflects changes in it, Marx called the organic composition of capital. Consequently, the organic composition of capital is the ratio C/V. For example, if capital consists of 800 CFF 200 V, the organic composition of capital will be 4:1. Though composition of capital in value terms must not be confused with its organic composition. Though value composition of capital may change continuously in response to fluctuations in the market prices of means of production and labor power. The organic composition of capital only. 104. Changes under the impact of a change in the technical makeup. As capitalism develops and the accumulation of capital increases, there is a continuous growth in the organic composition of capital. Thus, in the manufacturing industry of the USA in 1889 it was 4.51, in 1939 6:1 and in 1966 8:1. The growth in the organic composition of capital reflects the fact that, as production grows, there is an increase in the mass of raw materials, machinery, instruments, and equipment compared with the amount of labor power used in production. If, for example, the initial organic composition of capital was 1:1, later it becomes 2:1, 3:1, 4:1, 5:1 and so on. This means that the share of variable capital in total capital drops from V2 to VA, V4, VS, 76, etc. Since, however, the demand for labor is determined not by capital in its entirety, but only by the variable part, the relative drop in variable capital results in the rate at which workers are drawn into production becoming slower and falling behind that of accumulation of capital. As a result, an increasing share of workers are unable to find an application for their labor. part of the working class proves to be surplus, in excess of the requirements of the accumulation of capital. So-called surplus population, or relative surplus population, unemployment, develops. When there is a constant relative surplus population, the capitalist lamb of population, discovered high Marx, makes itself felt. Though essence of the capitalist law of population consists in the fact that, the more surplus value is created, the greater the accumulation of capital and the greater its organic composition. And, the greater the accumulation of capital and its organic composition, the less labor is drawn into the production process. Though industrial reserve army and its forms. The fact that workers are ousted from the production process results in the formation of an army of unemployed people in the capitalist countries. The main reason for the formation of an industrial reserve array under capitalism is the rise in the organic 105. Position of capital, i.e., the more rapid growth of constant than variable capital. In addition, however, there are other factors that intensify the growth of unemployment, an extension of the working day and a higher intensity of production, since capitalists make use of the present of an army of unemployed to force workers who have jobs to work for 2, 3, or more people, and this facilitates the growth of the industrial reserve army, the spread of female and child labor, because the use of technology and simplified job operations make it possible for women and children to be drawn into production, and, since their labor is paid for at a lower rate, male adults are dismissed. See, the ruin of small producers, since the accumulation of capital is accompanied by an intensification of the process by WHI_H. The small producers, peasants and artisans are ruined and swell the ranks of the army of unemployed. The industrial reserve army of labor is essential for capitalism to exert a constant pressure on those workers who are in work. It allows the capitalist to reduce the workers' wages and increase the intensity of labor, on threat of dismissal, i.e., to step up the exploitation of the working class. This is why the capitalists have a vested interest in a certain level of unemployment being maintained. Relative surplus population, or unemployment, takes a variety of forms in the capitalist countries. There are three main ones: floating, latent and stagnant. Let us consider each in turn. Floating relative surplus population consists in the mass of workers getting jobs then losing them again, so that, overall, there are always a certain number of unemployed people. Workers are drawn into production when there is expansion and now enterprises are being opened, but they are dismissed again following a cut in production, the introduction of new machinery, the closure of enterprises, and so on. This form of unemployment is the most widespread in towns and industrial centers. Latent surplus population, or agrarian overpopulation, consists in there being a permanent surplus of workers in agriculture. This surplus appears hence those small peasants, who own minute plots of land, can hardly make ends meet and are always prepared to sell their labor power, if a purchaser can be found. At the same time, a differentiation takes place of the tenji peasantry. It becomes stratified into rich and poor. A huge mass of agricultural proletariat forms, consisting of people working for wages for rich peasants, the rural bourgeoisie. But the rich peasants and capitalist farms, which own most of the land, make increasing use of machinery, and the demand for workers in agriculture drops in absolute terms. In order just to survive, agricultural laborers go to the towns and industrial settlements, and there swell the ranks of the unemployed. The stagnant form of relativo surplus population consists in the existence of a mass of workers without permanent jobs. The standard of living of THESO workers is considerably below the average for the working class as a whole. Apart from those main forms, there is also the lowest level of surplus population, including vagrants, criminals, beggars, etc. As capitalism develops, relativo surplus population grows. Under capitalism, unemployment is an undeniable fact, so bourgeois economists were faced with the problem of explaining its emergence and existence. Majathes's misanthropic population theory. The majority of bourgeois economists attempt to explain the emergenco of unemployment and poverty by the eternal and natural laws of nature. The most reactionary theory was put forward in 1798 by Malthus, a British economist and clergyman. His basic thesis was that, right from the emergenco of human society, population had supposedly been multiplying geometrically, while the mean of subsistence, owing to the limited nature of natural wealth, grows only arithmetically. According to Malthus, this correlation means that vast numbers of people on earth are superfluous, they cannot find work or food. May thus drew his conclusion on a false statistical basis. In spite of the fact that Malthus's theory is patently absurd, the bourgeoisie greeted it enthusiastically, since it allowed all the sores of capitalism to be justified. Unemployment could be explained by the overrapid absolute growth in the numbers of the working class, and poverty by 107. The surplus of eaters and shortage of means of subsistence. In Malthus's opinion, the proletariat could be delivered from unemployment, poverty, and starvation not by abolishing the capitalist order, but by refraining from marrying or by artificially limiting the birth rate. In addition, May thus considered calamities such as wars, epidemics, so on as boons for humanity. They destroy the surplus numbers of population and make its size correspond to the amount of means of subsistence available. Progressive-minded people in all countries immediately took up arms against Malthus's doctrine. The active fighters against misanthropic Malthusianism included the Russian Revolutionary Democrats Chernyshevsky, Pisarev, and others. In his theory of the accumulation of capital, Marx completely unmasked the falsity of Malthus's assertions. Yet Malthusianism still finds its supporters in the capitalist world. It has become particularly widespread in the USA. For instance, William Vogt's book Road to Survival asserts that only 500 to 900 million people can live on Earth and that the rest are redundant people who should be annihilated. Robert Cook's book Human Fertility, The Modern Dilemma states that though population growth constitutes a terrible threat to human existence, the real reason for unemployment, poverty, and starvation under capitalism was proved scientifically by the founders of Marxism-Leninism. It is trio-capitalist mode of production, with its thirst for accumulation of capital, that uncures unemployment, poverty, and starvation among the working people. In order to get rid of these evils, the overthrow of capitalism in a revolutionary way is necessary. This is graphically evidenced by the development of the socialist countries. 2. The general law of capitalist accumulation. The essence of the general law of capitalist accumulation. The deterioration of the situation of the working class and growing unemployment are a result of the operation of the laws of capitalist production rather than the laws of nature. The greater the social wealth, Marx wrote, the 108. Fuclianae capital, to be extent and energy of its growth, and, therefore, also the absoluto mass of the proletariat and evo productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in direct proportion to the torment of the activo labor. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of TLIO working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. 1. And so, the general law of capitalist accumulation consists in the accumulation of capital creating the conditions for a growth of wealth at one pole in the hands of the capitalist class and a growth of unemployment and shortage of means of subsistence at the other among the working class. Though general law of capitalist accumulation is a concrete manifestation of the operation of the basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value. It is the pursuit of greater surplus value that leads to the accumulation of wealth, to the luxury, parasitism, and wastefulness of the bourgeoisie. The more wealth the bourgeoisie accumulates, the greater the army of the unemployed, the higher the degree of exploitation of those workers who have jobs, and the worse their material situation. The accumulation of capital and deterioration of the situation of the proletariat are, therefore, two inseparable aspects of capitalist society. Relative and absolute deterioration of the position of the proletariat. As capitalism develops, there is a relative deterioration of the position of the proletariat. This means that as the social wealth grows, the share of the workers in the total value newly created in society falls while that of the capitalists rises. A clear example of TB progressing relative impoverishment of the working class is provided by the developed capitalist countries the USA, Britain, France, and others. Thus, the share of the working people i.e. the U.S. national. 1 K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 603. 109. Income in 1890 was 56% while in 1923 it was 54% and at present it is less than 50%. Yet, while the share of the working class in the national income is falling, that of the capitalist class is constantly rising. In the USA the exploiting classes appropriate over half the national income, while they constitute only about a tenth of the whole population of the country. The relative worsening in the condition of the working class is expressed in a change in the correlation between wages and profits to the detriment of the working class and to the benefit of the capitalists. The general law of capitalist accumulation engenders a tendency towards an associate worsening of the material condition of the working class, too. Under capitalism, the lot of the worker is an existence full of insecurity concerning the future. Though accumulation of capital constantly reproduces the worker as a wago work throwing him onto the labor market and turning him into a subject of exploitation. On the one hand, it dooms the greater part of the working class to excessive labor and terrible exploitation, on the other, it creates a vast army of unemployed people. The absolute deterioration of the position of the working class means a worsening of the workers' working and living conditions, a drop in real wages, a rise in the cost of living, an increase in the army of unemployed in both town and countryside, a rise in the intensity of labor, a deterioration of housing conditions, and so on. Let us take a closer look at some of these factors. The cost of living in the capitalist countries is rising. Thus, for example, taking the cost of living index in the USA in 1970 as 100, the figures for 1975 and 1978 would be 139 and 168 respectively. Consequently, the cost of living in the USA rose by 68% from 1970 to 1979. In the USA, the method used to calculate the officially accepted poverty line is based on the family food budget. It follows that, as the cost of living rises, the poverty line also rises. In 1964 it was $3,130 a year for an Irhan family of 4, in 1969 $3,743, in 1972 $4,275, and in 1973 $4,500. According to official data, in 1969 there were 24.3 million people with incomes below the official poverty line, while in 1973 there were 25.5 million and in 1979 26 million. 110. In 1978, the cost of living index was 270, in Britain, 224, in Australia, 167, in Austria, 179, in India, 310, in Spain, 309, in Mexico, 270, in France, and 211, in Japan. The major factor accounting for the tendency towards an associate worsening in the condition of the working class under capitalism is growing unemployment. Mass unemployment is constant and chronic in the capitalist countries. Apart from people who are completely out of work, there are millions of partially unemployed, working less than a full working week or day. Thus, in the USA, after the Second World War the number of fully unemployed was 2 to 3 million, while in 1978 it was 6 million. Almost 10 million workers are not in full-time work. During the 1970s, the army of unemployed in the developed capitalist countries totaled, and in 1980 they numbered 19 million. Unemployment means deprivation and suffering not only for the workers themselves, it makes the condition of the entire working class worse, since the capitalists use it to reduce wages. One indication of the drop in the standard of living of the working class is the continuous rise in the intensity of labor in capitalist enterprises. Excessive intensification of labor, together with the lack of the necessary safety measures, leads to injury on a mass scale. In the USA, for instance, one worker is killed or crippled at work every 3 minutes and one worker receives some kind of injury every 11 seconds. While considering the question of the tendency towards an absolute impoverishment of the proletariat, account must be taken of the condition of the working people in the economically backward and dependent countries, where imperialism has left a legacy of poverty and a high death rate, and also of the ruin and impoverishment of the overwhelming majority of the peasantry and artisans in all capitalist countries. Such, briefly, are some of the factors behind the absolute worsening in the condition of the working people in the capitalist countries. The absolute impoverishment of the proletariat must not be understood as a steady drop in the working people's standard of living everywhere, year after year, day after day. The living standards of certain strata of the working 111. Pueblo may also in one or several countries, while it is dropping generally in the world capitalist economy as a whole. When describing the condition of the working people in the capitalist conelrios, it must be remembered that though given level ol material well-being of TB working class is determined by the bianco of the class forces of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat throughout the history of capitalism, the workers have been waging a persistent struggle for an improvement in their living conditions. This struggle is a factor countering the fall in the standard of living of the working class. The late 1960s and early 1970s saw an upsurge in the strike struggle of the working people in the capitalist countries. Attempts to reduce the heat of the class struggle by certain social reforms are not successful. The numbers of those participating in strikes rose during the 1970s by more than a third, reaching, according to only official figures, 250 million people. There is a steady rise in the political activity of the working class. Bourgeois economists attempt to ameliorate on the truth of capitalism, putting forward a multitude of theories to refute the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the relative and absolute worsening in the condition of the working masses under capitalism. One such theory is the theory of people's capitalism. Those who support the theory of people's capitalism declare that, under capitalism, workers' wages grow so fast that the class differences between workers and capitalists are steadily erased. The workers' wages suffice for them to buy cars, houses, shares, and to open deposit accounts in banks. In many enterprises the workers receive a share of the profits. People's capitalism, its defenders assert, brings a revolution in incomes, which results in a narrowing of the gap headway on the way of life of the rich and that of the poor, and the material wealth is distributed evenly among the members of society. As a consequence, class antagonism is replaced by equality, and, so they claim, the Marxist-Leninist theory of the class struggle is no longer applicable, for each worker can, if he is industrious and thrifty, become a capitalist. The facts, however, refute these assertions. The advocates of class posts and harmony of the classes attempt, by means of such assert theories, to distract the working people from the struggle for their fundamental class interests, to split the organized labor. 112. Movement, morally disarm the working class and create among it the illusion that it is possible to eliminate the evils of the capitalist system without any revolutionary struggle. The historical trend of capitalist accumulation. Marx made a comprehensive analysis of the accumulation of capital and showed the historical trend of capitalist accumulation. The starting point of the emergence of capitalist property is private property of small commodity producers. During the feudal period, petty commodity production began to disintegrate and capitalist elements to appear. But this was a very slow process. it was supplemented by the enforced expropriation of those small producers during the period of the primitive accumulation of capital. As a result of this expropriation, capitalist property became the predominant form of property. Once they had become consolidated, the capitalist relations of production, based on large-scale private ownership of the means of production by capitalists, facilitated, during the first stage of their development, the rapid development of the productive forces, an increasing technological advance, the combination of the labor of many hundreds and thousands of workers. Production became social in character. The social character of production intensified even further the operation of the economic laws inherent in capitalism. The basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value, determines the growth of the exploitation of the working class and, on this basis, a step up in the accumulation of capital. During the process of the accumulation of capital, the organic composition of capital rises and the scale of production increases. The process of the socialization of production is accompanied by a constant drop in the number of capitalist tycoons, whose social wealth is concentrated in their hands, and they appropriate the results of the collective labor of millions of the working people. The more capitalism develops, the more the social character of the production process conflicts with the private capitalist form of property. Private property becomes an LDIN 113 obstacle to the further development of the productive forces. The socialization of labor by capital propares the objective preconditions for TB fall of capitalism. But the operation of TB specific laws of capitalism also creates the subjective preconditions for the decline of capitalism. The growth of capital and the scale of production is accompanied by a constant numerical growth of the working class. Owing to the very mechanism of capitalist production itself, the working class unites, organizes, and prepares its soul for its role as manager of production in the new, socialist society. During the process of capitalist accumulation, unemployment increases, the condition of the working class deteriorates and, at the same time, its struggle grows in intensity. TB working class comes increasingly to understand that the only way to rid itself of exploitation and its lack of rights is the revolutionary destruction of capitalism. Thus, capitalism itself prepares the objectivo and subjective conditions for its own abolition. The essence of the historical trend of capitalist accumulation consists in the preparation of the necessary conditions for expropriation of capitalist private property and for the collapse of capitalism and triumph of socialism. Marx wrote, along with the constantly diminishing number of TB magnates of capital, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows TB revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of TB process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Centralization of TB means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. This integument is burst asunder. Though knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated when the inevitability of the collapse of capitalism is confirmed by TB entire course of historical development. Thus, in 1917, the working class of Russia, in close alliance with the poorest peasantry and under the leadership of the Communist Party, headed by V. I. Lenin, carried through TB Great October Socialist Revolution. During the revolutionary transformations, the working class of Russia expropriated the bourgeoisie, eliminated private ownership of the modes of production and, in its place, established public, socialist ownership of them. TBs also confirmed new relations of production between the members of society, relations of cooperation and socialist mutual assistance between people free from exploitation. After TB's Second World War, TB peoples of many other countries set out along the path of fundamental socio-economic transformations and are successfully building socialism today. Revision exercises. 1. Ubat are simple and extended reproduction? 2. What is the organic composition of capital? 3. What is the essence of the capitalist law of surplus population? 4. What are the reasons for the emergence and the forms of unemployment under capitalism? 5. What is the essence of the general law of capitalist accumulation? 6. Explain TB relative and absolute worsening in TB condition of the working class under capitalism. 7. What is the historical trend of capitalist accumulation? Chapter V. The conversion of surplus value into profit, and its distribution between the various groups of exploiters. L. Specific forms of capital. In the preceding chapters we have considered the relations between the proletariat and the industrial bourgeoisie, abstracting from the fact that there are also other groups of exploiters, the commercial bourgeoisie, Hank ERS, agricultural capitalists, and HIG landowners, who all participate in exploiting the working people and who divide the tin plus value produced by the workers between themselves. The reasons for the division of the bourgeoisie into specific groups must be sought in the conditions of capitalist production itself. The movement of capital. Capital is constantly on the move. A halt or slowdown in the movement of capital means a complete loss or drop in the surplus value received by the capitalist. During its movement, capital goes through a number of stages and takes a variety of forms. At the first stage, capital functions in the sphere of circulation in the form of money. The capitalist uses this money to hui means of production and labor power, he preparing for the process of capitalist production itself. The movement of capital at this stage may be illustrated by the formula. Thus, at the first stage, capital is transformed from the money form into the form of productivo capital. During the second stage, capital functions in the sphere of production, where wage workers are united with the means of production. The workers' labor creates new commodities that embody new value, including surplus value. The movement of capital at this stage is expressed by the formula, LP MP C. Thus, at the second stage, capital is transformed from its productive form into the form of commodity capital. At the third stage, capital functions once again in the sphere of circulation, where the commodities that have been produced are realized. Commodity capital is transformed into money capital. The movement of capital at this stago is expressed thus, cm. Thus, capital begins its movement in money form and finally returns to this form, but the capitalist receives more money than he initially put into circulation. This movement of capital, i.e., the consecutive transformation of capital from one form to another and its passago through 3 stages, is called the circuit of capital. The circuit of capital breaks down into 2 stages of circulation and 1 of production. The circuit of capital. The circuit of money capital / LP. M. C. The value of the constant capital, Li the value of the variable capital, and M surplus value. Of these 3 parts, the capitalist pays for only the first 2, which constitute his production costs. Capitalist production costs consist, consequently, in outlays on constant and variable capital. When the capitalist sells the commodity produced in his enterprise, surplus value appears as the sum received in excess of the production costs. When determining the profitability of the enterprise, the capitalist compares this excess with the amount of capital spent or advanced, i.o., with the production costs. The ratio of surplus value to total capital is profit. Profit is surplus value taken in relation to the total amount of capital invested in production and acts as if it were engendered by this capital. In fact, however, it is surplus value and is engendered only by the variable part of capital. This is why Marx calls profit a transmuted form of surplus value. The profitability of the capitalist enterprise is measured by the rate of profit, which is the ratio of surplus value to the total capital advanced, in percentage terms. For example, if the capital advanced is $200,000, and surplus value for the 119. Year is $40,000, the rate of profit will be PNPR asterisk 00 asterisk, SFIM asterisk 10L equals 2. The rate of profit must be distinguished from the rate of surplus value. In one and the same enterprise, the rate of profit is always below the rate of surplus value. In the given case, the rate of surplus value will be 100% equals GIJJG x 100% equals 100%. The rate of profit is the motive force behind capitalist production. The mid-19th century British trade unionist and journalist T.J. Dunning said aptly concerning the role played by the rate of profit under capitalism: with adequate profit, capital is very bold. According 10%er will ensure its employment any barrow, 20%er certain will produce egamus, 50%er positive audac ity, 100%er will make it ready to trample on all human laws, 300%er and there is not a crime at which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. 1. This description is fully confirmed by the way today's capitalists behave. The wealth and might of the American billionaires, the Morgans, Rockefellers, DuPonts, etc. were created and are maintained in violation of all human rights and laws. The formation of the average rate of profit and the price of production. The capitalist economy consists of a multitude of various enterprises producing all sorts of commodities. Enterprises producing similar products operate under different conditions. They differ in scale, amount of technology available and organization of production. As a consequence, the individual value of commodities produced in different enterprises also differs. But intrasectoral competition, i.e., competition between capitalists in one and the same industry, results in the prices of commodities being determined not by the individual expenditure of labor on their. 1 quoted from K. Marx, Capital, Volume I, p. 712. 120. Production, not their individual values, but high though market value of these commodities. 5. The price of commodities is determined by their market value. An enterprise with sophisticated technology and high labor productivity is in a favorable position. Such enterprises receive extra profit, or super profit. Under free competition, however, this situation cannot last long. High profits attract everyone. Capitalists who own enterprises with less sophisticated technology strive to update it, introduce technological improvements, and raise the productivity and intensity of their workers' labor. As a result, the value of the commodities in these enterprises falls to the level of the individual value of those product and high advanced enterprises, so this value now becomes the market, or social value. The enterprises that previously received super profit cease to do so. But new technological improvements once again create the conditions for these or other enterprises to receive super profit. In capitalist society, in addition to intrasectoral competition, there exists intersectoral competition, i.e., competition between capitalists who have invested their capitals in different industries. This type of competition leads to the rate of profit being equal in the various industries, or, the same thing, to equal capitals receiving equal profit. Let us look at how the rate of profit is equalized between capitalists. Suppose there are 3 industries in society: the leather, textile, and engineering industries, and that equal capitals are invested in them, hut capitals with different organic compositions. If though capital advanced in each of these industries is 100 units, let us assume that the capital invested in the leather industry consists of 70 units of constant and 30 units of variable capital, that invested in the textile industry of 80 units of constant and 20 of variable, that invested in engineering of 90 and 10 units respectively. Though rate of surplus value in each of these industries we shall take as 100%er. This means that 30 units of surplus value will be produced in the leather industry, 20 in the textile industry and 10 in engineering. Though value of the commodities in the first industry will be 130, in the second 120 and in the third 110, and in all three industries together 360 units. If we assume that the commodities are sold at value, the rate of profit in the leather industry will be 30.121 cent, in the textile industry 20% and in engineering 10%. This would be profitable for the capitalists in the leather industry, but not for those in engineering. In the pursuit of profit, the latter will transfer their capital from engineering into the leather industry. As a result of the flow of capitals, the leather industry will produce more output than is demanded. The price of leather goods will fall, and so, too, will the rate of profit, say to 20%. At the same time, production will fall in engineering, while demand remains the same. The changed ratio of supply to demand will allow entrepreneurs to raise their prices for engineering goods. There will be a corresponding rise in the rate of profit, for example, from 10 to 20%. Thus, the flow of capitals from one industry to another equalizes the various rates of profit, making them all correspond to the average rate of profit. Average profit is profit equal for capitals of equal size invested in various branches of production. With the formation of the average rate of profit, commodities are no longer sold at value, but at a price consisting of production costs and average profit. Though price equal to the production costs of the commodity, plus average profit, is called the price of production. The equalization of the various rates of profit to the average and the process of the formation of the price of production can be illustrated by the following table. As can be seen from the table, the various rates of profits were equalized with the average rate of profit. The price of production diverged from the value of the commodity. 122. Dite. In one industry it was above value, in another it was below it. In industries with a low organic composition of capital, this is the leather industry in our example, the price of production is low value and profit less than the surplus value in production. In industries with an average organic composition of capital, the price of production coincides with value and profit with surplus value. In industries with a high organic composition of capital, the price of production is above value and profit higher than surplus value. This excess of the price of production over value was created by the workers in the industries with a low organic composition of capital, but it is appropriated by the capitalists in those with a high organic composition of capital. Consequently, the workers are exploited not only by the capitalists for whom they actually work, but also by the entire capitalist class. The whole class has a vested interest in raising the degree of exploitation of the workers, since this leads to a higher average rate of profit. This is why the capitalists form a united front in their class struggle against the proletariat. The working class, exploited by all the capitalists, must also show class solidarity and act in a united front. A partial struggle for the interests of workers, a struggle against individual capitalists, cannot bring any fundamental change in the condition of the working class. The working class can only throw off the yoke of capital if it abolishes the system of capitalist exploitation. This conclusion is what constitutes the tremendous political significance of Marx's theory of average profit for the class struggle of the proletariat. As we have seen, under capitalism commodities are sold not at twire value, but at the price of production. This does not mean, however, that the law of value is violated. The price of production is a transmuted form of value. Some capitalists sell their commodities at prices above value, others at ones below it, but, taken together, all capitalists receive the full value of commodities and the profit of the entire class of capitalists coincides with the total mass of surplus value produced in society. On the scale of all society, the sum of the prices of production is equal to the sum of the value of commodities, and the mass of profit to the mass of surplus value. Thus, the law of value operates through the prices of production. 123. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall. As capitalism develops, the organic composition of capital rises. This means that there is an increase in the amount of raw material, the number of machines and amount of equipment in enterprises. The number of workers also rises, but more slowly, so variable capital grows more slowly than constant capital does. Yet the higher the organic composition of capital, the lower the rate of profit. This does not, however, imply that the mass of profit also falls. Here is an example. Social capital of $100 billion, consisting of 70 C plus 30 C, doubles in 20 years to reach $200 billion. Its organic composition has also risen to 160 C plus 40 I. Given a 100% rate of surplus value, in the first instanco though mass of profit is $30 billion, in the second $40 billion. At the same time, the rate of profit has dropped from 30 to 20%. A drop in the rate of profit is as inevitable as a rise in the organic composition of capital. At the same time, there are a number of factors working against this drop. The main factor counteracting the drop in the rate of profit is the rise in the degree of exploitation of the workers. Let us return to our example. Assume that the degree of exploitation in the second instance has risen to 200%. Profits will now be $80 billion, while the rate on of profit will he x 100% equals 40%. Thus, an intensification of the exploitation of the working class leads to an increase in the rate of profit. There are also other factors counteracting the fall in the rate of profit: a drop in workers' wages below the value of their labor power, economies of constant capital at the expense of the workers' health and lives, and so on. All these factors only diminish the fall in the rate of profit, giving it the nature of a tendency, they do not eliminate it altogether. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall exacerbates capitalist contradictions to the extreme. The contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie intensifies, for in an attempt to slow down the drop in the rate of profit, the bourgeoisie steps up the exploitation of the working 124 class. The contradictions within the capitalist camp also intensify. The capitalists strive to transfer their capitals to industries with a higher rate of profit. This leads to very fierce competition between capitalists and, eventually, to the ruin of some and enrichment of others. Though contradictions between capitalist powers also grow. In the pursuit of the maximum rate of profit, capitals from the major developed states race both into the economically backward countries and into other countries, including developed ones under certain conditions. By exacerbating capitalist contradictions, the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall demonstrates the historically limited and transient character of the capitalist mode of production. 3. Commercial profit: industrial and commercial capital. Surplus value is created in the process of production by the labor of the working class. It is appropriated primarily by industrial capitalists, who own enterprises. It is from this that all the other groups of the exploitative class, including merchant capitalists, receive surplus value. Why does the industrial capitalist hand over part of the surplus value to the merchant? In the capitalist economy, commodities are produced for sale, so, in addition to being produced, the commodity has to be sold. As a rule, the industrial capitalist sells his commodity to the merchant, who is responsible for the further movement of the commodity towards the consumer. The function of commercial capital consists in transforming commodity capital into money capital. If it were not for the morband capitalist, the industrialist would vote to have additional capital for equipping trading premises, hiring trade personnel, etc. But the industrial capitalist entrusts this to the merchant, who, being in touch with the demand on the market, can realize the commodity faster. Commercial capital is, on the scala of society, additional capital that is isolated from industrial capital and counterposes it in the form of the capital of merchant capital. Ists, who receive part of the profit. The profit received by merchants is called commercial profit. The source of commercial profit. Commercial profit is the part of surplus value handed over by the manufacturer to the merchant for marketing his commodities. Industrial capitalists sell commodities to merchants at prices below the prices of production, while the merchants realize them at the prices of production. The commercial capitalists appropriate the difference and so, equally with industrialists, receive average profit on their capital. If the profit of the commercial capitalist were lower than average, trading would be an unprofitable business and the merchant would transfer his capital to industry. Both industrialists and merchants receive average profits. This does not mean, however, that they receive an equal mass of profit. The industrial capitalist, who spends considerably more capital on production than the merchant does on realizing commodities, will also receive a great mass of profit. But for equal shares of capital spent, their profits will be the same. When it takes the form of commercial profit, surplus value is disguised even more, the capital of the merchant does not participate in production and the impression is created that profit arises from trading itself. Costs of circulation. The realization of commodities requires certain outlays. These are called the costs of circulation. There are two types of capitalist circulation costs, net or real costs and additional costs. Net costs of circulation are directly connected with the sale and purchase of commodities. They include outlays on turning commodities into money and vice versa, the greater part of the expenditure on paying for the labor of workers in trade, on maintaining trading companies, on advertising, and outlays arising from competition and speculation. Net costs of circulation add no value to the commodity and are covered by the capitalists out of the part of surplus value received. 126. From industrial capitalists. Most of the costs of circulation of capitalist trade are net costs. Additional costs of circulation are connected with the continuation of the production process in the sphere of circulation. They include expenditure, necessary for society and independent of the specifics of the capitalist economy, on storing, finishing, transporting, and packaging goods. Only once it has been delivered to the consumer can a product be consumed. The labor spent on finishing, transporting and packaging goods adds new value to that of the commodities, so these costs of circulation in no way differ from costs of production. Under capitalism the costs of circulation are constantly rising, especially the net costs, although so connected with advertising. The costs of circulation in the capitalist countries constitute roughly a third of the sum total of retail turnover and are a heavy burden for the working people. The forms of capitalist trade. Foreign trade. In the modern capitalist economy there are two main forms of trade: wholesale and retail. Wholesale trade is between capitalists. Retail trade is the sale of commodities directly to the population. Of major importance in wholesale trade are wholesale markets, where trade takes place on the basis of samples, where supply and demand for commodities on the scala of the country are concentrated, and often on that of the whole capitalist world. Foreign trade, i.o., the trade between countries, consists of exports and imports. The price ratio of exports to imports constitutes the balance of trade, which may be active or passive. If a country exports more than it imports, the balance of trade is active; if it imports more than it exports, it is passive. The marketing of commodities on the foreign market allows capitalists to expand their production and thus increase their profits. Particularly profitable for the capitalists in the industrially developed countries is trade with the economically less developed countries. This is because 127. Consumer goods are sold to these countries at relatively higher prices than those at which raw materials are purchased from foreign. Foreign trade is one of the ways in which the developed bourgeois countries fetter the economically backward ones. For loan capital. Joint stock companies loan capital and interest. During the circuit of capital, not only commercial capital, but also money capital, taking the form of loan capital, is separated out. Where does the spare money capital come from? If, for example, an industrialist sells his finished product monthly, and whose raw materials once every 6 months, for 5 months he has idle money on his hands. If he capitalist accumulates money for replacing worn-out parts of liquid capital, again temporarily idle sums of money will accumulate. These sums will he spent on purchasing new equipment only after several years. At other times the capitalist needs money, for instance, if he did not manage to sell his output hefero needing to purchase more raw material. Consequently, at any one time, some capitalists will have a temporary excess of money capital, while others will be in need of it. The capitalists with the idle money loan it out, i.e., give it to other capitalists for their temporary use. Loan capital is money capital loaned out for a specific period of time for recompense, called interest. Interest is though part of profit that the industrial or merchant capitalist gives to the loaning capitalist for the loan granted to him. The industrial or merchant capitalist uses the money he receives to invest in production or trade. Consequently, a distinguishing feature of loan capital is that it is not used by the capitalist to whom it belongs. The industrialist uses loan capital in production to hire workers, and derive surplus value. Part of this surplus value he pays the loaning capitalist in the form of interest. Thus, the interest on loans is one form of surplus value. 128. For example, if the industrial capitalist is granted a loan of $100,000, given an average ROI of profit of 20%, or the mass of profit on this capital will be $20,000. Out of this profit, the industrial capitalist pays the loaning capitalist interest. The rate of interest is the ratio of the sum of the interest to the capital loaned. If the level of loan interest, or the rate of interest, is $3,000 out of the $20,000 profit will be paid as interest on the capital of $100,000. The remaining $17,000 profit is appropriated by the industrial capitalist. This part of profit is called profit of enterprise. The proportions into which average profit is divided between interest and profit of enterprise depends on the ratio of supply and demand in regard to loan capital. The higher the demand for money capital, the higher the rate of interest, and, on the contrary, the lower the demand for money capital, the lower the rate of interest. Since interest is merely part of average profit, the rate of interest cannot exceed the average rate of profit. With the development of capitalism, the rate of interest shows a tendency to fall. This is because, first, the average rate of profit tends to fall and, second, as capitalism develops, the total mass of loan capital greatly increases. More capital is offered than is required. These factors are also responsible for the drop in level of loan interest. Capitalist credit. Banks and bankers' profit. The movement of loan capital takes place in the form of credit. There are two types of capitalist credit, commercial and bank credit. Commercial credit is used when industrial and merchant capitalists sell one another commodities on credit in exchange for a promissory note obliging the purchaser to pay a certain sum of money by a particular date. Bank credit is credit granted by loaning capitalists to industrialists and merchants. Bank credit is granted out of the temporarily idle money capital deposited in banks. Under capitalism, a bank is a capitalist concern acting as go-between for creditors and debtors. Bank operations consist in accumulating idle money capitals and incomes, and putting them at the disposal of investing capitalists, as well as the bourgeois state. In addition, bankers invest capital directly in industrial and trading enterprises, thereby becoming investing capitalists themselves. The purpose of bank operations, as of those of other capitalist enterprises, is to make a profit. The source of bankers' profit is surplus value created in production. Bankers' profit is the difference between the interest charged by the bank on the loans it grants and the interest it pays on deposits. Deposits are the temporarily idle sums of money placed in banks by capitalists, merchants, landowners, and other strata of the population. The bank pays a lower rate of interest than it charges for loans, and appropriates the difference. Though banker uses this difference to cover the expenditure involved in fulfilling banking operations, while the remainder constitutes the banker's profit. Capitalist competition spontaneously brings this profit to the level of the average rate-OI profit on the bank's own capital. The greater part of a bank's capital is received through deposits. 130. In addition to acting as go-between in credit operations, banks also settle accounts between capitalists and carry out a wide variety of monetary operations. Consequently, the bank fulfills the role of cashier for many capitalists. Under capitalism, banks are a special system for the spontaneous distribution of money resources between sectors of the economy. But this distribution of resources takes place in the interests of the capitalists, rather than of society. Capitalist credit, which closely links the various sectors of the economy, promotes the further growth of the socialization of labor. But though socialization of labor proceeds on the basis of private ownership of the means of production, as a result, the development of credit further exacerbates the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production and intensifies the anarchy within it. Joint stock companies. At the dawn of capitalism, factories and plants were founded by individual entrepreneurs. Later on, however, such huge construction projects as railways, docks, iron and steel works, motor works, etc., required more capital than the individual capitalist had at his disposal. Joint stock companies began to be set up, and they became widespread in the second half of the 19th century in industry, railway construction, and banking. A joint stock company is a form of undertaking whose capital consists of contributions made by its participants, each of whom holds a certain number of shares corresponding to the amount of capital he invested. A share is a security certifying the investment of a certain amount of money in the joint stock company. The owner of a share has the right to recover part of the profits of the undertaking. The income paid out on shares is called a dividend. Shares are bought and sold on stock exchanges for particular prices, called the share quotation. Though stock exchange is a market for securities, especially shares, and it is here that they are bought and sold, and their quotations set. The quotation price of shares depends on two factors: the level of interest banks pay on deposits and the annual income brought in by each share. If a $100 share brings an income of $10 a year, it will be sold for that sum of money which, if invested in a bank, *131, would hang in the same $10 annually in the form of interest. Let us assume that the bank pays 5% annual interest on deposits. In this case, high share will be sold for $200 since, if this sum were deposited in the bank, the owner would receive $10 a year in the form of interest. A general meeting of the shareholders votes in a managerial board and appoints officials to organize and run the activities of the joint stock company. The number of votes at the general meeting depends on the number of shares. Since most shares are, as a rule, held by a small number of big capitalists, they are the virtual owners of the joint stock company. Practice has shown that it is not of an necessary to hold half the shares to be the full master of a joint stock company. Though number of shares held high an individual or a group of interconnected people and allowing them full control over the joint stock company is called the controlling block of shares. Capital that exists in the form of securities and brings its owners an income is called fictitious capital, because securities have no value in themselves. They merely indirectly reflect the movement of actual capital. The widespread of joint stock companies turns capitalists increasingly into recipients of interest and dividends, while the management of production is in the hands of hired managers and directors. Thus, capitalist ownership becomes even more parasitical. Shares are held by all strata of the population. This is to the capitalist's benefit. The more shareholders there are, the more capital is in the hands of the leading people in joint stock companies. The fact that individual groups of working people acquired shares provided bourgeois ideologists with the justification for their theory of the democratization of capital. This false theory asserts that, as a result of the development of the share form of undertaking, the nature of capitalism has changed and that the worker who buys a share supposedly becomes a joint owner of the joint stock company and can participate in its management. In fact, however, Joint stock companies are fully at the disposal of the HIG capitalists who hold the controlling block of shares. Big capitalists also enjoy all the advantages of share capital. Though working people, who hold a negligible proportion of the shares, do not play 132. Nor can see any role in the management of the joint stock company. We have already looked at how surplus value is transformed into profit and how it is derived by industrialists, merchants, and hankers. But under capitalism there is another exploitative class, HIG landowners. They also receive a share of the surplus value. This part of surplus value takes the form of the capitalist land rent. 5. Land rent and agrarian relations under capitalism. Capitalist land rent. Holcrow, does land rent come from, who creates it, and how does it get to the landowner? In answering these questions, Marxism-Leninism proceeds from the existence of capitalist agriculture, which is run by means of the exploitation of wage labor. It is also assumed that the landowner and the capitalist are different people. The owner of land does not himself do any farming. He rents out the land to a capitalist entrepreneur who has decided to invest his capital in agricultural production. The capitalist hires agricultural laborers who, in the process of production, create surplus value. This surplus value falls first of all into the hands of the tenant capitalist and is divided into two parts: his profit, equal to the average profit on invested capital, and an excess of average profit, which is appropriated by the landowner. This part of surplus value constitutes capitalist land rent. Why does the landowner appropriate part of the surplus value created by the workers hired by the tenant capitalist? Merely on the basis that he is the owner of the land and, without his permission, no one would have the right to farm it. This is why it is said that land rent is an economic form of the realization of private ownership of the land. If, however, the capitalist is the landowner, he appropriates the entire surplus value created by the agricultural laborers. Land rent under capitalism differs from feudal land rent. Under feudalism, land rent in all its forms expressed the feudal relations of production between the two main classes, landowners and serfs. 133. Under capitalism, land rent expresses relations between three classes: landowners, tenant capitalists, and hired agricultural laborers. Under feudalism, land rent accounted for the entire surplus product created by the peasants. Under capitalism, surplus value is divided between two exploiting classes: tenant capitalists and landowners. There are two types of rent, differential and absolute. The existence of these two types is connected, as Lenin shows, with the dual nature of monopoly of land as an economic object, which engenders differential rent, and monopoly of private ownership of the land, which engenders absolute rent. Differential rent. In industry, the value of a commodity and the price of production are determined by the average conditions of production. In farming, the price of production of agricultural produce is determined not by the average conditions of production, but by the conditions of production on the poorest land. 5. The area of land available is limited and cannot be increased indefinitely. Those capitalists who have rented the best and average plots of land are in a more favorable position than those who have rented the poorest. This monopoly of different plots of land rented by capitalists for farming engenders different incomes. Differential rent is the excess of surplus value over the average profit received from farming under the more favorable conditions. But it is not the land itself that is the source of rent. The labor applied to the best land is more productive and provides additional profit. There are three factors making it possible to obtain differential rent: differences in the fertility of individual plots of land, differences in the location of plots of land in relation to the market, differences in the productivity of additional capital invested in the land. Marx calls differential rent connected with differences in the fertility and location of plots of land differential rent I. Let us take, as an example, 3 plots of land of equal size, but differing in natural fertility. On each plot the tenant capitalist spends $100 on hiring workers, buying seed and equipment, etc. Since, however, though plots vary in fertility, though grain harvests will also differ, 134 centners of farm I, 5 on farm 2 and 6 on farm 3. Assuming that the average ROL of profit is 20%, or the price of production of ale grain on each farm will be $120. But what is the individual PICO of production of 1 centner of grain? On farm I, a centner of grain will cost $30, on farm 2 $24 and on farm 3 $20. On TBO market, however, the price of grain is set at the PICO on the poorest plot, i.e., $30 a centner. Otherwise, if the price was set at $24, the tenant capitalist farming the poorest plot would receive only $96, i.e., he would not even cover his costs, to say nothing of making no profit. Though capitalist farming the poorest plot of land would then leave farming, for he cannot transfer to a better plot, since all of them are already occupied by other tenant capitalists. The halt to farming on the poorest plots would mean a drop in the total grain yield. The prices of grain would then begin to rise, and when they reach at $30 a centner, it would once more be worthwhile to farm the poorest plots of land. Thus, the tenant capitalist on farm I sells his harvest for $120, that on farm 2 for $150 and that on farm 3 for $180. The additional surplus value received on farm 2 over and above the individual price of production is $30 and on farm 3 is $60. This is differential rent I. In tabular form, our exam PLE appears as follows. Consequently, differential rent is the additional surplus value over and above average profit, created by the labor of hired agricultural laborers. The labor of the workers on plots differing in fertility is of differing productivity, so it creates different amounts of surplus value. 135. The origins of differential rent I are also connected with the location of the plots of land. Here it is the distance from L.I.G. towns, waterways, or railways that plays a part. Farms located close to retail outlets save a considerable part of labor and means on the transportation of output compared with those located further from these points. By selling their produce at those same price as the tenant farmers from further away, they receive additional surplus value. Differential rent also arises when additional capital is invested in the land. The additional profit received as a result of intensive cultivation is called differential rent. Apart from differential rents I and II, the landowner also appropriates assault rent. Absolute rent. Price of land. Under capitalism, the land is the private property of individuals, so, in order to invest capital in agriculture, the consent of the landowner is required. The monopoly of private ownership of the land excludes any free flow of capitals from industry into agriculture. As a result, in agriculture, though organic composition of capital is lower than in industry. This means that, for equal capital invested, more surplus value is created in agriculture than in industry. If there were free movement or capital from industry into agriculture, the additional surplus value created in agriculture thanks to the lower organic composition of capital would be distributed between industry and agriculture. But that ownership of the land prevents it from being redistributed among the capitalists. Landowners appropriate this extra surplus value, taking it from those capitalists who have invested their capital in agriculture. Capitalists cannot organize agricultural production unless they pay the landowner for the use of his land. The sum taken by the landowner as the private owner of the land is called absolute rent. Let us take a look at the process by which absolute rent is formed, using the following example. Assume that the organic composition of capital in industry is 4:1, and that all capital consists of ADC plus 20. Given a rate of surplus 136. Value equal to 100%, or 20 units of surplus value will be produced. The value of all output is equal to 120 units. Organic composition of capital in agriculture is lower than in industry and is, for instance, 60 C will he 120, while the value of this product, at which it is sold, is 140. The difference between the value and price of production of agricultural produce constitutes absolute rent, which is a propriated fee the landowner. Thus, absolute rent consists of the excess of the value of agricultural produce over the social price of production. There were no private ownership of the land, this excess of value over the social price of production would be redistributed between all capitalists. As a result, average profit would rise. But private ownership of the land hampers the flow of capital from industry into farming, so agricultural produce is sold not at the price of production, but at the value of the output produced on the poorest land, the excess being appropriated by the landowner in the form of absolute rent. Consequently, the monopoly of the private ownership of the land is the reason for the existence of a solito rent paid on each plot of land, regardless of its fertility and location. The land is a gift of nature and has no intrinsic value, but under capitalism is bought and sold, i.e., it becomes a commodity. How is the price of land determined? The price of a plot of land depends on two factors, the annual income it brings in and the rate ot loan interests. If the landowner receives $10,000 rent a year from his land, he will sell it for that sum of money which, it deposited in a bank, would bring him the same income. Let us assume that the bank pays 4% interest on deposits. The landowner will then sell this land for $250,000, hecos if this sum is deposited in the bank it will bring in an annual income of $10,000 in the form of interest. Consequently, the price of land is capitalized rent, i.e., rent transformed into capital and bringing in an income in the 137. Form of interest. As capitalism develops, the price of land rises owing to the increase in rent and drop in the rate of loan interest. Specifics of the development of capitalism in agriculture. The development of capitalism in agriculture is subject to the same economic laws as in industry. At the same time, depending on the specific historical circumstances, the development of capitalism in agriculture proceeded differently. There were, however, two most typical development paths. The first consisted in landed estates being retained and, through gradual changes, transformed into capitalist ones. This is the course that the development of capitalism took, for example, in the agriculture of Germany, Tsarist Russia and Italy. The second path consists in the landed estates being eliminated by a revolution, the landowner's land being confiscated and sold to the peasants. Small farms emerge on which capitalist production rapidly develops. This is how capitalism developed in agriculture in the USA. However capitalism developed in agriculture, ownership of the land always becomes concentrated in the hands of the big bourgeoisie and, on this basis, a concentration of production takes place. The concentration of production leads to small peasant farms being ousted by big capitalist ones. Hecos large-scale production enjoys a number of decisive advantages over small. Large-scale production makes it possible to use agricultural machinery on a broad scale. On large farms, the productivity of labor is higher than on small ones. Major advantages of large-scale production are specialization in some particular sphere and a high marketability. Small production cannot compete with large-scale production, and goes out of business. In industry, the triumph of large-scale production over small is indisputable. As for agriculture, however, bourgeois economists represent it as some vague state of rural bliss and put forward a false theory concerning the stability of small peasant farming. In fact, however, small peasant farming is not stable at all, and keeps afloat only. 138. At the cost of unbelievable deprivation and exhaustive labor by the peasant and his family. Capitalism develops further in agriculture and intensifies the counterposition of town and village. The economic basis of this is exploitation of the peasantry by the urban bourgeoisie, ruin of the majority of the rural population during the development of industry, trade, credit, and tax systems. The countryside falls further and further behind the town in economic, political, and cultural terms. The difficult living conditions of the peasants make them realize the need to eliminate the capitalist system. As a result, the fundamental interests of the main mass of the peasantry coincide with those of the proletariat. Here lies the economic basis of the alliance of the proletariat with the toiling peasantry in their common struggle against capitalism. Nationalization of the land and land rent. A major reason for agriculture falling behind industry is private ownership of the land. Private landed property, as we have already seen, hampers the free flow of capitals from industry into agriculture. It prevents the tenant capitalist from investing additional capital in agriculture. All the benefits from this will, once the land lease expires, go to the landowner. Private ownership of the land engenders absolute rent, which goes into the pockets of landowners, who lead a parasitic way of life. This shows that private ownership is an obstacle to the development of the productive forces of capitalism, so the elimination of private ownership of the land becomes essential. No way in which this is achieved is nationalization of the land, i.e., the land is made state property. At the dawn of capitalism, individual members of the bourgeoisie came out for nationalization of the land. They proposed abolishing private ownership of the land and handing it over to the bourgeoisie. What would the consequences of this measure be if capitalism were retained? If the state took over the land, a solid rent would cease to exist, since it is engendered high private ownership of the land. Although nationalization of the land bourgeoisie would speed up the development of capitalism and its productive forces, the bourgeoisie is not, in practice, capable of implementing this. First, the abolition of private ownership of the land would shake the foundations of private ownership in general, including capitalist. Second, as capitalism developed, the bourgeoisie itself acquired land, so the interests of the bourgeoisie and landowners became increasingly intertwined. The abolition of private ownership of the land during the age of developed capitalism can only be carried out by a class that fights for the abolition of private property in general. This is the revolutionary proletariat. But proletarian nationalization of the land does not open the way for the development of capitalism. On the contrary, it is the beginning of the end for capitalism. Nationalization of the land in Russia after the October Revolution eliminated private ownership of the land and, thus, absolute rent, too. This measure was one of the most important conditions for the growth of the socialist form of large-scale fanning. Above we have considered the special forms taken by surplus value in the process of the movement of capital. We have discovered that the only source of income for all groups of bourgeoisie and landowners is the labor of wage workers creating surplus value. These same specific forms taken high surplus value conceal and mask the main class contradiction of capitalist society that between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. By analyzing the process of the production of surplus value, the accumulation of capital and the impoverishment of the proletariat, and also the process of the distribution of surplus value, Marx considered comprehensively the main class contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The historical task of the working class consists in resolving this irreconcilable contradiction, i.e., in eliminating the capitalist mode of production and exploitation once and for all. Revision exercises. 1. What are the stages that capital passes through in its movement? 2. What are capitalist production costs, profit, and the rate of profit? 140. 3. How are the average rate of profit and the price of production formed? 4. Describe the jaw of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 5. What are commercial capital and commercial profit? 6. What types of costs of circulation exist under capitalism and what is their essence? 7. What are loan capital, interest, and profit of enterprise? 8. What is a joint stock company? 9. What is the essence of capitalist land rent? 10. How are differential rent I and II formed? 11. How is absolute rent formed? 12. What are the chief courses of development of capitalism in agriculture? Chapter 6. The reproduction of social capital and economic crises. The capitalist economy consists of a multitude of individual, independent undertakings. Each capitalist produces the goods that bring him most profit at the given moment. As a result, capitalism develops in an unplanned, anarchical way. Though anarchy of production in capitalist society creates difficulties in marketing commodities and leads to economic crises of overproduction. Economic crises entail incalculable difficulties for the working people and exacerbate the contradictions of capitalism tremendously. They are a threatening reminder to capitalism of its inevitable downfall. Let us look at the mechanism of the capitalist reproduction of social capital as a whole. 1. Reproduction of social capital. Individual and social capital. Under capitalism, social production is not an integrated whole, but broken up between individual and public capitalist undertakings, each being private or state capitalist property and an independent production unit in relation to other undertakings. At the same time, reproduction in each individual undertaking depends on reproduction in all the others. Thus, reproduction in a motor works depends on other capitalists producing various machine tools, Instru. 142. Moods, auxiliary materials, fuel, consumer goods for the workers, and so on. The actions of individual capitalists and, consequently, the movement of individual capitals interact. The totality of individual capitals in their interdependence and interconnections constitute social capital as a whole. It is here that reproduction takes place under capitalism, in this intertwining of the movements of individual, independent capitals which, at the same time, constitute parts of the total social capital. In order for reproduction to take place, not only the individual capitalist, but also all capitalists in society must he blow on the market, to realize trio commodities they produce in their factories and plants and to buy the goods they need. In order to explain how the reproduction of all social capital takes place, let us look at the composition of the aggregate social product. The aggregate social product. The aggregate social product is the total mass of material wealth produced in society during a certain period, say a year. Looking at the aggregate social product in value terms, it consists of the value replacing the constant capital used up, i.e., covering wear and tear on equipment, the value of raw and other materials, etc., the value of replacing variable capital, i.e., the value of labor power, and surplus value, in other words, the value of the aggregate social product is C plus V plus M. Though individual parts of the aggregate social product play different roles in reproduction, constant capital must continue to serve the production process. Variable capital is transformed into wages, which the workers spend on satisfying their requirements, i.e., on reproducing labor power. Under simple reproduction, all surplus value is used by the capitalists to satisfy their own personal requirements. Under extended reproduction, part of it is consumed by the capitalists, while the remainder, usually the larger part, is used to purchase additional modes of production and hire additional labor power. 143. Also of major significance in an analysis of the reproduction and circulation of all social capital is the physical form of the aggregate social product. In physical terms, though aggregate social product consists of the means of production and consumer goods. Correspondingly, social production as a whole breaks down into two divisions, department/production of means of production, and department 2 production of consumer goods. The different physical parts of the aggregate social product play different roles in reproduction. Means of production provide for continued production, while modes of consumption satisfy people's personal requirements. The essence of the problem of realization. The reproduction of social capital presupposes that each individual capital and, consequently, all social capital must gradually complete its circuit, i.e., transfer from the mon EY to the productivo form, from the productive to the commodity form, and from the commodity back to the mon EY form, etc. This circuit can only take place if all capitalists and each owner individually can realize, i.e., sell their output. The process of realization consists in each part of the annual social product, in both value and physical terms, fulfilling its function in the process of production and being fully realized. What conditions are necessary for the entire product manufactured in the course of the year to be realized? The Marxist-Leninist theory of reproduction clarifies these conditions and shows that, during the development of capitalist production, these conditions are inevitably and constantly violated, this leading to economic crises of overproduction. The conditions for realization under simple capitalist reproduction. Under simple reproduction, the production process is repeat on the same scala as before, and the entire surplus value goes for the personal consumption of capitalists. We shall now consider the realization of the entire social product under simple reproduction. Let us assume 144. That the value of the constant capital expressed, for instance, i.e. millions of dollars, is 4,000 in Department 1 and that of variable capital I000, while surplus value is also 1,000. In Department 2 let the value of constant capital he 2,000, of variable capital 500 and of surplus value 500. Consequently, the aggregate social product will consist of the following parts: Department I, 4,000 C plus L000 Y plus 1,000 M equals 6,000, Department 2, 2,000 C plus 500 Y plus 500 M equals 3,000. In Department I, the value of the total product, 6,000, exists at the end of the year in the form of machines, raw materials, and so on. Meanwhile, for the production process to be continued, the workers and capitalists of this department need not only means of production, but also consumer goods. The output of Department I must be released. How does this take place? The part of Department I's output equal to 4,000 C will be sold to undertakings in the same department to replace the constant capital used up. The remaining part of the output of Department I is sold in the form of means of production to undertakings producing consumer goods. These means of production, to a sum of 2,000, serve to replace the constant capital in Department 2. In Department 2, the value of the total product existing in the form of consumer goods is 3,000. Consumer goods worth 2,000 product ed in Department 2 are exchanged for means of production produced in Department I. The remainder of the output of Department 2, also consisting of consumer goods, and constituting the reproduced value of variable capital and newly created surplus value, is sold to the workers and capitalists of this department. Thus, the entire social product is realized. The chief condition for realization under simple capitalist reproduction is the following equation: though sum of the variable capital and surplus value of Department I must be equal to the constant capital in Department 2. Let us explain this schematically. If those parts of the product that are realized within the department are signified by triangles, and those parts that are exchanged in the other department by rectangles, all interconnected by lines, we get the following scheme. 10-0530-145. This illustrates the chief condition law realization under simple capitalist reproduction, I equals IIC, from which two more conditions arise, ILCT-LLC, 2I plus 2. The conditions for realization under extended capitalist reproduction. Characteristic of capitalism is extended reproduction, or accumulation. In order for production to be increased, either existing undertakings must be expanded or now ones built. In both cases, a certain quantity of new means of production will have to be set in motion. And, since the means of production are produced by Department I, the part of Department I output that constitutes newly created value I must be greater than the constant capital of Department 2. Only on this condition will there appear a surplus of means of production that can be used to expand production in both departments. For example, Department I, 4,000 C plus L0000 plus 1,000 M equals 6,000, Department II, L500 C plus 750 IF 750 M equals 3,000. Under extended reproduction, TBO surplus value in each department breaks down into two parts, that personally consumed by capitalists and that accumulated. The latter is spent on acquiring additional means of production and hiring additional labor power. Suppose, the capitalists of Department I accumulate half their surplus value, i.e., 500. This means they must add 400 to constant capital and 100 to variable, i.e., spend the accumulated part of surplus value in those same proportion as the capital initially advanced. So the value composition of Department 1 as it must produce during the next year will ho 4,400 C plus 1,100 O. Out of the total product of Department I, 4,400 is realized in this department. The remaining 1,600 must be exchanged for the products of De 146. Part 2. But however, for the capitalists Department 11 to be able to purchase means of production to the sum of 1,600, they must increase their constant capital by 100 out of the surplus value of Department 2. These 100 units of surplus value, used to expand the constant capital of Department 2, require an increase in variable capital by 50, since TB initially advanced capital in Department 2 was spent in the ratio 2:1. The value composition of Department 2, as it goes into production the next year, will be 1,600 C plus 800 V. The process of the distribution of triomones of production and consumer goods within Departments I and II may be illustrated as follows. I 4,000 C plus L000 I slash plus 1,000 asterisk 7 equals 6,000. 2 1,500 C plus 750 I caret plus 750 asterisk 7 equals 3,000. 10 asterisk. Realization of the product will take placo as follows. The Department 1 capitalists by means of production worth 4,400 from no another. The remaining part of the means of production is exchanged for consumer goods in Department 11. As a result of this exchange, the Department I capitalists receive consumer goods worth 1,600, while the capitalists of Department 2 receive means of production to the value of 1,600. The realization of the remaining consumer goods in Department 2 takes place within this department, though process of exchange between the departments will appear as follows. Equals 6,000. The chief condition for the realization of the aggregate social product under extended reproduction is, though some of the annual incomes of the workers and capitalists in Department I must be greater than the constant capital consumed in Department 2 IU the course of the year, IIIC. Another condition for realization under extended reproduction may be represented by the equality, the value of the variable capital plus the part of accumulated surplus value added to the variable capital, plus the part of surplus value intended for the personal consumption of the capitalists of Department I must, altogether, equal the value of the constant capital plus the part of accumulated surplus value added to the constant capital of Department 2, i.e., I equals 2. One more condition for realization is that the entire product of Department I under extended reproduction be greater than though some of the constant capital consumed in the previous year in Departments I and II, IO, ILC plus LI. In other words, Department I must produce an amount of additional means of production capable of ensuring an increase in the constant capital of both departments in the coming year. 148. Yet another condition for realization under extended reproduction is that all newly created value must be greater than the value of the product of Department II. L++ 11-2. The new production cycle in the second year begins on the basis of more capital and, if the rate of surplus value is 100%, the aggregate social product in the second year will be, Department I, 4,400C plus L100F plus L100/RA equals 6,600, Department 2, 1,600C plus 800Y plus 800M equals 3,200. This is how extended capitalist reproduction proceeds, and such are the conditions for realization, which predetermine the course of extended reproduction. Under extended reproduction, the development of the productive forces is expressed in the fact that those share of social labour used in the production of means of production grows taster than that going for the production of consumer goods. The priority growth of the production of means of production compared with the production of consumer goods is an economic law of extended reproduction. The hollow meaning and significance of this law of the more rapid growth of means of production lies in the one fact that the replacement of hand-high machino labor in general, the technical progress that accompanies machine industry, calls for the intense development of the production of coal and iron, those real means of production as means of production. 1. The theory of realization clarifies the conditions necessary to realization of commodities under simple and extended capitalist reproduction. It in no way asserts, however, that, under capitalism, these conditions are always actually observed. On the contrary, they are constantly violated. Where competition and anarchy production are the rule, no one knows exactly the market requirements, so the specific correlations necessary between the industries and within each industry are set through constant and countless violations of proportionality. Under capitalism, there is an antagonistic contradiction between production and consumption. The goal of Capi. 1v1. Lenin, on the so-called market question, Collected Works, Volume I, p. 105. 149. To list production, maximum profit is achieved by expanding production and accumulating capital. At the same time, the expansion of production and accumulation of capital take place at the cost of a drop in the living standards, effective demand, and consumption of the working people. This leads to a narrowing of the market and difficulties in realizing goods. Though bourgeoisie strives to resolve this contradiction by seizing foreign markets. The struggle for foreign markets, the seizure, division, and redivision of them, create very sharp contradictions and engender countless conflicts between capitalist countries, conflicts that sometimes even develop into world wars. 2. The national income. What is the national income? As we have already seen, the aggregate social product means the entire mass of material wealth produced in society in the course of, say, a year. The social product goes to replace constant capital, since it is value transferred from means of production to newly produced output. The remainder of social product is new value created during the year. This part of the aggregate social product is the national income of capitalist society. If, for example, a country produces $90 billion worth of output during the year, and $60 billion worth go to replace the means of production used up over the year, national income created will be $30 billion. In physical terms, the national income consists of consumer goods and of the means of production that go to expand production. The national income under capitalism is created by the workers employed in the sphere of material production, in industry, agriculture, construction, transport, and so on. The national income is created by the workers, peasants, craftsmen, and intellectuals employed directly in the sphere of material production. No national income is created in the non-productive sphere, which includes the government machine, credit. 150. Trade, the armed forces, medical institutions, entertainment enterprises, and so on. All outlays of these branches are covered out of the national income created in the productive sphere. Since the national income is created in the sphere of material production, conditions for its growth are an increase in the number of people employed in branches of production, and a rise in the productivity of their labor, as well as a drop in the number of workers employed in the non-productive sphere. Since, as capitalism develops, the government machine, though political force and armed for CES, and the number of people serving the bourgeoisie and out of work all grow, this restricts the growth of the national income. Distribution of the national income. The distribution of the national income under capitalism has a class character and is carried out in the interests of the exploiters, rather than the working people. There is primary and secondary distribution of the national income. Under capitalism, the national income falls primarily into the hands of the capitalists. Though primary distribution of the national income consists in it being distributed between capitalists and workers. The workers receive wages and the capitalists surplus value, which is distributed between industrial capitalists, merchants, bankers, and landowners. This distribution may be illustrated by the following scheme. After the national income has been distributed between the chief classes of capitalist society, the proletariat, capitalists, and landowners, its secondary distribution, or redistribution, takes place. How is the national income redistributed? We have seen that, no national income is created in the non-productive sphere, but the capitalists have own undertakings and establishments in this sphere pay their workers wages, cover their OAV and overheads on maintaining premises and also receive profits. Though capitalists cover all these outlays out of the national income created in the sphere of material production, through payment for services, i.e., by charging for treatment, education, various domestic services, and so on. Payment for services provides compensation for outlays on maintaining these enterprises and ensures average profit for the capitalists in the non-productive sphere. Part of the incomes of the working people are redistributed through the state budget and used by the bourgeois state in the interests of the ruling class. The bourgeois stato maintains armed and political forces, penal institutions, judicial bodies, and administrative machine, etc., at the expenso of the state budget. The main source of revenues for the state budget is taxes levied on the population. This means that the working people, who receive wages as a result of the primary distribution of the national income, pay taxes on them to the state. Thus, the part of the national income at the disposal of the working people is, in fact, diminishing. As capitalism develops, taxes grow. In the USA and Britain, for example, taxes constitute over 90% of the revenues of the state budget. Moreover, 40% of the national income is redistributed through the budget in the USA and over 45% in Britain. In the capitalist countries, taxes serve as an instrument for the additional exploitation of wage workers, outside the confines of the production process. 152. How the national income is used. Like the distribution of the national income, its use under capitalism bears a class character. The national income is used for consumption and accumulation. The share of the national income going for the personal consumption of the working people is not enough for a substantial majority of them to be ensured a survival minimum. A tremendous number of working people under capitalism have to go short of the most essential things, to live in housing lacking in amenities, deprive their children of education, and so on. A large share of the national income is appropriated by the exploiting classes. Part of it is spent by capitalists for their personal consumption, including for purchasing luxuries, as well as maintaining a large staff of servants. Another part they use to expand production, or for accumulation. But this share is relatively small compared with society's possibilities and requirements. The relatively small volume of accumulation is explained by the fact that a significant part of the national income is spent unproductively, on militarization of the economy, on maintaining an inflated government staff, on advertising, and so on. The class character of the distribution of the national income under capitalism means that the purchasing power of the working masses falls behind the expanding production. From time to time the gap becomes enormous and leads to economic crises of overproduction. 3 economic crises. The essence of and main reason for crises. French utopian socialist Fourier described the crises that were beginning to be observed as abundance becoming a source of need and deprivation. The first obvious signs of a crisis of overproduction are: trade dries up, the market becomes swamped with a mass of unsellable goods, factories and plants closed down, and many workers are deprived of the means of subsistence. Is it really true that capitalist society produces too much grain, clothing, fuel, etc.? Of course not. The overproduction of commodities, leading to crises, is not abso. 153. Loot, but relative. The excess of goods exists only in comparison with effective demand, but certainly not with society's actual requirements. During a crisis, society's requirements do not fall, but there is a sharp drop in the working people's purchasing power. At such times, the people are in great need of the most vital essentials, and their requirements are satisfied of in less than at other times. The most profound reason for economic crises of overproduction under capitalism is the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production. Capitalist production is based on the social division of labor. As capitalism develops, there is a further division of labor and production breaks down into an increasing number of branches. Hundreds and thousands of workers work in large enterprises that are interconnected and operate for the national and the world market. Thus, by combining labor on a tremendous scale, capitalism gives production a social character, while each individual commodity is the result of the social labor of many thousands of workers. But capital gives production a social character in an extremely antagonistic form. The growing socialization of production is in the interests of the capitalists, in their pursuit of higher profit. The means of production used by millions of people in their work are the private property of capitalists, so the product of tire labor becomes the property of a handful of capitalists. The basic contradiction of capitalism is manifested, above all, in the contradiction between the organization of production in individual enterprises and the anarchy of production on the scale of society as a whole. This is reflected in the fact that, in each individual capitalist undertaking, the labor of the workers is organized, but in society as a whole, owing to the private ownership of the means of production, there is anarchy of production. Each capitalist strives to maximize his profit. In the pursuit of a high rate of profit, capitalists expand production, without considering the requirements of society. The proportions between the branches of production are, therefore, disturbed, and this engenders difficulties and 154. The impossibility of the entire social product being realized. The basic contradiction of capitalism is also seen in the contradiction between capitalism's inherent tendency towards an unlimited expansion of production and the limited nature of the effective demand of the main consumers, the working masses. The tendency towards an unlimited growth of production is due to the operation of the basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value. The pursuit of profit compels capitalists to accumulate, to expand production, improve their technology, introduce new machinery, hire additional workers and produce more. But the striving to expand production endlessly is not backed up by a corresponding expansion of consumption. Moreover, the striving to receive maximum profit induces capitalists to reduce wages and step up the degree of exploitation. But increased exploitation and impoverishment of the working people means a relative drop in effective demand and diminishes opportunities for selling commodities. The result of all this is economic crises of overproduction. The basic contradiction of capitalism is manifested, too, in the class antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Under capitalism, a total rift has taken place between the means of production concentrated in the hands of the capitalists and the actual producers, who are deprived of everything apart from their own labor power. This rift is clearly observed in crises of overproduction, when, on the one hand, an excess of means of production and consumer goods builds up and, on the other, there is a surplus of labor power, a mass of unemployed people, deprived of means of subsistence. The capitalist cycle and its phases. Crises of overproduction occur periodically. The first industrial crisis broke out in Britain in 1825. The 1847 to 1848 crisis, which emitricado the USA and several European countries, was the first world economic crisis. The deepest crisis of last century was in 1873, and it heralded the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism, i.e., imperialism. The 20th century's deepest crisis, called the Great Depression, lasted from 1929 to 1933. Though period from the beginning of one crisis to the BC 155 beginning of another is called the economic cycle. It includes four phases: crisis, depression, recovery, and boom. Crisis. The main phase of the cycle is characterized primarily high overproduction of commodities, sharply falling prices, multiple bankruptcies, a sharp drop in production, a rise in unemployment, a fall in wages, actual destruction of commodities, equipment, and enterprises, and a reduction of home and foreign trade. At this phase of the cycle, though contradiction between the growth in production possibilities and the relative drop in effectivo demand is manifest in violent and destructive forms. The high level of development of the productive forces comes up against the narrow bounds of capitalist relations of production, which have become fetters and brakes on their further development. The scale of production during crises is forcibly reduced to the level of the effective demand oxysling in society. Though transition from crisis to depression begins. Depression. The second phase of the cycle is characterized by a halt to the further development of the crisis and still stagnant industrial production, low commodity prices, slack trade, and a low rate of profit. Unemployment and wages remain at the same level as during the crisis phase. Accumulated stocks of goods are partly destroyed and partly sold off at sales prices. Capitalist production remains in depression until competition and the struggle for sales markets and sources of raw materials induce capitalists to re-equip their enterprises and renew fixed capital. By means of all sorts of technical improvements, the capitalists strive to reduce the costs of production and make it profitable even at the low prices engendered by the crisis. A demand for equipment appears and incentives to expand production are created. Gradually, though, preconditions are established for a transition to a new phase of the cycle, that of recovery. Recovery is characterized by the fact that those enterprises that have survived the crisis continue to renew their fixed capital and gradually begin to expand production. The volume of production approaches that of the eve of the crisis, and then overtakes it. Trade picks up, prices rise along with profits, unemployment gradually falls. When capitalist production overtakes the maximum pre-crisis level, it is entering the phase of boom. Boom is the last phase of the cycle. During this phase, the tendency for unlimited growth of production is money. 156. Fixed it to the full. Once again, trio-capitalists strive to overtake one another, expand their undertakings, log in new construction, and throw growing quantities of goods onto the market. The rapid growth of production leaves the growth of effective demand further and further behind. Overproduction is constantly growing, at first, in hidden form, and stocks of surplus commodities are piled up increasingly. At this, though highest boom stage, though market suddenly becomes oversaturated with goods for which there is no effective demand, prices fall and a crisis sets in. Then the whole cycle begins again. Thus, the development of capitalist production is not smooth, it experiences sharp fluctuations, booms, and recessions. This cyclical form of development of capitalist production is a result and evidence of the intensifying contradiction headway on the productive forces and relations of production. It shows that capitalism itself sets limits to its own development and will inevitably perish. In addition to industrial crises, the capitalist countries also suffer agricultural crises, i.e., crises of overproduction of agricultural produce. Agrarian crises are usually protracted because agriculture is a backward sector of the economy compared with industry. The monopoly of private ownership of the land hampers the free flow of capitals, thus preventing the mass renewal of fixed capital in agriculture and delaying the end of the agrarian crisis. Moreover, during crises, Small peasant producers do their best to maintain their previous level of production in order to remain in possession of the land, and this exacerbates the overproduction of agricultural produce, thereby dragging out the crisis. The main burden of agrarian crises falls on the peasant masses and leads to their ruin. Crises and intensification of the contradictions of capitalism. During crises, it becomes particularly obvious that capitalism is unable to deal with the forces that it has itself engendered. Economic crisis brings a sharp drop in production and in the volume of home and foreign trade. Thus, from 1929 to 1933 in Britain, the level of coal production fell back to that which had existed 35 years. 157. Earlier, steel output dropped back 23 years, iron output 70 years, and foreign trade 3 years. During a crisis, tremendous wealth is destroyed, while even the most vital requirements of the broad population are not satisfied. Thus, during the Great Depression of 1929 to 1933, 92 blast furnaces were demolished in the USA, 72 in Britain, and 28 in Germany. In 1933, in the USA 10.4 million acres of cotton holds were plowed over, and so on. During crisis, society's chief productive force, labor power, is wasted. The crisis throws millions of workers onto the streets, where they suffer imposed idleness and a pointless existence. Crises intensify the class contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the bulk of the peasantry and the landowners who exploit thorn, usurers, and others. The working class loses a significant part of what it has achieved in its struggle against the capitalists. The broadest masses of the proletariat, doomed by crises to tremendous deprivation, acquire a deep class consciousness and revolutionary resolve. Try workers become convinced that the only way out of poverty and hunger is a change in the economic and social system. Even though backward strata of the working people begin to understand the need to fight against the exploiters. Thus, economic crises show clearly the need for a revolutionary replacement of capitalism by socialism, which would eliminate the contradictions of the bourgeois system and open up boundless scope for the development of society's productive forces. Revision exercises. 1. What are individual and social capital? 2. Describe the aggregate social product in terms of value and physical forms. 3. What are the conditions for realization under capitalist simple and extended reproduction? 4. Describe the national income, its distribution and redistribution under capitalism. 5. What is the main reason for crises under capitalism? G. Describe the capitalist cycle. 7. What role do crises play under capitalism? B. Monopoly capitalism, imperialism. During the last 30 years of the 19th century, capitalism developed into its highest and last stage, imperialism. The main distinguishing feature of this stage is that free competition is replaced by monopoly domination. The development of the productive forces during this period advanced far. In the iron and steel industry, new methods of steel smelting requiring a transition to large-scale steel works became widespread. The last third of the 19th century saw a number of major inventions, which speeded up the development of industry and transport. On the basis of new types of motor, new means of transport appeared: trams in 1879, cars in 1885, diesel engines in 1891, and the aeroplane in 1903. Successes in science and technology created an opportunity for the production and application of electricity. In the last 3 decades of the 19th century, heavy industry took over light industry's dominant position. Though branches of heavy industry grow rapidly. World steel output, for instance, grew 56 times from 1870 to 1900, that of oil 25 times, of coal over 3 times. Production rapidly increased in scale, particularly after the economic crisis of 1873. The development of the productive forces and increase in the scale of production were accompanied by an intensification. 159. Sification of the contradictions of capitalism. Economic crises of overproduction became more frequent and destructive, and unemployment increased. Wars bought with the capitalist states broke out more often, and this brought untold suffering to the ordinary people. At the same time, as the condition of the working class was deteriorated, there was an unprecedented increase in the wealth of the capitalists. This intensified the economic and political struggle of the working class. Though working classes ideologists were now faced with giving a precise analysis of imperialism and studying the new phenomena that had begun to characterize capitalism at the turn of the century. This was necessary primarily in order to provide the working class with the correct theoretical weapon in its struggle against capitalist oppression. It was Lenin who fulfilled this task, particularly in his work Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, which is of eternal significance, and in a number of his other works, too. Lenin showed that all the basic features of capitalism still remain under imperialism: private ownership of the means of production by capitalists, relations of exploitation of wage labor by capitalists, a form of distribution under which the wealth of some increases while the condition of others worsens, and antagonistic relations between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. As a result, all the economic laws of capitalism continue to operate under imperialism: the law of surplus value, the general law of capitalist accumulation, the law of competition and anarchy of production, and others. But though operation of these laws acquires new specifics, Lenin's analysis of imperialism showed that the monopoly stage of capitalism has the following basic economic features: the concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life, the merging of bank capital with industrial capital, and the creation, on the basis of this financial capital, of a financial oligarchy. The export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities acquires exceptional importance: the formation of international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves, and the territorial division of the whole. 160. World among the biggest capitalist powers is completed. 1. Lenin's teaching on imperialism and the socialist revolution constitutes a new era in the development of Marxist thought. Lenin proved that the monopoly stago of capitalism is the ovo of the socialist revolution. Comprehensive analysis of this now stage in world history allowed Lenin to determine the tremendous opportunities of the revolutionary movement in the age of imperialism. Chapter 7. The basic economic features of imperialism. 1. Concentration of production and monopolies. Concentration of production. Before imperialism, free competition held sway. During the period of free competition, many capitalists produced the same type of output and each of them strove to sell it for the maximum profit. Free competition leads to the ruin of some capitalists and to others becoming rich and expanding their production. As Engels put it, competition is the completest expression of the battle of all against all which rules in modern civil society. 1. By ruining some and enriching others, free competition led to a concentration of production in larger enterprises, where hundreds and thousands of workers are employed. Concentration of production at a certain stage in its development gives rise to monopoly. Concentration of production reaches its highest stage of development under imperialism. For example, in Germany in 1882, only 22% of all factory and office workers were employed in enterprises with 50 workers or more, but the percentage had risen to 30 in 1895, 37 in 1907, 47.2 in 1925, and 49.9 in 1939. In the 1970s, in the FRG 40.2% of all those employed in West German industry worked in factories and plants with a staff over 1,000 strong, while such plants and factories constituted only 1.3% of the total number of industrial enterprises in the country. In the USA in 1904, the biggest undertakings, producing output worth $1 million or more, constituted 0.9% of the 1. F. Engels, The Condition of the Working Class in England, K. Marx and F. Engels, Colluded Works, Volume I, p. 375. 162. Total, while 25.6% of all workers were employed in them and they provided 38% of the gross output of American industry. In 1939, the biggest American undertakings constituted 5.2% of the total number, employed 55% of all workers and produced 67.5% of the gross industrial product. In 1970, the 500 biggest companies accounted for 66% of gross sales in American industry. Of these, the biggest 50 cor port ions, or 0.5% of the total, produced almost a quarter of the aggregate output of the U.S. manufacturing industry. At present, the 100 biggest companies in the USA and the 100 biggest companies in the other imperialist countries account for a third of world capitalist production. Over the last decade there has been a sharp increase in the capitalist world in the number of monopolies with assets of over $1 billion. At the beginning of the century there was only one such monopoly. In the early 1950s there were 4, in 1963-57, but in 197-1 the number of such companies had risen to 344. Half the biggest monopolies are U.S. corporations, 47 are Japanese, 30 are British, 25 West German, 22 French, and 6 Italian. Over 23 million people now work for billionaire companies, as against 13 million in 1963. Though concentration of capital is accompanied by its centralization, meaning an increase in capital as a result of the merging of several capitals into a single big one. This may take place by agreement, for example, when joint stock companies are formed, or enforced, when a big capitalist ruins and swallows up smaller capitalist enterprises after a literacy competitive struggle. Competition forces each capitalist to reduce the price of his commodities, and only big enterprises can afford to do this. Small ones cannot stand up to the competition, so they either go bankrupt or are taken over by the big capitalist. This process is a continuous one. For example, the number of mergers and takeovers of U.S. firms was 4,366 from I-960 to 1904, 9,557 from 1965 to 1970, while the corresponding figures for Britain were 3,828 and 7,044, and for France 7,020 and 11,764. In 2 years, about 130,000 firms with over $1 million worth of capital each went bankrupt in those 10 major capitalist countries. Concentration and centralization of production and capital lead to the accumulation of huge numbers of workers in big and very big undertakings. This facilitates the unification and organization of the working class in its struggle against capital and transforms the proletariat into an efficient revolutionary force. The concentration and centralization of capital and production lead to a tremendous socialization of labor, to an intensification of the class struggle between workers and capitalists. Forms of monopoly. The concentration of production leads straight to monopoly. Very big enterprises with big capitals have difficulty defeating each other in the competitive struggle. Under these conditions, though opportunity and necessity arise for the biggest capitalists to come to an agreement with one another in order to divide up markets and sources of raw materials, to set uniform prices, and so on. A monopoly is an association of capitalists in whose hands the production and sales of the overwhelming majority of particular goods are concentrated. Whatever the different forms such associations might take, they all pursue the same goal: the receipt of maximum profit. Lenin identified the following historical stages in the development of monopolies: 1860s and 1870s, though highest stago in the development of free competition. The monopolies were only just beginning to take shape. After the 1873 crisis, cartels began to develop widely, but they were still the exception and were not yet stable. They were still only emerging. The boom at the end of the last century and the 1900 to 1903 crisis, cartels became one of the foundations of economic life. Monopolistic associations arise primarily in heavy industry, where the concentration of production is particularly rapid. Once they have embraced heavy industry, however, they also spread to oilier industries. The forms of monopolistic associations are extremely diverse. Initially they consisted of slyral term agreements between individual capitalists on the sales prices of commodities. These agreements prepared the ground for more long-term ones. A cartel is an association of capitalists who come low in agreement on the division of markets and on sales prices. 1G4. Chief forms of monopoly. Cartel. Syndicate. Trust concern ____________1. Anti-determine the quantity of commodities to be produced. The undertakings included in the cartel produce and sell their output independently. This form of monopoly was particularly widespread in pre-war Germany. A syndicate is a higher stage of monopolistic association. Its participant enterprises produce independently and retain their ownership of their own means of production, but they lose their commercial independence. The members of the syndicate do not themselves sell their output or buy raw materials, they set up a joint trading apparatus to do this for them. This form of monopoly was widespread in pre-revolutionary Russia. A trust is a monopoly in which there is joint ownership of all the enterprises, and their former owners become shareholders, twire profits depending on the number of shares they hold. A concern is an association of big trusts or enterprises in various industries, banks, trading firms, transport and insurance companies on the basis of joint financial dependence on a group of big financial capitalists. Trusts and concerns are widespread in the USA, Britain, France, Japan, and other countries. New forms of concentration of production and capital. At the current stage in the development of capitalism, the concentration of production and capital is gaining momentum for objective reasons, including the further advance of the scientific and technological revolution. Modern technology and the level of development of the productive forces necessitate a constant increase in the size of individual capital, this being facilitated particularly by the introduction of automated production and the need to promote research work in enterprises. 105. The second objective reason for the increasing conceit or are auxiliary to one another. 1. At the beginning of the century, combination took place, mostly in the iron and steel industry, but after the war it became widespread in other industries. 2. Thus, combination is an association of enterprises that are technologically interlinked. There are two types of combination: vertical, when an entire production process, from obtaining the raw material to producing the finished output, is unified, and horizontal, where various types of output are produced on a common raw material basis. The second, new form of the concentration process is diversification, i.e., the production of articles that are not technologically connected with the main output, in which the given monopoly specializes. For example, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, the USA's biggest motor companies, have in recent years been actively entering the computer and rocketry industries, the production of agricultural machinery on military output, and have been carrying out research connected with space exploration. SCL, however, the forms of concentration might change due to the domination of monopolies, its xenko remains same. A further growth of the economic might of the biggest monopolies, a pooling of their efforts in controlling the ever-growing share of social production for the purpose of obtaining monopoly super profit. Monopoly and competition. Bourgeois ideologists assert that monopoly eliminates competition. In fact, this is not the case. First, although monopolies dominate in the economies of those capitalist countries, a perfect, 100% monopoly, even of a single branch of production, is a rare exception. There is, therefore, competition between monopolies and capitalists who do not belong to them. In this struggle, the monopolies make use of all means available to force outsiders to join the monopoly or to put them out of business. Second, there is also competition within monopolies. Though participants in cartels and syndicates compete with one another for the most profitable markets and for a bigger share of production. In trusts and concerns, there is competition between capitalists for the leading posts, for the controlling block of shares, and for profit distribution. The competition within a monopoly is usually concealed and only breaks to the surface in extreme eases, when it destroys the monopoly. A new OUE may take shape in plateau of a monopoly that collapses in this way. Third, there is competition between monopolies in one and the same industry. This is when there are several monopolies in a single industry. Fourth, during the age of imperialism, the competition between monopolies in different branches of production becomes particularly fierce, for example, between coal, and iron and steel monopolies, and so on. Fifth, there is also competition between the monopolies of different capitalist countries for sales markets, sources of raw materials, and spheres of investment. The rivalry. 167. Between the monopolies of different countries is supported by the capitalist states, which exacerbates the contractations and conflicts between the imperialist powers. Bourgeois ideologists falsely assert that monopoly means planned, balanced development of the capitalist economy. Though monopoly grows out of free competition, it does not eliminate competition, but exists alongside it. Under the predominance of monopolies, the competitive struggle becomes especially fierce and predatory. In order to get rid of a competitor, a monopoly makes use of financial machinations, bribery, blackmail and actual violence. Imperialism cannot eliminate competition. In fact, it is this combination of antagonistic principles, viz., competition and monopoly, that is the essence of imperialism. It is this that is making for the whole crash, i.e., the socialist revolution. 1. 2. Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. The concentration of capital and monopoly in banking. The concentration of production and formation of monopolies in industry inevitably lead to concentration of capital in banking and the creation of banking monopolies. We shall only have a very insufficient, incomplete, and poor notion of the real power and the significance of modern monopolies if we do not take into consideration the part played by the banks. 2. The fierce competition between banks results in small banks being taken over by big ones, which conclude agreements with one another, and this is how banking monopolies arise. They subordinate small banks, savings banks, and credit societies. Each such monopoly commands dozens, and sometimes even hundreds of smaller banks. The banks grow in size and their turnovers increase. In the USA, for instance, in 1900 there were *** 10,382 banks with assets worth $10,785 million, in 1940 there were 15,017 banks with assets of $80,213 million. Consequently, over 40 years the number of banks increased by only 50%, while bank assets increased eightfold. In the USA, the assets of the 50 biggest banks constituted 32.8% of total assets in 1950, 39% in 1960, and 47.8% in 1970. At the beginning of 1975, 177 U.S. banks, constituting only 0.01% of the total number of merchant banks, concentrated in their hands 48.5% of the total assets of U.S. merchant banks. In Britain, the four biggest banks concentrate, at present, about 90% of all bank deposits. In the FRG, the biggest four banks account for almost 44% of all bank assets. In France, 10 banks hold about 70% of all bank assets and almost 80% of deposits, and though big three 59 and 68% respectively. In Italy, the share of 6 banks in the total sum of bank assets is over 50% and in deposits 66%. In Japan, about 56% of all bank assets and 2/3 of all deposits are concentrated in ton banks. At the present time, in the capitalist world 100 banks control 85 to 90% of all financial operation, 30 ensuring the interests of big industrial and finance capital. Concentration in banking has the same result as in industry, i.e., the formation of banking monopolies. Lenin wrote on this, among the few banks which remain at the head of all capitalist economy as a result of the process of concentration, there is naturally to be observed an increasingly marked tendency towards monopolist agreements, towards a bank trust. 1. The current forms of banking monopoly are cartels, syndicates, trusts and concerns. A banking cartel is a group of several banks agreeing to coordinate their joint interests. A banking syndicate or consortium is a group of banks agreeing to carry out certain profitable operations that are beyond the possibilities of any single bank. A bank trust is the joint ownership of capital by several big banks through their total merging. A banking concern is an association of officially independent banks under the financial control of a single big bank, which has bought up the controlling blocks of shares of the concern's other member banks. In the 1970s, international banking associations began to be set up to back up the activities of huge international corporations, for which the bounds of the existing banking system had become confining. In the first half of the 1970s, several such groups were formed: European Banks International, with total assets of $110.1 billion, Associated Banks of Europe, with assets of $64.1 billion, GCB, in Brussels, with assets of $62.6 billion, the Orion Group of 6 banks, in London, with total assets of $164.8 billion. Though concentration of banking and the formation of banking monopolies bring changes in the relations between banks and industry. The new role of banks. Initially, banks were intermediaries in payments. As capitalism develops, their credit operations expand. The bank takes capital from capitalists who have no use for it at the given time, and put it at the disposal of other capitalists, who are in need of funds. The concentration and centralization of banking results in the banks wielding tremendous power over the whole economy. By concentrating in their own hands the current accounts of capitalists, though big banks know the state of wire affairs, control them and, finally, by offering better or worse credit conditions, subordinate industrial capitalists to themselves and direct their activities. From modest intermediaries in payments, banks have become mighty financial centers. This greatly speeds up the concentration of production, because the banks give credit preference to big undertakings associated in monopolies. The banks acquire a vested interest in these monopolies prospering and begin to buy their shares. They make sure, however, that they purchase adequate shares to ensure themselves the decisive role in the monopoly. 170. Finance capital and the financial oligarchy. Lenin wrote concerning Leo essence of Lenos capital. Tlio concentration of production, tlik monopolies arising therefrom, tlio merging or coalescence of the banks with industry. Such is the history of the rise of finance capital and such is the content of that concept. 1. The banks buy NP the shares of industrial, commercial, transport, insurance, and other monopolies, thereby becoming their co-owners. In turn, industrial monopolies also hold shares in the banks connected with them. An intertwining and coalescence take place between monopolistic book and monopolistic industrial capitals. This is the basis on which finance capital emerges. The coalescence of bank and industrial capitals takes various forms. It is manifested, in particular, in personal unions, i.e., in the same people heading banking, industrial, commercial and other monopolies. The heads of banks are members of the boards of industrial enterprises, and representatives of industrial monopolies, in turn, are included on the management of banks. The structure of finance capital varies. Such financial institutions as insurance companies, investment trusts, pension funds, savings banks, and the like, have come to play a major role in mobilizing the population's funds for financing industrial monopolies. For this reason, modern finance capital constitutes a coal sense of industrial monopolies not only with banking ones, but also with the financial institutions listed above. One concrete manifestation of the power of finance capital is the domination of the financial oligarchy. The growth of monopolies and of finance capital results in the biggest bankers and industrialists forming a small group of people who hold the dominant position in the economy and politics. A financial oligarchy takes shape, i.e., a small number of finance kings dominate and hold all the power. All the vitally important sectors of the economy, all the key positions in the politics of the capitalist countries, are in the hands of the financial oligarchy. One concrete form of financial oligarchy is the monopoly finance group. In the USA, for example, the decisive 1 VI. Lenin. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, Colossi WER&S, Volume 22, p. 22g. 171. Role 3. The country's economy is played by IS high finance groups, which control assets to a sum of $78.4 billion, including $319.5 billion in banking and $358.9 billion in industry, commerce, and the services sphere. The biggest of these financial groups are the Morgans, Rockefellers, California, and Chicago groups. The Morgan sphere of influence is the iron and steel industry, the chemical industry, the motor, electrical engineering, electronics, rubber industries, etc. The group has $107.5 billion worth of assets, including $54.7 billion in banking, and $112.8 billion in industry, commerce, and the services sphere. The Rockefeller sphere of interest includes oil, TB aviation, pulp and paper, chemical industries, etc. The controlled assets of this group constitute $124.6 billion, of which G7.4 billion are in banking and $57.2 billion in industry. TB sphere of interest of the California Monopoly Finance Group extends to oil, the Aerospaco, electrical engineering and electronics industries, and so on. The controlled assets of this group stand at $66.7 billion, $45 billion in banking and $21.7 billion in industry. The Chicago Monopoly Finance Group's sphere of interest includes the iron and steel industry, oil, the electrical engineering, and food industries, and agricultural machinery. Its controlled assets are $55 billion, $17.4 billion which are in banking and $37.6 billion in industry. In Japan, two high finance groups Mitsui and Mitsubishi control all the key branches of the economy: metallurgy, engineering and instrument making, the chemical industry, freight transfers, banking and insurance, trade, storage and so on. In Britain, the decisive role in the country's economy is played by 11 financial groups that control the key branches of the economy: metallurgy, aviation, television, electronics, shipbuilding, engineering, the chemical industry, oil extraction and refining, shipping, international banking operations, foreign trade, etc. TB domination of a financial oligarchy is characteristic of other capitalist countries, too. The financial oligarchy also dominates in the economic sphere by means of the so-called holding system, the essence of which is as follows. A big financier or group of financiers holds the controlling block of shares or otherwise takes control of the head joint stock company, which is 172. The parent company. This parent company acquires TB shares of other joint stock companies and, once it obtains a controlling block, dominates over dependent daughter companies, which themselves control subsidiary companies, and so on. Through the holding system, a financier with a capital of, say, $1 billion, can bring much more capital under his control. The sphere of domination of big capital is thereby constantly expanding. This system may be depicted in the form of a multi-story pyramid, with the top figures in the financial world at the pinnacle. The financial oligarchy also dominates in politics, and, on this basis, the monopolies merge with the state machine, giving rise to state monopoly capitalism. 3. The export of capital. The economic and territorial division of the world. The export of capital. Before imperialism, the chief form of economic link between countries was foreign trade and the export of commodities. Under imperialism, world trade expands even further, but the export of capital now assumes primary importance. Though export of capital is IHO movement of the capital belonging to the monopolies and financial oligarchy of one country into others with the purpose of increasing monopoly profits, strengthening the economic and political positions of TB monopolies in the struggle for foreign markets, and expanding the sphere of capitalist exploitation of the larger part of the capitalist world by a few major imperialist countries. TB fact is that, under the domination of monopolies in the most developed capitalist countries, a capital surplus emerges. If, of course, though monopolies used their capital to raise the standard of living of the working people and lift agriculture up to the level of industry, there would be no such surplus. But then capitalism would not be capitalism. Capitalists strive to apply their capital where they will reap the biggest profits. TB need for the export of capital is thus a result of a few countries lacking scope for capital to be applied in its 173. Country of origin. The opportunity for exporting capital appeared at the beginning of the 20th century, when the vast majority of countries had already been drawn into the world capitalist system, the chief railways had already been built or were under construction, making it possible to transport raw materials more rapidly to the ports, and it became feasible to transport mass freight over long distances. Capital is exported in two main forms, loan and productive. The export of loan capital takes place when the governments or capitalists of other countries are granted loans, on which they must pay interest. In this case, the surplus value created by the workers in the importing country goes as interest to the exporting country. The export of productive capital takes place when capitalists build industrial enterprises, railways, etc., in other countries. This happens as follows. In the USA, for instance, a joint stock company is set up to build oil extracting enterprises in a developing country. The share issue is bought up by American capitalists. The enterprises are built with the capital accumulated from the sale of the shares, while the profit made by these enterprises is distributed among the shareholders, i.e., American capitalists. In both cases, the capital is exported in order to obtain monopoly high profits. Capital is exported predominantly to economically less developed countries where there is little capital, land is cheap, there are plenty of raw materials and wage rates are low. All these factors make it most profitable to invest here. The export of capital has serious consequences for both the importing and the exporting countries. Though capital importing countries experience an accelerated development of capitalism, with all its inherent contradictions, the ruin and impoverishment of the masses, wasteful exhaustion of the land and the squandering of other national wealth. Under the impact of the capital imported from the imperialist states, the economics of the developing countries run in lopsided, distorted ways. It is mainly the extractive industry and agricultural production for export that exploited. The capital exporting countries experience a dual result from the outflow of capital. On the one hand, they accrue their wealth, i.e., they are constantly receiving surplus value from outside in the form of profits from overseas inler. 17-4. Prizes or interest on loans. On the other hand, in THIRD countries the export of the capital reduces the opportunities for capital investments within the country and leads to fewer jobs and higher unemployment. Capital exports lead to expand the economic links between countries, but this means exploitation of the economically backward countries by the developed ones. Bourgeois ideologists try to picture the export of capital in the age of imperialism as aid and a boon towards economically backward countries. The theory of decolonization appeared. Imperialism supposedly furthers the industrial development of the former colonies, making them less and less dependent on the metropolitan countries. This theory attempts to conceal the imperialist character of the export of capital which, in fact, ensures that former colonies remain agrarian raw material appendages for the developed countries. After the Second World War, new features emerged in the export of capital owing to the establishment and development of the world socialist system amid the collapse of the colonial system of imperialism. Under these conditions, the biggest monopolies had to replace their strategy and tactics in their struggle for spheres of influence and domination of markets. They would from overt military division of the world to methods involving the economic conquest of markets, mainly by stopping up the export of capital to the countries providing the highest profits for those imperialist powers. Over 25 years, the sum total of overseas capital investments by those chief capital exporting countries increased roughly sixfold and reached $285 billion in 1970, against $51 billion in 1945. In the post-war years, changes took place in the character and direction of capital exports. In the first half of the century, capital was exported mainly to the colonies and dependent countries. Nowadays considerable amounts flow to the economically developed capitalist countries, which now account for 70% of the direct overseas investments of the imperialist powers. The reasons for this are as follows. First, the economically developed capitalist countries have become a more profitable sphere of investment for foreign capital because they provide state guarantees of the unhindered repatriation of capitals and profits. 175. Second, foreign monopolies overcome the existing customs protectionism in the foreign trade relations by selling up production brandies and subsidiary companies in rival countries. Third, the developed capitalist countries provide active markets because of the greater purchasing power, as well as reserves of skilled manpower that do not need training, and for the American monopolies there is also the advantage of paying lower wages in the West European countries than in the USA. Fourth, the growing struggle of the developing countries for economic independence and the increasingly frequent nationalization of the property of foreign monopolies make the corporations of those imperialist powers circumspect in exporting productive capital to the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The leading position among the capital exporting countries belongs to the USA. At the end of 1179, the sum total of all American investments overseas was over $180 billion, or 62.5% of all the overseas investments of the developed capitalist countries, while in 1938 the USA accounted for only 30% of world capital exports. The chief regions in which American capital is invested are Western Europe, Japan, and Canada, while the main sphere of investment consists of the most recent industries, the petrochemical, motor, electronics, radio engineering, and so on. In spite of the increased risk of nationalization, the imperialist powers are interested in using the raw materials of the developing countries and, therefore, exporting substantial sums of capital to them. The poorly developed industry, shortage of indigenous capitals, cheap labor and local raw materials make the developing countries profitable investment spheres for foreign capital, since the rate of profit here is much higher than in the developed capitalist countries. One major feature of present-day capital exports is the increased scale and share of the export of state capital. The bourgeois state also acts as guarantor for the export of private capital. Special organizations have been formed to ensure export credits. Another specific type of capital export is that by international organizations of those capitalist countries, such as the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the International Monetary 176 Fund, and others. The scientific and technological revolution has made triosolo of pilots and licenses to other countries, as well as the widespread export of technical knowledge, a major form of capital export. The export of knowledge takes place in the form of so-called coengineering, i.e., construction and exploitation, as well as in that of know-how, i.e., the totality of knowledge, experience, and unpatented inventions necessary to organize a particular type of production. Capital is exported by many countries. Each imperialist country tries to export capital to the countries providing the most profitable investment opportunities. This leads to competition and struggle not only between capitalists, but also between imperialist countries. AUD exacerbates the contradictions of the entire capitalist world. The economic division of the world between capitalist alliances. The monopolios in the capitalist countries strive primarily for undivided sway over the domestic market. They divide it up among themselves and artificially maintain high prices, thereby roping colossal profits. In order to do this, though monopolies try to protect the domestic market from foreign competition. To this end, the state sets high customs duties and sometimes actually prohibits the import of certain commodities. Often the customs duty is several times higher than the value of the commodity. This is how the monopoly's domination on the domestic market is ensured. But the domestic market is limited. It cannot absorb the tremendous masses of commodities put out by the huge enterprises, so the monopolies strive increasingly to sell their products on foreign markets. How is this done, when foreign markets are protected by high customs duties? The export of capital is used in order to overcome these duties. Capitalists build factories and plants in other countries, and these swamp the markets with goods. A major role in overcoming high customs duties and conquering foreign markets is played by dumping, which means that exports are sold in other countries at low prices, sometimes at less than the production costs. Once the monopolies have ousted their competitors from the market by means of these low prices, they raise them. The struggle for foreign sales markets, sources of raw material and investment spheres leads the economic division of the world into spheres of influence of individual monopolies. The expansion of monopolies and national boundaries indicates a new and higher stage in the concentration of production and capital, a stage that Lenin called supramonopoly. When a few trusts or syndicates begin to play the decisive role throughout the capitalist world, in a particular branch of production the conditions are created for the formation of international monopolies. International monopolies consist of agreements between the highest monopolies of different countries on the division of markets and sources of raw material, the scale of production, price policy, and so on. The first international monopolies appeared in the 1860s to 1880s, by the end of the 19th century they numbered about 40, while on the eve of the Second World War there were already 300. There are now approximately 200 multinational giants. Bourgeois economists predict that, in the 1980s, 200 to 300 multinationals will control 3/4 of world capitalist production. Lenin shows that, before the First World War, electrical engineering throughout the world was monopolized by the USA and Germany. In Germany there existed AEG, which had enterprises and branches in a number of countries of Europe and America. In the USA, electrical engineering was monopolized by the General Electric Company New York, which had enterprises and divisions throughout America and Hagen to penetrate Europe. In 1907 an agreement was concluded between these two monopolies on the division of spheres of influence throughout the world. Though German company received the European and part of the Asian market, while the American Ono received the markets of the countries on the American continent. The world oil market was, until the First World War, divided between the American company Standard Oil and the Anglo-Dutch oil company Royal Dutch Shell. A major specific of the development of supermonopolies since the Second World War has been agreements on the division of world markets between the imperialist powers. Thus emerged the European Coal and Steel Community. 178. Which embraced the coal and iron and steel industries of France, though FRG, Belgium, Holland, Luxembourg, and Italy, followed by the European Economic Community, including 9 countries, and the European Free Trade Association, including 7 countries. As a consequence of the uneven development of the capitalist countries, the balance of power between the monopolies is constantly changing. A prominent place in the economy of the capitalist world has now been taken over by transnational and multinational monopolies. Transnationals are national in terms of their capital, but international in their sphere of production and commercial activities. For example, Ford Motors has branches in 30 countries. Other transnationals include British monopolies, such as British Petroleum, the West German Hoechst, Mons, and others, the Dutch firm Philips, and so on. These monopolies expand mainly through overseas production. Multinationals are international monopolies in both their capital and spheres of activity. The setting up and activities of international monopolies does not mean any let-up in the struggle for an economic division of the world or a transition to peaceful cooperation between the imperialist countries, but an intensification of this struggle. Thus, high exporting capital and forming international monopolies, financial tycoons divide up the world economically between themselves, i.e., into spheres of influence. The struggle for the economic division of the world engenders a struggle for its territorial division. The territorial division of the world and the struggle for its redivision. During the period of the transition to imperialism, Colorado-Nice were seized on a vast scale. From 1876 to 1914 the great power seized about 25 million square kilometers of colonial territory, i.e., 1.5 times more than the area of the metropolitan countries. The largest amounts of land were seized by Britain. In 1876 Britain had 22.5 million square kilometers of colonial territory with a population of 251.9 million, by 1914 the country's colonial possessions, 12*179, had increased by 11 million square kilometers AUD, their population by 141.g million people. Germany, the United States and Japan had no colonies in 1870, and France had very low. By 1914 these lower powers had seized colonies with an area of 14.1 million square kilometers and a population of about 100 million. By the beginning of the century, the territorial division of the world was complete, and there was no free land left. Thus, the only way to acquire territory was to seize it from its former owner. It now became a question of redividing the world. Wars for a redivision of the already divided world characterized the entire period during which imperialism held its undivided sway. The first war for a redivision of the world was that between the USA and Spain in 1898, as a result of which the American imperialists seized the Philippines, Puerto Rico, Guam, Cuba, the Hawaiian and Samoan Islands. Though imperialists unleashed the First and Second World Wars in order to redivide the world. The imperialist stage of capitalism completed formation of the capitalist world economic system, which took place on the basis of the subordination of economically weak countries by the imperialist powers. A component part of the capitalist world economic system was the colonial system of imperialism. The colonial system of imperialism. The colonial system of imperialism included colonies, semi-colonics, and dependent countries, which were all oppressed and exploited by the imperialist powers. The colonial system of imperialism resulted from the economic and territorial division of the world between the imperialist powers in the last third of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. Though ideologists of capitalism maintain that imperialism civilized the colonies and dependencies, raising the cultural level of their peoples. In fact, this is in no way true. The colonies and dependencies characteristically had backward economies, virtually total illiteracy, no medical care, and so on. The development of the colonics was one-sided and they were transformed into agrarian raw material appendages of the imperialist powers. During the age of imperialism, the colonies were markets for unsellable output, and were used as sources of raw material and investment spheres, especially in the extractive industries. The military and strategic significance of colonies and dependencies was great. The imperialist powers sought up strong points, naval and air force bases there. The flamenco capital of the metropolitan states cruelly exploited the peoples of the colonies and dependencies. In those countries, as a rule, there was no labor legislation, widespread USO was made of child and female labor, the working day was often 12 to 14 hours long, and wages were at starvation level. The grave position of the working people led to hunger, epidemics, and the gradual extermination of the indigenous populations of these countries. Imperialist oppression and exploitation inevitably met resistance from the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries and gave rise to a struggle for national independence. The national liberation movement of colonial peoples acquired particularly broad scale after the Second World War, when the disintegration and collapse of the colonial system of imperialism began. TBO imperialist states began, therefore, to pursue a policy of neocolonialism, the chief aim being to expand the sphere of capitalist relations and step up monopolistic exploitation. After the Second World War, the territories and countries that had previously suffered under the yoke of Colorado Nile and semi-colonial oppression began, one after another, to gain their political independence and to take their own independent socio-economic development course. The colonial system of imperialism ceased to exist. This led to the abolition of territorial division of the world between the biggest capitalist powers. For monopoly profits, the motive force of monopoly capital, monopoly profit. The basic economic law of capitalism at all its stages is the law of surplus value, which determines the entire development of capitalist formation. It expresses the 181. Capitalists striving to appropriate the results of the workers' labor without paying for them and to increase surplus value. But at the different stages of capitalism, the basic economic law of capitalism is manifested in different forms. Prior to imperialism, when free competition predominated, the pursuit of maximum profits was accompanied by a more or less free flow of capital from one branch of production into another. There were large numbers of enterprises competing with one another. The result was the formation of an average rate of profit. Under imperialism, free competition is replaced by monopoly domination. The rule of monopolies in various industries creates the economic conditions necessary for the monopolies to maximize their profits. Monopoly profit includes over and above average profit, an extra profit received by those monopolies as a consequence of their domination in a particular sphere of production or exchange. Under imperialism, the commodities produced by the monopolies are sold not at the price of production, as was previously the case, but at monopoly prices. Though monopoly price includes production costs and monopoly profit. How exactly do the capitalists reap monopoly profit? The sources of monopoly profit. Though basis of monopoly profit, as of all capitalist profit, is the surplus value squeezed out of the workers by intensified exploitation. As a result of the widespread application of various sweating systems for organizing production, automation and rationalization, intensification of labor raises the rate and mass of surplus value. The exploitation of the worker once he has received his wages is continued by other members of the bourgeoisie, landlords, merchants, and so on. One source of monopoly profit is exploitation of the peasantry. The monopolies exploit the bulk of the peasants by selling them consumer goods at high prices, while buying up their produco at extremely low ones. The peasants thus fall into debt, the peasant holdings are ruined and the land and possessions are bought up for cheap. In addition, there is an increase in monopoly profit as a result of the redistribution of the part of surplus value. 182. Created in small and medium-sized non-monopolized enterprises. This redistribution takes place through the sphere of circulation, with these enterprises buying means of production and services at monopoly prices and selling their output at reduced ones, and also through the stato budget. Monopolies gain tremendous wealth by exploiting the peoples of the dependent and economically backward countries, where wages do not suffice to purchase even the essentials. The working people are burdened, high taxation and forced labor is openly practiced in both agriculture and industry. The monopolies make money by selling commodities to these countries at monopoly prices and purchasing the raw materials and foodstuffs produced there at low ones. As a result of this non-equivalent exchange, the economically underdeveloped countries now lose 14 to 16 billion dollars a year. Such are the chief means employed by monopoly capital to obtain monopoly profit. The operation of the basic economic law of capitalism under imperialism creates the foundations for the struggle by the broadest popular masses, workers, peasants, and intellectuals of the former colonies and dependencies against monopoly capital and against imperialism, thereby hastening its downfall. Revision exercises. 1. Enumerate the chief economic features of imperialism. 2. What are capitalist monopoly and its forms? 3. Give an account of modern monopolistic associations in the major capitalist countries. 4. What are the forms taken by the competitive struggle in the age of imperialism? 5. What is the new role of banks in the age of imperialism? 6. What are finance capital and financial oligarchy? 7. What are the forms of capital export overseas and its effects? 8. Describe the economic and territorial division of TB world in the age of imperialism and the struggle for its redivision. 0. What were the colonial system of imperialism and the role of the colonies in the ago of imperialism? 10. What is monopoly profit and where does it come from? Chapter 8. The place of imperialism in history. TNE General Crisis of World Capitalism. 1. The place of imperialism in history. Imperialism is the highest and last stage of capitalism. When defining imperialism's place in history, Lonen pointed out that imperialism is a special stage of capitalism. The specific character of imperialism is threefold. Imperialism is monopoly capitalism, parasitic or decaying capitalism, moribund capitalism. Imperialism as monopoly capitalism. In its economic essence, imperialism is monopoly capitalism. Its chief feature is the domination of monopolies, and this determines imperialism's plateau in history. In Imperialism and the Split in Socialism, Lenin revealed the four main features of monopoly capitalism. First, monopoly arose when TBO concentration of production reached a very high degree. Monopolistic associations play the decisive role in the economic and political affairs of the capitalist countries. Second, monopoly arose because banks changed from modest intermediaries into omnipotent financial centers. In each of the developed capitalist countries, finance capital establishes a personal union of industrial and banking capital and takes control over sums running into billions. A small number of billionaires and millionaires have absolute control over all the country's wealth. Third, value, and manpower balances. Material balances are drawn up for all the main products of labor, such as metal, machine tools, coal, oil, grain, butter, and so on. Account is taken of the sources of the given product. The resulting data are compared with society's requirements for each given products. Value balances include those for the money incomes and expenditures of the population, the national income, the state budget, etc. The manpower balance determines the national economy's need, by sector, for labor power in general, and also by skill and trade. Here, also, the sources for providing the economy with the necessary labor power are indicated. The balance for the national economy of the country is a generalizing balance. It combines all the indicators describing the proportions in the socialist economy. The balance system of planning makes it possible to calculate and determine, with maximum precision, the proportions in the development of those sectors of the national economy. Improvement of planning. At the current stage in the economic development of the USSR, a further improvement of planning is now necessary. This is because the socialist economy is continuously and rapidly expanding. The scale of production is growing, its technological standard and sectoral structure are changing, new economic links and relations are emerging and growing in complexity. OT decisive significance now is an increase in the efficiency of production on the 286 basis of the accelerated introduction of scientific and technological achievements. For this reason, a further improvement of management and planning of the national economy is becoming increasingly pressing and necessary. Though main ways to improve planning and management of the economy were determined by the 25th CPSU Congress in 1976 and the 2GTH Congress, in 1981. In 1979 the Central Committee of the CPSU and the Council of Ministers of the USSR adopted a resolution, on improving planning and strengthening the impact of the economic mechanism on increasing the efficiency of production and the quality of work. The resolution provides for a system of measures for further improving the planned running of the economy, development of democratic principles in production management and an increase in the creative initiative of work collectives. The complex of measures for the further improvement of planning is based on the rich experience of socialist planning, the results of economic experiments and scientific recommendations. The economic mechanism is being geared even more to raising the efficiency of production and the quality of work, to achieving high final national economic results, to better satisfying the growing social and personal requirements. The local point of management and planning activities is the task of ensuring rational use of everything at the disposal of the national economy, relying mainly on intensive growth factors, introducing scientific and technological achievements and advanced experience into production on a broader scale. The key position in the complex of measures toward perfecting the economic mechanism and management belongs to improvement of planning, an increase in the role of the state plan as the chief instrument for realizing the CPSU's economic policy. The system of plan indicators is being improved in order that they might encourage work collectives to battle to the full for higher labor productivity, maximum use of fixed assets and savings on material resources. The comprehensiveness and continuity of planning is ensured on the basis of the socio-economic tasks for the development of the economy. A comprehensive program for scientific and technical progress for the next 20 years is being drawn up. 287. The chief form of planning in the USSR is five-year plan for economic and social development. In the compilation of these plans, the primary task is set of ensuring, a comprehensive solution to economic and social problems, a concentration of forces and resources in fulfilling countrywide programs, thereby preventing a narrow sectoral approach to the elaboration of plans, b. accelerated realization of scientific and technical experiments and development intended to increase the growth rate or the productivity of social labor and the quality of output, c. rational USO of productive assets, material, labor, and financial resources, stricter economies and elimination of losses in the national economy, d. correct determination of priorities in the development of sectors and economic regions for ensuring progressive changes in national economic proportions, a higher effectiveness of investment and of social production in general, e. the formation of the material and financial reserves necessary for proportional and balanced development of the economy. For the purpose of assessing the activities of a work collective more objectively, the indicator of the standardist net product is introduced. This is intended, in most industries, as the basis for planning production, determining the productivity of labor and the planned wage fund. In drawing up plans and assessing their fulfillment, it is the achievement of national economic results, satisfaction of social requirements through rational use of all priority resources. This is manifested, in particular, in an expansion of the opportunities for consumers to influence the formation of production plans. During the preparation of plans, associations and enterprises determine the output range on the basis of long-term economic links with consumers and suppliers, and conclude economic contracts for the 5-year period. The fulfillment of the plan for the delivery of output to the consumer in accordance with these contracts is becoming a major factor in assessing the results of the work of collectives and the formation of material incentive funds. The practical realization of the broad complex or measures to improve planning and strengthen the impact of the economic mechanism ensures greater efficiency of the Soviet economy. 288. The specifics of the planning of collective farm production. A distinguishing feature of collective farms as cooperative enterprises is that they run their economies on the basis of the means of production belonging both to the state and to the collective. They do not run their production in isolation, however, but with the daily and comprehensive assistance of those stale. The Stato sells collective farms tractors, combine harvesters and other agricultural machinery, mineral fertilizers and electricity, carries out land improvement work, trains experts and machine operators for these farms, provides them with financial support through long-term credits, and so on. All this creates the economic foundations for state-planned management of collectivo farm production. Though need to include collective farms in the single national economic plan is also determined by the fact that the collective farm sector produces a substantial part of the foodstuffs and raw materials in the country, i.e., that it is an integral part of all socialist production. Consequently, the socialist state can and must plan collectivo farm production. There are, naturally, certain specifics in the planned management of collective farms owing to the cooperative nature of these enterprises. The chief specific of this sort consists in the collective farms being allowed at a considerable degree of independence in organizing labor and production and in distributing tire output. The state planning bodies determine for collective farms only the volume and range of output to be purchased by the state. All other issues, such as the structure of sown area, the selection of crops, head of cattle, development of subsidiary ranches, distribution of the gross income between consumption and accumulation funds, are planned by the collective farm independently, taking into account the specifics of its own natural and economic conditions. It is important to note that Firm Plan Task 3 for the sale of output to the state are determined for several years ahead, this providing the collective farm with the necessary conditions for planning its economy in THC long term. The state plans for the purchase of collective farm produce arrow backed up by material and technical supplies to the collective farms and sought procurement prices. Moreover, additional supplements to procurement prices are made for the sale of collective farm produco over and above IHE plan. All this creates the necessary conditions for a correct combination of the interests of the state with the common interests of the collective farms. 3. The advantages of the planned economy. Planned running of the economy is one of the decisive advantages of socialism over capitalism, as has been proved in practice by the great achievements made by the USSR and the other socialist countries in developing their economies. The advantages of planned running of the economy are as follows. Though socialist economy is constantly on the rise. Under capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production dooms society to economic crises, but this contradiction no longer exists under socialism. Social ownership corresponds to the social character of production. As a result, socialist production is free from economic crises of overproduction. The planned, socialist economy ensures a capacity operation of equipment and full use of fixed assets. The socialist planned economy liberates society from the colossal waste of material and labor resources capitalism has to make owing to economic crises, anarchy and competition, unemployment, chronic underloading of enterprises, and so on. The socialist national economy develops in a planned, balanced way in order to achieve the maximum well-being of all members of society and the all-round development of the individual. Planned running of the economy is a powerful factor in scientific and technical progress. Under capitalism, though monopolies strivings to keep their technical secrets from one another and though chronic underloading of enterprises hold back the introduction of scientific and technological achievements. Socialist society opens up unlimited scope for the development of science and technology. The planned running of the economy makes it possible to concentrate material and financial resources on fulfilling the priority tasks in science and technology. 290. A major advantage of socialism over capitalism is the planned use of resources, which ensures full employment of the all-bodied population. Under socialism there is no unemployment, instead, there is a steady increase in the numbers employed in the national economy, skilled personnel are trained and distributed between industries according to a plan and there is a systematic rise in the material and cultural level of the working people. The advantages of the planned running of the economy are also seen in the development rate of the socialist economy. The volume of industrial production increases by the year in the socialist countries at a rate in the ability of capitalism. The planned, balanced development of the socialist economy leads to a constant rise in production, and the cultural and material living standards of the people in the socialist countries. Not by chance do the ideologists of the bourgeoisie strive to prove that a planned economy is possible under capitalism. In this way, they try to improve the image of the capitalist system and give the working people the impression that capitalism's social ills can be overcome without the system itself being overthrown. Yet the contradictions of the capitalist economy, anarchy of production and crises, unemployment, and the impoverishment of the working people in the capitalist countries, refute these ideas completely. Revision exercises. 1. What is the essence of the law of planned, balanced development of the national economy under socialism? Why is planned development of the national economy both possible and necessary under socialism? 2. Describe the chief proportions in the national economy. 3. What are the principles behind the location of the productive forces under socialism? 4. What are the principles of socialist planning? 5. What is the essence of the Balanco method of planning? 6. What is the Xenco of the improvement of planning in the USSR? 7. What are the specifics of the planning of collective farm production? 8. What are the advantages of planned economic management? 19 *. Chapter 12. Social LA 150 UR. And the productivity of labor. 1. Social labor under socialism. The character of labor under socialism. Labor, or people's working activities directed to producing material wealth, is a necessary condition for the existence of any society, but, under different socio-economic formations, it differs in its social character. It is totally dependent on TBO relations of production predominant in the society. Whether labor is voluntary, free labor performed for oneself and for one's own society, or involuntary, forced labor performed for exploiters, depends on who owns the means of production. Under all exploiting social formations, labor was always involuntary in character. The working people were compelled by a variety of methods to create wealth for the exploiters. All this happened because the direct producers did not own the means of production. Consequently, private ownership of the means of production is the basic reason for the compulsory character of labor, which turns it into a heavy burden. In order to abolish forced labor, private ownership of TBC means of production must be eliminated. Though picture is different in socialist society, where all the people work for themselves and for their own society. Each production achievement, each labor success, helps either directly or indirectly to improve the material and cultural condition of the working people. When describing labor under socialism, Lenin pointed out that for the first time after centuries of working for others, of forced labor for the exploiter, it has become possible to work or oneself. 292. And moreover employ all the achievements of modern technology and culture in one's work. Socialism brings about a fundamental change in people's views on labor and engenders a new attitude towards it. The creativeness of labor in the socialist countries is evident in the fact that the workers themselves invent and improve machinery, improve production techniques and organization. The army of rationalizers and inventors is constantly growing. In the USSR, in 1980, for instance, over 5 million innovations were proposed and over 4 million of them were introduced into the economy. This brought a saving of over 6.3 billion rubles during the year. The socialist state uses all the means at its disposal, both material and moral, to encourage creativity, a creativo attitude to labor. The most highly respected person in a socialist country is the worker who is an innovator, who develops production and multiplies his country's wealth. In capitalist society, where labor is a heavy burden, a cruel and tormenting humiliation, the worker's innovatory initiative is reduced to a minimum. How can there be creativity if the profits from any invention find their way into the pockets of Morgans, Rockefellers, DuPonts, and the like? Socialism open up for the first time a broad opportunity for a rapid rise in the assets-to-worker ratio in all branches of social production. The rise in this ratio under socialism is manifested in the growing use of machines, and a rise in the energy-to-worker ratio, too. This makes the worker's labor easier, turns it into highly skilled labor, and gradually erases the difference between mental and physical labor. Socialist production, using the latest technology, requires technically literate, trained people. Each working man in socialist society has extensive opportunities for improving his work skills and broadening his education. All the basic forms of education in the USSR are free of charge: secondary, specialized, higher education, training in vocational and technical schools, on qualification improvement courses, and postgraduate studentship. V. I. Lenin, How to Organize Competition, Collected Works. Volume 26, p. 407. 293. It is socialism that Lias created, for the first time ever, working conditions precluding to the maximum harmful consequences for the worker's health. Lenin noted on several occasions that any achievement of science and technology under socialism must go to case labor, shorten the working day and improve working conditions. Under socialism, everyone is guaranteed the right to work. This provision is fixed in the constitutions of the socialist countries. The exercise of the right to work, i.e., the right of every working person to receive, in his own country, a job in accordance with his speciality and payment for his labor, is a great achievement of socialism. This right is ensured in practice by the planned development of the national economy and the continuous growth of production. Under socialism, the workers have no fear of remaining without means of subsistence. Elimination of unemployment in all its forms gives the workshopkaplo in socialist society a firm confidence in the future and genuine freedom. While guaranteeing everyone the right to work, socialism also makes labor obligatory for all, makes it compulsory for everyone to participate in socialist production, this being the sacred duty of all members of socialist society, irrespective of their origins, sex, nationality, etc. One major specific of labor under socialism is its directly social character. Socialist labor is organized and rated in a planned, balanced way on a countrywide scale. Socialism leads to the establishment of a new social division of labor differing fundamentally from that under capitalism. The most important feature of the socialist division of labor is that it is implemented according to a plan. Socialism abolishes the isolation and separation of individual production units and farms, combining all enterprises into a single economic organism and people into a single work collective. This is why the labor of each worker, peasant, and intellectual is part and parcel of the total social labor and is directly social in character. Thus, the chief features of labor under socialism are: liberation of the working people, from exploitation and transformation of labor from forced into free labor for oneself, equal right of all people to work and the universal duty to do so, the directly social character of labor, and a conscientious, creative attitude towards it. 294. The fundamental change in the character of social labor under socialism leads to an equally fundamental one in the forms and methods by which it is organized. Socialist labor is collective labor, the joint activities of workers, collective farmers, and intellectuals. In any society, the production process is accomplished on the basis of cooperation of labor, some form of the people's joint labor. The socialist cooperation of labor is joint labor, organized according to a plan, and based on comradely cooperation between workers free from exploitation. Socialist cooperation of labor differs radically from that under capitalism. Under capitalism, labor cooperation is based on private ownership of the means of production, on division of labor and exploitation of man by man under the control of those capitalists. All the benefits from such labor cooperation are reaped by the exploiting classes. Under socialism, on the other hand, labor cooperation is based on socialized socialist ownership of the means of production, so there is no exploitation of man by man. Socialist labor cooperation embraces not only the labor of the workers in a given enterprise, but also that of all members of society. Under socialism, the labor of all society's members acts as a single collective labor, organized in a planned way on TBO scale of all society, in order to achieve the most rational utilization of the means of production and labor power. Under capitalism, labor cooperation is a method for increasing the production of surplus value, for raising the degree of exploitation of the working people, so there are permanent and irreconcilable contradictions here between the ordinary participants in cooperation, the workers, and its organizers, though capitalists. Capitalist labor cooperation is maintained on a starvation discipline, on the basis of the pressing need to sell one's labor power, on any conditions, in order to scrape a living together. Socialist labor cooperation is people's joint labor activities geared to increasing the production of material wealth and ensuring increasingly full satisfaction of the working people's requirements. This is why the irreconcilable contradictions inherent in capitalist cooperation are ascent from socialist labor cooperation. Socialistlabor cooperation. Labor cooperation, IC, the joint labor of my work ERS, needs to be organized. The main aspects of this organization under socialism are as follows. Inherent in socialist labor cooperation is a new labor discipline, differing from unit in all the preceding social formations. Socialist labor discipline is the conscientious, comradely discipline of labor is reflected in the amount of output created by a worker per unit of time, or is measured by the quantity of labor time spent on producing a unit of output. A rise in labor productivity means savings of life and 298. Embodied labor. Marx and Engels pointed out that the increase in labor productivity consists precisely in that the share of living labor is reduced while that of past labor is increased, but in such a way that the total quantity of labor incorporated in that commodity declines, in such a way, therefore, that living labor decreases more than past labor increases. *1 And so, a rise in labor productivity means a rise in the quantity of output produced per unit of time, or a fall i.e. the expenditure of labor time required to produce a unit of output. A steady rise in labor productivity is a major condition for the development of socialist production. Describing the role of labor productivity under socialism, Lenin wrote, "In the last analysis, productivity of labor is the most important, the principal thing for the victory of the new social system. Capitalism created a productivity of labor unknown under serfdom. Capitalism can be utterly vanquished, and will be utterly vanquished by socialism creating a new and much higher productivity of labor." 2. The law of the steady rise in labor productivity. A rise in labor productivity is a general economic law operating in all socio-economic formations, but it operates differently under each of them. The way it operates depends directly on the relations of production predominating in society, on the character and slate of social production, and the goals on which it is oriented. The operation of this law is limited under capitalism, and labor productivity rises unevenly, and sometimes even falls. Under socialism, not only private ownership of the means of production, but also the obstacles to a rise in labor productivity are abolished. In socialist society, a steady rise in the productivity of labor is an objective necessity arising from the very essence of socialist relations of production. Savings of time, Rollo Marx, just as the planned, balanced distribution of labor time between the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of interest in the results of labor. Improvement of the organization of production and fanning methods on collective farms, a rise in the efficiency of collective farm production and in the revenues of the farms, provided the economic foundations for the workday unit gradually to die out, and he replaced high money wages for the collective farmers' labor. Initially, the collective farms began going over to seasonal and monthly advances to their members, i.e., part of the incomes was distributed according to workday units, without waiting for the end of the economic year. Later, these advances were replaced by more regular and stable payment in the form of produce and money in amounts fixed in advance. Today, the higher incomes of collective farms have created the necessary economic conditions for introducing a monthly cash payment for the collective farmers' work. TBC money form of payment is used as the only measure for the accounting and distribution of produce. By ensuring a corresponding rise in their social funds, collective farms guarantee every collective farmer a certain payment in accordance with his labor input into collective farm production. The guaranteed cash payment for the collective farmers' work is not yet a wage in the sense that it exists in the public sector. The wages of factory, office, and professional workers in state enterprises and establishments are guaranteed by the state, while those of collective farmers are guaranteed by the collective farm. Wages in the public sector presuppose the consistent implementation of the principle of equal pay for equal labor throughout the national economy. The measure of labor and that of distribution are the same for everyone. The money payment for labor on collective farms ensures a single measure of labor and distribution only on the given collective farm. Its level differs substantially from one zone to another and one region to another, in some cases of and between adjacent collective farms. The guaranteed payment for the collective farmers' labor considerably raises their material interest in the development of their collective economy. Material interest, apart from the basic payment, also envisages additional payment for an increased caso in agricultural output, an improvement in quality and reduction in production costs. In addition to payment for work done, collective farmers also enjoy benefits from the social consumption funds, which grow by the year, and this raises the material and cultural level of the collective farm peasantry. The development of socialized production entails steady rise in the standard of living of all categories of working people. The program provision of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union over youthing for the sake of man, every lying for the benefit of man is being implemented increasingly fully and consistently. For the social consumption funds. Under socialism, the principle of the distribution of the material and intellectual goods according to the quality and quantity of work done is the chief, but not the only one. A substantial part of the material and intellectual requirements of the working people are satisfied out of those social consumption funds. The social consumption funds constitute that part of socialist society's consumption fund that is directed in physical and money form by the state, as well as by public, cooperative and collective farm enterprises for the collective. 330. Individual satisfaction of the requirements of society's members, as a rule largely independently of the results of their labor. The social consumption funds express trio relations between society as a whole, the work collective and each individual member of society with respect to the part of the national income going for personal consumption. They are called on to ensure that the socialist state exerts a planned impact on the formation of the structure of the population's expenditures and consumption in order to level out the socio-economic positions of the members of society. The social consumption funds give representatives of all social groups an opportunity to receive an education, have access to the nation's cultural values, develop their abilities and, therefore, to occupy a position in socialist production and society in accordance with these abilities. The social consumption funds are divided into two parts. The first part consists of the funds that form the incomes of the population, and are a source of personal consumption. This part of the social consumption funds retains certain features of distribution according to work done. Thus, some payments and subsidies are granted to the working people in a specific ratio to their wages. The second part is made up of funds going for the free, collective satisfaction of society's needs. This part, of the social consumption funds is distributed independently of participation in labor and enjoyed by all the people. Most of TRIO's social consumption funds come out of the stale budget. The comparatively smaller part is financed by enterprises out of the Fund for Socio-Cultural Measures and Housing Construction. On collective farms, part of the net income goes to form the funds for socio-cultural measures, social security, and material assistance for collective farmers. During the building of socialism and communism, the range of requirements fully and partially met out of the social consumption funds expands continually. This is connected with the expanding opportunities for developed socialist society to satisfy fully the working people's growing needs. 331. The social consumption funds in the USSR stood at 4. Completely replace, in both physical and value terms, the productive assets consumed in both. Increase the productive assets in both departments in accordance with the growing social requirements. IC. Accumulate the means of production necessary for expanding the sonic of production, create socially necessary stocks until reserves of productive assets. Second, the annual output of Department 2. Consisting of consume, goods, must ho adequate, in both physical and. 363. Value terms low, supply workers high. The two departments of socialist production, both those already working and those newly entering production, with consumer goods according to the principio of to each according to his labor, supply those employed in the non-productive sphere AC according to the same principle, create socially necessary stocks and reserves of consumer goods. Only if these conditions are observed can there be extended reproduction of the aggregate social product. The priority growth of the production of means of production. The most vital and necessary condition for socialist extended reproduction is the priority, i.e., more rapid, growth of the production of means of production compared with the production of consumer goods. In order to expand production, first of all modes of production must be produced, moreover in quantities sufficient not only for replacing the means of production used up during the production process, but also for expanding the volume of production in all sectors of the national economy. Lenin considered the priority growth of the production of means of production compared with the production of consumer goods as an economic law of extended reproduction. The essence of this law being as follows. The development of the productive forces of society, or technical progress, is accompanied by a rise in the share of embodied labor in the social product and a drop in that of live labor. Manual labor is increasingly replaced by machine labor, and this raises its productivity and, consequently, to cover outlays on administration and defense. Though social consumption fund is of major significance toward the rise in the people's well-being, the accumulation fund is created from the surplus product. Modo reale, this fund is mainly output produced by Department I, but a certain part of TB output of Department 2 is also accumulated. In monetary terms, the accumulation fund is chiefly the means of the state budget, slate, and collective farm and cooperative enterprises, allotted for accumulation purposes. Though AC accumulation fund consists of about 20% of the nation Alabama income. In the way it is used, the accumulation fund can be broken down into 3 parts, one of which is used to expand production, another intended for financing and construction of cultural and other amenities, and the third forms the reserve or Iasuranco fund. Distribution of aggregate social product and national income can be expressed by the following schema. 368. Aggregate product of socialist society. Socialist accumulation. Under socialism, there is no antagonistic contradiction between production and consumption and AC accumulation. Socialist society proceeds from the possibility of combining consumption and accumulation in such a way that the conditions are created for ensuring the most rapid rate of extended reproduction possible and the fullest possible satisfaction of the requirements of socialist society. The ratio of consumption to accumulation under socialism is determined in accordance with the tasks of building socialism on the basis of the planned, balanced development of the national economy. The proportions between consumption and accumulation cannot be static or given once and for all, they are set specifically for a given period. Socialist accumulation is the source of extended socialist reproduction. One result of socialist accumulation is a constant rise in the social wealth, productive and non-productive assets through the regular allocation of part of the surplus product for the continuous expansion of production for the purpose of ensuring a steady rise in the national welfare. 3 CD 242053C Socialist accumulation takes place by means of capital investment in the national economy, and this goes up by the year. 3. The finance and credit system under socialism. A major role is played in socialist reproduction by the finance and credit system, which is called on in its entirety to serve production, distribution, exchange, accumulation, and consumption of the social product. Finances and credit are involved in the distribution and use of the chief part of the social product, the national income. Through finances and credit, the socialist state exerts an active influence on the economic operations of each and every enterprise, thereby facilitating the full revelation of reserves and savings on inputs. The state budget. The national income, as we have seen, is created in the sphere of material production, and a significant part of it goes into the accumulation fund, i.e., is used for further expanding production. If enterprises themselves made direct use of this part of the national income for expanding their own production, however, it would not be possible to ensure a correct balance in the development of individual enterprises and sectors of the national economy, so a centralized accumulation fund is set up in the socialist economy and used as a source of financing for the construction of new enterprises, and the modernization and expansion of existing ones. The centralized accumulation fund is concentrated in the state budget, the chief link in the finance system of the socialist state. The state budget is the basis of the country's financial plan, by means of which a significant part of the national income is concentrated and used for satisfying social needs. It is drawn up in accordance with the National Economic Plan. Though state budget consists of a credit and a debit side. The credit side of the state budget comes chiefly from revenues from socialist enterprises, including turnover tax, payments out of the profits of public enterprises and CCO. Economic organization, payment for fixed productive assets and rationed circulating means, contributions out of the free remainder of profit, fixed payments, income tax on cooperative organizations and collective farms, forestry income, and so on. Revenues from the socialist economy make up over 91% of the credit side of the state budget in the USSR, which also includes a social insurance fund. Public enterprises and organizations make set contributions to this fund in the form of special supplements to wages. The Soviet state budget is distinguished by a small share of revenues from THIRD population. Taxes levied on the population make up only about 8% of state budget revenues in the USSR. The debit side of the state budget consists of the financing of the national economy, socio-cultural measures, and science, the maintenance of the state administration bodies and defense expenditure. The bulk of the funds in the Soviet state budget goes to finance the national economy and pay for socio-cultural measures and science. The share of budgetary means spent on maintaining the state machine is decreasing. The USSR consistently pursues a policy of peace, so defense expenditures are kept to a minimum. The state budget, in socialist society, grows regularly on tile basis of a steady rise in the entire national economy. The budget of the USSR always has an excess of the credit over the debit side. All organs of Soviet power, from the Supreme Soviet of the USSR to rural Soviets of People's Deputies, have their own independent budgets. This allows them to take account of the specifics of the particular region when implementing state plans. Credit and banks under socialism. Credit under socialism is a form in which the state mobilizes temporarily idle money and makes planned, balanced use of it to satisfy national economic needs. Credit is tightly linked with the circuit of the means of socialist enterprises. During this circuit, the enterprise has money that is temporarily idle. This is because the time when payments are received for marketed output and the time when money is spent on production requirements do. 371. Suaj.tsdl. Long-term credit is granted for capital construction, for development of livestock breeding, for individual housing construction, for an increase in the production of consumer goods, improvement of cultural and other amenities, and so on. Credit for the capital outlays of state enterprises is also provided by the State Bank of the USSR. Goshank credit is granted for investment that will be rapidly recouped. This includes loans for the introduction of new technology and on the organization and expansion of the production of commodities for the population. The state bank also grants long-term credit to foreign states, especially those of the socialist community, on favorable, mutually advantageous conditions. Credit institutions charge a certain amount of interest on the credit they grant, as well as paying interest on deposits. The difference between the interest received and that paid out constitutes bank profit, which makes up part of 373. Though Act Income ol Socialist Society. Under socialism, credit furthers the racial use of the means of enterprises, a growth of socialist production and a rise in its profitability. The redistribution of temporarily idle resources between the industries and enterprises of the socialist economy is carried out by a ramified credit and banking system. Under developed socialism, the need arises to expand credit relations, replace non-returnable financing with a system of returnable and time crediting. This is promoted by a further development of cost accounting relations between enterprises Hanks, and the consolidation of enterprises' own financial basis. The credit and banking system in the USSR consists of the State Bank, the All-Union Bank for the financing of capital investment, the Bank for Foreign Trade of the USSR and Stale Savings Banks. The leading position in the credit and banking system belongs to the Stale Bank, which is the chief bank granting SLIOELCN and crediting of the national economy, the country's accounting and cash center. It is through the state bank that all settlements are made between economic organizations and establishments, payments pass into the budget, and settlements are made between establishments and organizations and the population. The state bank is also the only bank of issue, it issues money into circulation, plans and regulates money circulation. Finally, this bank is the country's only currency reserve center, and it carries out international settlements. The State Bank of the USSR is the world's biggest bank. It has over 6,000 branches, which carry out an enormous volume of accounting and credit operations. The All-Union Bank for the financing of capital investment is responsible for the financing and long-term crediting of the capital construction of enterprises, as well as those short-term crediting of contract construction organizations, and carries out settlements between clients and contractors. THIRD the Cialo Bank, Stroybank checks on the fulfillment of plans for construction work, on the correct utilization of means and reduction in the costs of production. 74. The Bank or Foreign Trade of the USSR credits Soviet foreign trade, carries out currency operations, settlements for the export and import of goods and services, as well as other settlements. It promotes the development of commercial and other economic links between the USSR and other countries, and that of internal trade and industry connected with exports and imports. Apart from the major banks, there are other credit institutions, savings banks. State savings banks accept money deposits from the population, collective farms, and social organizations. They also serve the population in operations with slate loans, accrediting and other cash operations. TN Socialist Society, temporarily idle money belonging to factory, office, and professional workers and peasants and deposited in savings banks is used for financing socialist development. The savings banks pay depositors a certain interest. In socialist society, the continuous growth of the PEOPLE's material welfare has accounted for the tremendous development of savings banks. In the USSR, for instance, in 1080, private deposits in savings banks amounted to roughly 150.2 billion rubles, compared with 0.7 billion in 1940. Revision Exercises 1. What is the essence of socialist reproduction? 2. What are the parts, in value physical terms, of the aggregate social product? 3. What are the factors behind the growth of the aggregate social product and the national income? 4. Why is the priority growth of the production of means of production necessary? 5. Describe the national income and its distribution under socialism. G. What is the role of finance and credit in socialist reproduction? 7. What is the state budget and what are the sources of its credit side? 8. For what purposes are the means of the state budget spent? 9. What is credit and what accounts for the need for it under socialism? 10. What are the different forms of credit? 11. Describe banks and their functions under socialism. 3I5. Chapter 17. The World Socialist System. 1. The emergence and development of the world socialist system. The chief content and main feature of the present age is the transition from capitalism to socialism, initiated by the Great October Socialist Revolution. This transition is an inevitable historical process. The October Revolution ushered in a new age in world history and put an end to the undivided sway of capitalism. TBC emergence of the socialist economic system in the USSR was of tremendous international significance and exerted a decisive influence on the entire subsequent course of world development, thereby fundamentally changing the socio-political map of the world. The socialist revolutions in a number of countries of Europe and Asia and in Cuba were a continuation of the October Revolution in Russia. As a result of the victory of socialist revolutions and the withdrawal of a number of countries from the capitalist system, the world socialist system emerged and began to develop. The formation of the world socialist system has been the main result of the progressive development of society in the present age. The world socialist system is not simply the sum total of the states that have withdrawn from capitalism. It is a social, economic, and political community of free, sovereign peoples, advancing towards socialism and communism, united by common interests and goals, and the close ties of international socialist solidarity. The economic basis of the world socialist system is so. 376. Illicit ownership of the means of production in its two forms, public and cooperative. Socialist property predominates in the USSR and the other socialist countries. Though development of socialist production in the countries of socialism is subordinated to the general goal of satisfying, as fully as possible, the growing material and cultural requirements of the people. The political basis of the world socialist system is the power of the people, headed by the working class. The guiding and directing force in the socialist countries is the fraternal communist and workers' parties. Those socialist countries have a common interest in defending the revolutionary gains and their independence against imperialist encroachments. The world socialist system is characterized by unity of ideology, Marxism-Leninism, and their goal is to build socialism and communism. Socialist countries have common tasks in the struggle against capitalism and its imperialist policy. The development of the world socialist system and the world capitalist system follows totally opposite laws. The world capitalist system took shape and developed in the course of an extremely fierce struggle between the slates that make it up, with the strong ones subordinating and enslaving the weaker ones, but the formation and development of the world socialist system is taking place on the basis of sovereignty and full voluntariness, in accordance with the basic, vital interests of the working people in all the socialist countries. Inherent in the world capitalist system are the law of uneven economic and political development, spontaneity, and anarchy of social production. Inherent in the world socialist system are other, radically different laws, inserting those steady, planned, balanced growth of the economies of all the countries involved, and this leads to a general rise and consolidation of the world socialist system as a whole. The economy of world capitalism develops slowly, experiencing crises and disruptions. That of the socialist countries is characterized by rapid and stable growth rates, and overall, continuous rise in the national economics of the individual socialist countries. The total volume of industrial production in the socialist countries in 1980 was 14 times greater than in 1950. The respective figures for in 377. Individual countries were 14 times lower the USSR, 14 limes for Poland, merely 8.0 times Czechoslovakia, about 9.5 times for the GDR, some 8.5 times for Hungary, 33 times for Romania, 24 times for Bulgaria and 10 times for Mongolia. The socialist countries have solved or are successfully solving the most difficult problem involved in socialist construction: the voluntary transfer of the peasantry from small individual holdings to large-scale mechanized, cooperative socialist farming. This testifies that, as a result of the indestructible fraternal cooperation between workers and peasants, socialist relations of production have triumphed not only in the towns, but also in the countryside. The share of the socialisal sector in the total area of agricultural land in the socialist countries is over 90%. The high level of economic development of the socialist countries makes it possible for them to ensure a steady rise in the material welfare and cultural standard of living of the working masses. In those countries, the national incomes are growing rapidly, and about 4/5 goes to satisfy the people's fast-growing requirements. The world socialist system has now entered a new stage in its development. The Soviet Union has successfully built a developed socialist society, and is now creating the material and technical basis for communism. The oilier countries of the world socialist system are laying the foundations for socialism, and some of them have already entered the period of building a developed socialist society. The dominant role in the economies of the socialist countries is played by socialist relations of production. The countries of the world socialist system, many of which used to be backward, have now become flourishing socialisal states. Only a very short period of time, in historical terms, was required for them to overcome their former economic backwardness, to create and develop their own modern industries. The planned economies of the socialist countries develop significantly faster than those of the capitalist states. But the establishment of the world socialist system is a complex and multifaceted process, connected with overcoming difficulties of both an objective and subjective nature. Fraternal relations and cooperation are organized between countries with, far from identical economic levels of 378. Development, historical and cultural traditions and links, and social structures. Experience has shown that, wherever they are able to exert an influence, petty bourgeois elements attempt to hamper the normal course of socialist transformations, to set the socialist countries against one another, and to revive opportunist, revisionist and real nationalistic views, on which imperialism plays. This danger grows whenever a departure from the principles of Marxism-Leninism is permitted. The socialist world has now entered a development stage, providing an opportunity for making significantly fuller use of the mighty reserves contained in the new system. This is facilitated by the elaboration and introduction of the most advanced economic and political forms, corresponding to the requirements of a mature socialist society developing on the basis of the new social structure. The world socialist system is becoming the decisive factor in the development of human society. While Marxism-Leninism attaches tremendous importance to the national liberation movement, it also believes that the chief essence, direction, and main specifics of world development in the present age are determined by the world socialist system, the forces fighting against imperialism and struggling toward a restructuring of society along socialist lines. The main document of the 1999 International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties slate, the main direction of mankind's development is determined by the world socialist system, the international working class, all revolutionary forces. The primary role of the world socialist system in the worldwide revolutionary process is seen in the fact that, first, the working class and other working people of the socialist countries are creating a new society without oppression or exploitation. By creating the material and technical basis for socialism and communism, the socialist countries deal a blow to imperialism in the decisive sphere of social activities, that of material production. When the working people in the capitalist countries see the successes scored by socialist states iu economic development (MCNL), the improvement of the people's standard of living, the development of democracy and the involvement of the broad population in running those states, it is brought home to them that only on the way to socialism and communism it is possible to satisfy the working people's needs. All this revolutionizes the masses, helps to involve them in the active struggle against capitalist oppression and for national liberation and social emancipation. Second, as Timo goes on, the role of the socialist states grows increasingly as a force directly opposing the aggressive plans of imperialism. Now that the might of the Soviet Union and the entire socialist community paralyses the main forces of international reaction and aggression, the peoples of the developing countries have more favorable opportunities for fighting imperialism and internal reactionaries. There is a very close link between the successes of the revolutionary struggle in the capitalist countries, the victories of the national liberation movement and the growing might of the world socialist system. The formation of the world socialist system and its strengthening unity and solidarity signify a type of truly just, equal, and fraternal relations between states never seen in history before. 1. 2. Cooperation and mutual assistance at basis of the economic relations between the countries of the world socialist system ____. Cooperation and mutual assistance between the socialist countries on the basis of their unity of economic, political, and ideological foundations has entailed the formation of the world socialist system. The system of the socialist world economy is a totality of national economic complexes of sovereign socialist states, closely linked by comprehensive economic, scientific, and technical cooperation, the international socialist division of labor and the world socialist market. The ideas of friendship, cooperation and mutual assistance between the socialist countries are fixed in the constitutions of most of the fraternal countries. The new constitution of the USSR declares friendship, cooperation and mutual assistance with other socialist countries the cornerstone of Soviet foreign policy. 1. The new type of economic and political relations. A new type of economic and political relations, previously unknown in history, is emerging between the countries of the socialist community. These relations between the socialist countries are built on the principles of full equality, respect for territorial integrity, state independence and sovereignty, and non-interference in one another's internal affairs. But these basic principles do not exhaust the essence of the relations between the socialist countries. Another of their integral features is mutual, fraternal assistance, reflecting the principle of proletarian internationalism. A strengthening of the unity of the world socialist system on the basis of proletarian internationalism is an essential condition for the further success of all its member states. Each socialist country is always in need of comprehensive cooperation with the other socialist states. At the present time, with the world split into two systems, though very existence of many socialist countries and their successful advance are only possible because there is a world community of socialist countries and because they can rely on the economic might and political unity of this community. Though multilateral fraternal cooperation between the countries of socialism allows maximum use to be made of the advantages of the world socialist system for speeding up the development of each country's productive forces and strengthening the economic might of the countries of socialism in general. The establishment of a new type of economic and political relations is a natural event, with firm socio-economic and ideological foundations. They arise out of the very essence of the socialist system, out of the diatomy of socialist relations of production. As a result, the mutual relations beluk in the socialist countries include no striving towards economic expansion, no domination or subordination. The world socialist system, the economic links and relations between the states are accomplished in accordance with the requirements of the economic laws of socialism and are subordinated to the task of continually expanding production on the basis of advanced technology, in order to raise the welfare of the working people. The International Socialist Division of Labor. The development and strengthening of the economic cooperation between the socialist countries takes place on the basis of the International Socialist Division of Labor. The division of labor between the socialist countries differs fundamentally from that in the world capitalist system. The International Capitalist Division of Labor is accomplished spontaneously during a fierce competitive struggle and the pursuit of profits. The Socialist International Division of Labor is accomplished in a planned way, on the basis of the operation of the law of Trio planned, balanced development of the national economy. Socialism created, for the first time ever, the necessary conditions for equal and mutually beneficial cooperation between big and small nations. It ensures a strengthening of the economies of the independent states making up the world's socialist system. Harmoniously complementing one another, the socialist countries are enabled to economize on forces and means for the comprehensive development of their productive forces. Each country can, on a mutual basis, make use of not only its own resources, but also those of the other countries of TB community. This makes possible a more rational use of all the economic resources of the world's socialist system in order to speed up the development of the economy and raise the well-being of the peoples of all the socialist countries. The International Socialist Division of Labor allows each country to focus on those branches of social production for which it enjoys the most favorable conditions, i.e., natural and materia, resources, production base, workers, ng. 382. Anti**ERS AMI technicians, level of development of production, and so on. The main principles behind the International Socialist Division of Labor are consideration of the objectively necessary proportions in the economic development of individual countries and the world socialist system as a whole, facilitating the balancing of the economy, ensurance of a high economic effectiveness of the International Division of Labor, expressed in rapid production growth RALs and the fullest possible satisfaction of the requirements of population in each country. A combination of the international specialization in production and comprehensive development of the economies of individual countries in order to make more rational use, in all countries, of the natural and economic factors of production, including resources, a gradual overcoming of the historical differences in economic development levels, making maximum use of each country's resources and the advantages of the world socialist system. The International Socialist Division of Labor harmoniously combines the tasks of developing the usual economy of each country with the international tasks of developing the entire world system of socialism. Specialization and cooperation of production. The International Socialist Division of Labor presupposes specialization and cooperation in production. Specialization in production within the world socialist system means the priority development of certain industries in those countries where the given output can be produced most cheaply. Cooperation in production acts as an interlink between mutually complementary, specialized production is, for the purpose of obtaining the maximum possible economic effect in the manufacture of some individual product. Specialization and cooperation in production, as progressive forms of the International Socialist Division of Labor, first, make it possible to ensure a high degree of concentration of the output of similar product in 383 or a few countries in order to satisfy the requirements of all the other countries, second, are geared to achieving the highest worldwide standards in the qualitative and technological level of output. Specialization and cooperation in production take account both of the specific interests of each individual country and the common interests of the socialist community. They facilitate better use made of the socialist country's production capacities, the organization of mass on a largo batch production, the reducing of production costs and improvement of output quality. In the process of economic cooperation and extension of production specialization, the industrial profiles of the individual socialist countries emerge, and their place in the system of economic links between the socialist states is determined. For instance, in Czechoslovakia it is primarily heavy and power engineering, and certain light industries that have been developed. The German Democratic Republic specializes in heavy power engineering, precision mechanics, optics, and the production of chemicals. In Romania, there has been broad development of oil refining and the manufacture of equipment for the oil industry, and so on. At the same time, while most of the socialist countries specialize in the production of specific types of output, a country like the USSR has an enormous territory, diverse natural resources and a large population, so it develops all the in industries. Yet this does not exclude the USSR's broad participation in the International Socialist Division of Labor, On the contrary, it creates the most favorable conditions for the development of specialization and cooperation in production within the world socialist system. The evening out of the development levels of the socialist countries in the world capitalist system, the international division of labor led to the formation of developed imperialist states, on the one hand, and of backward, agrarian countries, on the other, whereas, in the world socialist system, the international division of labor is expressed in a planned, balanced, and rational location of production among those socialist countries. 384. The socialist international division of labor helps to level out economic development the countries of the world socialist system. First, there is a gradual leveling out of the per capita production of key industrial and agricultural products. Second, the differences are overcome in the amount of machinery available in production, in the cultural and technical level of working people and, consequently, in the level of the productivity of social labor. 2. Third, the living standards of the nations draw together and level out. Thus, a new objective law emerges within the world socialist system. It creates conditions for closing the gap, inherited from capitalism, between the levels of economic and cultural development of different countries, for the more rapid development of the slates that were economically backward under capitalism and a steady rise in their economics and cultures, and for evening out the general development levels of the countries of the socialist community. All the socialist countries need to attain a high level of economic development because socialism cannot come to terms with the economic and cultural backwardness inherited from the old system. The establishment of the new socialist relations of production opens up broad scope for a rise in the productive forces and accelerated economic development of all the countries making up the world socialist system. As a result of the operation of the new laws of social development, by relying on the experience of other socialist countries, on cooperation and mutual assistance, the countries that were previously economically backward rapidly make up for lost time and raise their economies and cultures to a higher level. Though drawing together of the economic development levels means that countries of the world socialist community can no longer be divided into advanced and backward ones. At the present time, though vast majority of previously backward socialist countries have become developed states whose modern industries have a significance going far beyond national bounds. The current stage in the development of the world socialist system is characterized by an accelerated movement of the socialist countries towards their common goal socialism and communism, the all-round development of cooperation and mutual assistance, a rise of all the socialist countries to a new and higher level of economic and political maturity. The comprehensive influence of the building of socialism and communism on the peoples of the non-socialist countries is continually growing. Lenin's prediction that socialism would make the greatest impact on international development through its economic successes has been fully borne out. The growth of this influence is a major specific of the current stage in the development of the world socialist system. 3. The mechanism and forms of economic cooperation between the socialist countries. Though economic relations between the socialist countries consist of mutual exchange of activities in the process of the socialist international division of labor, which is manifested in all the diversity of forms of economic cooperation and is planned in character. The chief forms of economic cooperation between the countries of the world socialist system are, coordination of national economic plans, mutual economic and technical assistance, scientific and technical cooperation and exchange of experience in the development of the economy, cooperation in staff training, foreign trade and currency and financial cooperation. Coordination of national economic plans. Though international socialist division of labor, the specialization and cooperation in production of the socialist states presuppose planned economic links between them. In accordance with the law of the planned, balanced development of the national economy, the economic cooperation between the socialist countries develops on the basis of mutual coordination of national economic plans. The coordination of plans is a now form of joint planning, inherent only in the socialist countries, which makes it possible to combine efforts in developing the national economy with those in consolidating and expanding the 386. World Socialist Economy. With its assistance, the necessary harmony is attained in the development of though mutually interwoven and mutually complementary sectors of though economies of individual countries, a balance of their payment relations, a leveling out of their economic development. Between the socialist countries it is primarily the indicators of long-term economic plans that are coordinated, those for 5 or more years. Each country plans its own economy, coordinating its development with that of the national economies of the other countries. This creates a firm basis for all-round economic cooperation between the socialist countries, for a rise in the economy of each state and of the entire world socialist system. Coordination of national economic plans allows the socialist countries to set the correct proportions between the hierarchies of production not only within individual countries, but also between them. These rational proportions are established on the basis of comradely agreement through the conclusion of equal and mutually beneficial contracts between socialist states. The coordination of economic plans takes account of mutual interests, production possibilities, and the requirements of the economy and population of each country, the need to increase each country's economic might, strength and its independence, and raise the material and cultural living standards of the working people. The coordination of long-term plans for the economic development of the socialist countries opens up road opportunities for more effective use to Himato of the advantages of the international socialist division of Lahore and ensures the maximum development of the productive forces of the entire world socialist economic system and of each country individually, taking into account its natural and economic conditions, as well as national specifics. The coordination of production programs is widespread on a bilateral and multilateral basis. A major role in this is played by the elaboration and fulfillment of long-term special programs for cooperation in the key industries of material production. Their purpose is to combine the socialist countries' efforts in meeting the rapidly growing demand for energy, fuel, the chief raw materials, in speeding up the development of engineering and 25*387. Port, and hotter satisfying the demand for consumer goods and foodstuffs. In 1949, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance was set up on the principles of full equality of all participant states, to organize though planned, balanced economic cooperation between the socialist countries. The CMEA is an intergovernmental economic organ of the socialist countries and is called on to organize the exchange of economic and technical experience, render mutual assistance in raw materials, foodstuffs, machinery, and equipment, coordinate the plans for the development of the socialist countries' economics on the basis of a rational division of Lahore between them. The Council's members are Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Cuba, Hungary, the GDK, Mongolia, Poland, Romania, the USSR, and Vietnam, with Yugoslavia participating in a number of CMEA organs. According to the CMEA Charter, the chief goal of LIA's international organization is by means of unification and coordination of the efforts of the member states, to further the planned, balanced development of their national economies, an acceleration of economic and technical advance, a rise in the level of industrialization of the countries, a continuous growth of labor productivity and steady rise in the well-being of the people. The work of the CMEA is the organizational embodiment of the principles of the new type of international economic relations, socialist mutual assistance and fraternal cooperation in order to ensure a steady, overall growth. The sovereignty and equality of the CMEA countries is ensured by their equal representation on the Council's organs, which make recommendations and decisions on the agreement of all the states interested in the issue under consideration. The principles of the country's interests allow cooperation to be developed between those states that recognize this as being beneficial, for not all the CMEA countries are equally interested in all international measures. The CMEA is an open international organization, which other states can join, provided they share the goals and principles of the Council and express a desire to cooperate on the basis of these principles. The supremo organ of the Council is the session, which is convened in TBO capitals of each of the member countries in turn. Plenipotentiary delegations of the member countries take part in the work of the CMEA session. The sessions decide major issues involved in extending the economic links between the states making up this organization. The 23rd CMEA special session, in which the leaders of the Communist and Workers' parties and heads of government of the member countries took part, held in Moscow in April 1969, occupies a particularly important place. It determined the guidelines for the elaboration of a long-term, comprehensive program for the development of the CMEA member countries' economic integration. Between sessions, several times a year, there are meetings of the Executive Committee, consisting of representatives from all those countries. The Executive Committee is entrusted with fulfilling the tasks facing the CMEA and checking on the implementation of the decisions taken by its organs. TB Executive Committee directs the work of the CMEA Secretariat and Standing Committees for Economic, Scientific and Technical Cooperation. The CMEA headquarters are in Moscow, though capital of the USSR. The economic integration of the socialist countries requires effective coordination of the long-term national economic plans and of economic policy, joint economic programming of TB development of the key industries and types of production. The strengthening of the joint planning presupposes a high scientific level of national plans and their precise fulfillment, a unity of the principal methods of planning and collection of statistics, comparability of the chief indicators of the national economic plans, joint elaboration of data on production and consumption of the main products in all the socialist countries or groups of interested ones. The planned coordination of the economic development of the socialist countries' economies is engendered by the very nature of socialism and meets the basic interests of the working people of all the socialist states. Mutual economic and technical assistance. Of major significance for the development of industry, agriculture and other sectors of the economies of the socialist countries is mutual economic and technical assistance in 339. The construction of various projects essential for the national economy. Soviet assistance to the other socialist countries covers virtually all industries of the national economy. In 1970, Soviet deliveries of complete equipment went to 540 projects, of which 120 are already fully or partially operating. Though Soviet Union assists in the construction of various projects in Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, Cuba, the GDR, Hungary, Mongolia, Romania, and the Korean Democratic People's Republic. Mutual economic assistance on a broad scale is also rendered by the other socialist countries. For instance, Czechoslovakia supplies equipment for projects in Bulgaria, Cuba, and Romania. Vietnam receives technical and economic support from Bulgaria, the GDR, Hungary, and Poland. The long-term special program for cooperation in the sphere of energy, fuel, and raw materials envisages a complex of measures furthering the satisfaction of the CMEA countries' rational requirements for flow and raw material resources. A major sphere of cooperation is the construction of atomic power stations in the CMEA countries with Soviet assistance. By 1990, the capacity of such power stations will have reached about 37 million kilowatts. It has been calculated that the atomic power stations will save about 70 million tons of conventional fuel a year. Substantial savings will also result from the elimination of long-distance transportation of the fuel required by thermal power stations. An important place in the economic relations between the socialist countries belongs to the joint construction of enterprises, which is one of the new and most promising forms of economic cooperation. Thus, the mere power grid, which unites those of Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, the GDR, the western part of the USSR and Romania, was created in this way. Tbodruzha oil pipeline for transporting Soviet oil was built by the joint efforts of the USSR, Poland, Czechoslovakia, the GDR, and Hungary. The Soyuz gas pipeline, which transports Soviet gas to Bulgaria, Hungary, the GDR, Poland, Romania, and Czechoslovakia, is functioning successfully. Agreements on the joint construction of large-scale projects lead to stable specialization and cooperation in production. 390. Scientific and technical cooperation. The exchange of scientific and technological achievements and advanced production experience is developing increasingly between the countries of the world socialist system. The scientists of the socialist countries resolve the most pressing problems of science and technology in close collaboration with one another. The multilateral scientific and technical cooperation involves over 3,000 scientific research and docine organizations and higher educational institutions in the countries, including about 200 scientific establishments of 12 academies of sciences. Scientific and technical cooperation involves the exchange of the most important achievements of science and technology, and various design documentation, assistance in carrying out design, prospecting and experimental work, exchange of experience, help in training and raising the qualifications of personnel, and so on. Initially, scientific and technical cooperation consisted primarily in the mutual transfer of technical experience and documentation on types of technology already in operation. As economic integration develops, scientific and technical cooperation is becoming concentrated on the joint elaboration, by various countries, of new problems involved in scientific and technical progress. This coordination of research work in the sphere of scientific and technical progress is objectively inevitable, since only by joint efforts can the current problems of science and technology be rapidly and effectively elaborated without excessive duplication. A clear example of the effectiveness of scientific and technical cooperation between the CMEA countries is their cooperation in space research. Under the Jainter Cosmos program, flights have been made by international space crews, including cosmonauts from the other socialist countries, together with Soviet ones. The broad exchange of achievements in science and technology and of advanced production experience between the socialist countries furthers the development of the productive forces on the basis of the most sophisticated technology. The socialist countries have a vital interest in the development of this form of their international ties. Since the initiation of the CMEA, the socialist countries have given one another large numbers of complete sets of scientific and technical documentation. 39J. Scientific and technical cooperation frees each socialist state from having to spend time, money, and energy on elaborating scientific and technical problems already solved by the other fraternal countries. An important aspect of scientific and technical cooperation between the socialist countries is that in personnel training. The higher educational institutions of the CMEA countries regularly train large numbers of young people from the fraternal status. Cooperation also involves experts and workers undergoing production training in the enterprises of the other socialist countries, as well as trips by scientists and experts for raising their qualification at research institutes and higher educational institutions of fraternal countries. Foreign trade. Trade between the socialist countries is a major form of their economic cooperation. The formation of the world socialist economic system gave rise to the world socialist market, where there is no room for anarchy or rivalry, spontaneous price fluctuations, non-equivalent exchange, trade wars, discriminatory restrictions, or the exploitation and plundering of some countries by others. Foreign trade between the socialist countries develops according to a plan elaborated in advance and on mutually advantageous terms which serve to promote the economic development of each individual country. Trade is conducted at fair and stable prices fixed by voluntary agreement for a more or less long period, taking world prices into account. Cooperation and fraternal assistance are characteristic of foreign trade on the world socialist market. The world socialist market is never depressed, its absorptive capacity is constantly growing as a result of uninterrupted growth in production and a rise in the material and cultural level of the working people in the socialist countries. All of us have a stake in the socialist market being able to meet the rising needs of the countries of our community. And the benefit of augmenting each other's economic potential is certainly not confined to the purely commercial field. 1. Documents and resolutions. The 26th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, p. 13. 392. Trade relations between the socialist countries are based on long-term agreements on mutual deliveries, Setting terms of payment, the amount and prices of commodities. TBC foreign trade of the socialist countries serves as a major means for developing their economies and cultures. This promotes a systematic rise in the standard of living and ensures full employment. The state monopoly of foreign trade in all the socialist countries not only protects their economies from imperialist economic aggression, it also furthers the development and strengthening of the ties between the socialist countries. The continuous rise of those socialist countries' economies results in a change in the structure of their exports and imports. With the exception of Czechoslovakia and the GDR, all the countries, which are now the members of the CMEA, exported mainly raw materials and foodstuffs before the war, but this is no longer the case. For instance, before the war Bulgaria's exports consisted mainly of agricultural products, but since 1970 the bulk of them has been made up of industrial output. Currency and financial cooperation. The successful development of the socialist countries' economies, and though various forms of economic cooperation and trade between them, are accomplished by means of currency and finance relations. A major role in strengthening the economic cooperation between the socialist countries is played by credit agreements. The socialist countries have created their own system of international credit, a socialist-type system. The international credit headway on the countries of those socialist community is directed to speeding up economic development and raising TBC material welfare and cultural level of the socialist nations. Moreover, the credit is granted on the most privileged conditions. The capitalist countries charge very high interest rates on their credit and attach TBC credit to all sorts of economic and political conditions, whereas the interest on the credit between the countries of the socialist community is usually 1 to 2% per annum. In certain cases, though credit is granted free of charge. Credit agreements never contain. 399. Any inequitable political or economic conditions concerning the use of the credit. Credits are, as a rule, paid off in the form of the given country's traditional exports. In 1964 THC International Bank for Economic Cooperation was set up within CMEA to carry out multilateral settlements in a special currency, the transferable ruble. This facilitated and simplified the multilateral accounts between the socialist countries and created favorable opportunities for a further development and increased efficiency of TBR mutual trade. The pursuance of a coordinated investment policy, acceleration of the construction of major projects of mutual interest, as well as of joint enterprises, are further aided by TB International Investment Bank, set up in 1970 with a capital consisting of contributions made by the members of TBO Bank in the form of convertible currency and transferable rubles. The currency and finance relations between those socialist countries are continually and constantly improving. The role of the transferable ruble is growing as a collective currency in the increasingly broad economic relations between the CMEA members. The international credit of the socialist countries allows TB economically less developed ones to speed up their development, create a firm base for industrialization of the national economy, and draw closer to the economically more advanced socialist countries in terms of their economic development levels. Socialist international credit stimulates TB effective use of investment in the national economy, the creation of a rational structure of the international socialist division of labor, and furthers a constant expansion of the trade links between the socialist countries on a mutually beneficial basis. The development of those credit relations between the countries of the world socialist system expresses the essence of the socialist typo-economic relations. Socialist economic integration. Socialist economic integration is the unification and planned coordination of the socialist countries' efforts in order to fulfill TB key socio-economic tasks involved in further developing those productive forces, to achieve the highest possible scientific and technical level, raise the people's welfare, strengthen the defense capability of each country and of the entire socialist community. The need to make use of socialism's advantages instigate a search for new forms of socialist economic integration. During the years of building socialism, the fraternal countries gained diverse positive experience in organizing production and management and in resolving economic problems. 1. Therefore, in accordance with the decisions of the 23rd and 24th sessions of THE Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the 25 TB Sessione, in July 1971, elaborated and adopted the Comprehensive Program for the Further Extension and Improvement of Cooperation and the Development of Socialist Economic Integration of the CMEA member countries. The program is to be implemented, stage by stage, over a period of 15 to 20 years. As the comprehensive program stresses, the development of the socialist economic integration of the CMEA countries is a process consciously planned and regulated by the Communist and Workers' parties and governments of THE CMEA member countries, a process of the International Socialist Division of Labor, of the drawing together of their economies and the formation of a modern, highly effective structure for the national economics, a gradual drawing together and leveling out of their economic development, the formation of deep and stable ticks in the key branches of the economy, science, and technology, the expansion and strengthening of the international market of these countries and improvement of commodity-money relations. The comprehensive program for the further extension and improvement of cooperation and development of socialist economic integration is based on the principles of socialist internationalism, equitability, and mutually advantageous assistance. The CMEA member countries are continuing to develop their economic links with other socialist states, as well as with capitalist and developing ones. They are coming out actively for complete elimination of discrimination in world trade and economic relations, and for a consistent spread of the most favored nation status. Socialist economic integration is an objectively conditioned and law-governed process. It is dictated by the high level of development of the productive forces achieved by the CMEA countries. The unification of the economic potentials of these countries, the close interweaving and coordinated, planned, and balanced development of their national economies allow them to ensure even better and more fully the flourishing of the economy of each country and, at the same time, to make full use of the economic laws and advantages of socialism on the international scale. The successes of the economic cooperation and growing might of the world community of socialist countries are an earnest of the victory of socialism in the economic competition with capitalism. For peaceful coexistence and the economic competition between the two world systems, the essence of peaceful coexistence. The question of peaceful coexistence and economic competition between socialism and capitalism was theoretically substantiated by Lenin. He proceeded from the fact that the socialist revolution cannot triumph simultaneously throughout the world, so, for a more or less extended period, one or a group of socialist countries would develop while capitalism remained in a number of others. The existence of the two systems, that of socialism and of capitalism, makes peaceful coexistence between them inevitable. Peaceful coexistence does not mean a rejection of the class struggle. The coexistence between states with different social systems is a form of class struggle between socialism and capitalism. Neither does peaceful coexistence mean that the two ideologies, the socialist and the capitalist, come to terms. On the contrary, it presupposes a step up in the struggle of the working class and its parties for the triumph of the ideas of socialism and communism. Though Soviet people and the working people of the socialist countries do not, like the capitalist system, any more than the socialist system, appeal to the ruling circles of the capitalist countries. Though people of each country are them 396 selves responsible for establishing one of these systems or the other, so the mutual relations between the two opposing socio-economic systems must take shape on the basis the principle of peaceful coexistence. Today, when there are atomic, hydrogen and neutron weapons of mass destruction, the very possibility of a war must be excluded once and for all. Only one course remains, that of peaceful coexistence and peaceful economic competition between socialism and capitalism. At present, recognition and steady implementation of the principle of peaceful coexistence is a vital condition for maintaining and consolidating peace and the security of nations. Peaceful coexistence of the socialist and capitalist countries is an objective necessity for the development of human society, reads the CPSU program. war cannot and must not serve as a means of settling international disputes. Peaceful coexistence or disastrous war, such is the alternative offered. High history. 1. The prevention of war has become a particularly pressing task in view of the development of destructive nuclear weapons, which are capable of claiming countless victims. What exactly is peaceful coexistence? Above all, it means rejection of war as a means for settling disputes between states and their solution by means of negotiations. This far from exhausts the concept of peaceful coexistence, however. Apart from obligations not to attack, it presupposes, also, that all states should commit themselves not to violate the territorial integrity or sovereignty of other states in any form or on any pretext. Peaceful coexistence means non-interference in the internal affairs of other states for the purpose of changing their state system or way of life or for any other purpose, recognition of each nation's right to decide independently all questions involved in the development of their country. Peaceful coexistence presupposes equal rights, mutual understanding and trust between states, and consideration of each other's interests. It envisages that the political and economic relations between countries must be built on the basis of mutual benefit. The principle of peaceful coexistence between states with different systems is the general line of the foreign policy of the socialist countries. The Soviet Union has consistently supported the policy of peaceful coexistence between states with different social systems and will continue to do so in the future. The policy of peace arises from the very nature of socialism and corresponds to the interests not only of the peoples of the socialist countries, but also of those of all other nations in the world. Marxist-Leninist parties consider a consistent battle for peace not only as fulfillment of their historical mission before mankind to avert the annihilation of peoples in the flames of a nuclear war, but also as a major condition for the successful building of socialism and communism, the development of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat in the capitalist countries and of the liberation movement of the peoples oppressed. High imperialism. Though policy of peaceful coexistence does not contradict the right of any oppressed people to fight for its liberation by any means it considers necessary, armed or peaceful. This policy in no way signifies support for reactionary regimes. It is equally indisputable that every people has the inalienable right to take up arms in defense against encroachments by imperialist aggressors and to avail itself of the help of other peoples in its just cause. One peace is being guarded by the mighty socialist camp, headed by the Soviet Union. Together with the socialist countries, whose populations make up over a third of mankind, a large group of non-socialist countries that have no interest in unleashing wars also come out for peace. The number of neutral states is growing, though they strive to protect themselves from the danger involved in participating in imperialist militarist blocs. At the present time, TB peoples are increasingly resolutely settling TBO questions of war and peace themselves. The anti-war movement of the popular masses is the major factor in the struggle for peace. A great organizing force behind the struggle for peace is the international working class, TB most implacable and consistent fighter against world war. The possibility of averting a war is not, of course, realized on its own. It requires a tremendously energetic struggle for peace and vigilance with respect to sallies high its one. Mise. It depends to a tremendous extent on the policy of TBC socialist countries, their Dofenko capability and on the steady implementation of the Leninist principles of peaceful coexistence. To curb the aggressors, free mankind from imperialism, this is the mission of the working class, of all anti-imperialist forces waging a battle for peace, national independence and socialism. The economic competition between socialism and capitalism. Peaceful coexistence means, above all, economic competition between the two systems, competition in which socialism is scoring more and more victories. The decisive SEC tour of the competition with capitalism is the economy and economic policy, states the Central Committee report to the 26th CPSU Congress. Won by consistently implementing the line of peaceful coexistence, the socialist countries achieve a steady strengthening of the positions of the world's socialist system, i.e. the economic competition with capitalism. Ultimately, the system that gives nations greater opportunities for improving their material and intellectual lives will be the one that triumphs. That system is socialism. It is socialism that creates unprecedentedly broad prospects for the inexhaustible creative upsurge of the masses, for a genuine flourishing of science and culture, for implementation of mankind's dream of a happy life, without poor and unemployed people, of a happy childhood, of a peaceful old age, of accomplishment of man's boldest plans, of man's right to create, truly freely, for the sake of the people. In the economic competition between the two systems, it is the socialist system that will come out on top, but this will in no way mean that this victory will he attain through interference in the internal affairs of the capitalist states. It will he hasten on the advantages of the socialist economic system. Capitalism will inevitably be replaced throughout the world by a progressive, just social system, communism. Though economic competition between socialism and capitalism does not doom the masses in the capitalist country to passive waiting, or docks it Rome of the need for a class and national liberation struggle. On the contrary, the tremendous significance of the victories of socialism in the economic competition with capitalism consists in the fact that they stimulate the class struggle of the working people, making them conscious fighters for their own emancipation. The imperialists are well aware of this, so they fear the socialist countries' successos in their development and strive to hold back their advance. Particularly apt at the current stage in the competition between the two systems are Lenin's words to the official that socialism's chief lever for exerting an impact on the world revolution is its economic policy, the creation of the technical and economic base for the new society, surpassing the productivo forces of capitalism. Once we solve this problem, Lenin pointed out, we shall have certainly and finally win on an international scale. 1. The economic competition between socialism and capitalism is a struggle for a higher level of per capita industrial and agricultural output, for the highest possible standard of living. In this competition, the advantages are clearly on the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of socialism. This is evidenced, above all, by the economic growth rates of the USSR and the USA. In competing with the USA, the USSR has already substantially closed the distance, so parroting it from the level of the American economy. What are the indicators of the course of the economic competition between the two systems and its results? First, economic growth rates. Let us look at the figures on this. From 1950 to 1980, the industrial output of the socialist countries increased 14-fold, while that of the capitalist owners only about 4 times. This means that the world's socialist system is developing its industry 4 times faster than capitalism is. From 1951 to 1980, the average annual rate of increment in the national income of the USSR was 7.4%, while that of the USA was 3.3%, of industrial output 8.7 against 4.0, of agricultural output 3.0 against 1.6% in the USA. High rates of economic growth are convincing evidence of the advantages of the world socialist system, and earnest of its victory in the economic competition with world capitalism. Second, the rise in the share of the socialist countries in world production. In 1950, the share of socialism in world industrial output was only 20%, while in 1980 it was already over 40%. Third, the per capita production of the key products. This is a generalizing indicator characterizing, in comparably terms, the per capita production level. Overall, in the world socialist system, the average worldwide level of production is exceeded. 33.1% of the world population lives in these countries, while 40% of world industrial output is produced here. Moreover, the Soviet Union, which has a 15th of the world's population, produces a 5th of the world's industrial output. The countries produce 3 times more industrial output per capita than the world average. Yet the countries of socialism are still behind the developed capitalist countries in these terms. The gap between the socialist and the developed capitalist countries in per capita industrial output is, however, gradually closing. Fourth, the growth of labor productivity. In terms of this indicator, the gap between the socialist and the developed capitalist countries has closed markedly. From 1950 to 1980, the productivity of labor per worker i.e. Soviet industry increased by 429% against 149% i.e. the USA. In Britain, France, and the FRG, this indicator for 1979 was 125, 260 and 256% respectively. The USSR's lag behind the USA is still considerable, however. In 1980, the level of labor productivity in Soviet industry stood at 55% of the US level. Fifth, the rise in the standard of living. A rise in the people's welfare is a law of the development of the socialist economy. In 1980, the national income of the USSR was 8.3 times higher than in 1950, the corresponding figures for the other countries varying between 4.7 and 14 times. The rise in the national incomes is the basis for the steady increase in the people's standard of living, for high development rounds of socialist production. The program outlined by the 26 LHCPSU Congress for improving the Soviet people's well-being is convincing indication or proof of the advantage of the socialist economic system, the purpose of which is to satisfy increasingly fully the people's constantly growing requirements. In the peaceful economic competition, socialism is advancing on capitalism over a wide front. The task of ensuring economic victory in the competition with capitalism is being resolved by the USSR together with the other socialist countries. The Communist and Workers' Parties of Trio-socialist countries see it as their international duty to make full use of the advantages of the socialist system and the internal reserves of each country, by developing trier economies rapidly in accordance with the existing opportunities, in order, by their joint efforts, to ensure the full victory of socialism in the economic competition with capitalism in the shortest possible time. The achievement of a superiority of the world's socialist system over the capitalist system in material production will signify the worldwide historical victory of socialism. Revision exercises. 1. The emergence and development of the world socialist system. 2. Describe the new type of economic relations between the socialist countries. 3. What is the essence of the division of labor between the socialist countries? 4. What are chief forms of economic cooperation between the socialist countries? 5. Talk about the Council L or mutual economic assistance. 6. What is socialist economic integration? 7. What is peaceful coexistence? 8. What is the peaceful economic competition between socialism and capitalism and what are the prospects for it? 9. What are the main directions in which the economic competition between socialism and capitalism is advancing? Chapter 18. The economic laws governing the development of socialism into communism. Communism is a classless social system with one form of public ownership of the means of production and full social equality of all members of SOCIETY states Trio CP3U program. Under it, the all-round development of PEOPLE will be accompanied by the growth of the productive horses through continuous progress in science and technology. All the springs of cooperative wealth will flow more abundantly, and the great principle asterisk from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs will be implemented. Communism is a highly organized society of free, socially conscious working people in which public self-government will be established, a society in which labor for the good of society will become the prime vital requirement of everyone, a necessity recognized by one and all, and the ability of each person will be employed to the greatest benefit of the PEOPLE. 1. Communism grows out of socialism, is a direct continuation of it. Socialism and communism are two phases in the development of a single communist socio-economic formation, and have common features, as well as substantial differences. 1. The economic common features and differences between socialism and communism. The common features of socialism and communism. The economic basis of socialism and communism is social ownership of IHE means of production. During both phases of the communist formation, the relations of production correspond to the productive forces, i.e., the social character of production corresponds to the social ownership of the means of production. The production of material wealth is carried out in the interests of all society. Under socialism, as under communism, there are no exploiting classes or exploitation of man by man, no racial or national oppression. During the first and the higher phases of communist society, the relations of production are characterized by comradely cooperation and mutual assistance between people, free from exploitation. Socialism, like communism, is characterized by a continuous growth of social production on the basis of rapid scientific and technical progress for the purpose of satisfying the material and cultural requirements of all members of society more fully. Under both socialism and communism, it is man himself that is brought to the fore, man as the creator of material and intellectual values and having material and cultural requirements. Characteristic of both phases of the communist formation is the planned, balanced development of the national economy, ensuring rapid growth rates of production and rational use of society's material and manpower resources, as well as a steady rise in labor productivity. Under socialism and communism alike, there is no antithesis between town and countryside, between mental and physical labor. During both phases of the communist formation, labor is free and creative in character. Also common to both phases is the equal duty of all members of society to work according to their abilities. Under socialism and communism, Marxist-Leninist ideology predominates. 404. Such are the main features common to socialism and communism. The existence of features common to socialism and communism does not, however, exclude the possibility of difference between the two phases of communist society. The chief differences between communism and socialism. The chief differences between communism and socialism arise out of the different degrees of economic and cultural maturity of communist society at the lower and higher stages of its development. Communism is distinguished twin socialism primarily i.e. the incomparably higher level of development of its productive forces. Communism will have a substantially more powerful and sophisticated material and technical basis, which will permit an immeasurable rise in labor productivity and an abundance of material and intellectual boons. Under communism, the highest stage is achieved in the planned, balanced organization of the entire social economy. The most effective and rational use is ensured of material wealth and manpower resources for satisfying the growing requirements of all members of society. The relations of production under communism will be characterized by a higher level of economic maturity. Under socialism, socialized property takes two forms: public and collective, farm and cooperative, but under communism there will be one communist property of the whole people. The two forms of socialized property under socialism account for the existence of two friendly classes: the working class and the cooperated peasantry. With the establishment of one communist property, the economic basis for the existence of classes and class differences will no longer exist. The socio-economic and cultural and other differences between town and countryside will disappear. As production technology improves and the cultural and technical level of the working people rises, menial and physical labor will organically combine in people's productive activities. The intelligentsia will no longer spechal social slorulum, and manual workers will rise to the level of mental workers in terms of their cultural and technical level. 405. Under communism, the character of labor will change. Under socialism, labor is not yet a primary vital requirement. Under communism, free and creative labor, labor for the good of society as a whole, will become just such a primary vital requirement. But communism does not release the members of society from their duty to work. It is incompatible with idleness and parasitism. Every able-bodied person will participate in social labor and ensure an uninterrupted growth of society's material and cultural wealth. During the transition from socialism to communism, there is a further development of the forms of distribution of the material and cultural wealth among the members of society. the creation of a communist abundance of vital necessities and the transformation of labor into a primary vital requirement make it possible to go over from the socialist principle of from each according to bis ability, to each according to work done, to the communist principle of from each according lo his ability, to each according to Lee's needs. An equal relationship with the means of production and labor will be supplemented by equal relations in the distribution of the material wealth in accordance with the rational requirements of a culturally developed person. Under communism, commodity production and the economic categories connected with it, commodity, money, price, wages, cost accounting, credit and finance, all will disappear. Communism is the highest organizational form of the life of society. During the transition to communism, as the socialist relations of production develop and improve, changes will also occur in the infrastructure corresponding to them in the sphere of political and legal institutions, and the forms of social consciousness will he further develop. Socialist statehood will grow into communist social administration. With the transition to communism, the nations will draw closer and closer together on the basis of closer common economic, political and intellectual interests, fraternal friendship and cooperation. Yet, in spite of the differences between communism and socialism, there is no wall dividing these two phases of social development. Even now one can speak of the shoots of communism growing up within socialism. Thus, in socialist society, communist forms of labor and production organization arise and develop as social forms for society. 406. Include working people's requirements, social consumption funds, boarding schools, kindergartens, nurseries, and so on. Many tangible and visible features of communism are already developing and improving. The law of the growth of socialism into communism. Communism is the most just and perfected society on earth. The building of communism is the final goal of the Communist and Workers' parties. The growth of socialism into communism is a law-governed historical process that cannot be disturbed or avoided at will. The transition from capitalism to socialism, as we have seen, takes place under the conditions of a class struggle, and requires a fundamental breakdown of social relations, a profound social revolution and a dictatorship of the proletariat. Though transition from socialism to communism is totally different in nature. The growth of socialism into communism takes place without a social revolution, since socialism and communism are just two phases of one and the same communist socio-economic formation. The transition to communism takes place in the essence of exploiting classes, under conditions when the members of society, workers, peasants, and intellectuals, have a vital interest in building communism. Under certain historical conditions, some peoples have made the transition to socialism, or are doing so, bypassing the stage of capitalism, but no country can advance to communism without first passing through the stage of socialism. Only once a society has built socialism can it go over to building a communist society. Though transition from socialism to communism is accomplished gradually and continuously, communism does not appear all of a sudden. The gradual development of socialism into communism is an objective law, it is prepared for by the entire previous development of society. During the transition from socialism to communism, the material and intellectual preconditions are gradually prepared for the second phase of the communist formation. Not until those necessary conditions have been created can 407. Socially advance to communism, until an abundance of material wealth has been achieved and people are ready to live and work in a communist way. The gradual transition from socialism to communism is characterized by an acceleration of the advance, by a rapid development of the productive forces and of culture, by revolutionary leaps forward in the development of science and technology. During the building of communism, there is a rapid development of modern industry, large-scale mechanized agriculture, of the entire economy and culture, with the active and conscious participation of the millions of working people. This is facilitated by the uninterrupted growth of social production on the basis of scientific and technical progress, a rise in the cultural and technical level of production workers, an increase in the consciousness and activeness of the working people in the struggle to build communism. The budding of communism is not a spontaneous process, but the result of the creativity of the broad masses of the working people, their conscious and active participation in the development of social production, culture, and science. The fruitful building of communism relies on knowledge and application of objective laws, allowing socialist society to select those shortest and most effective ways and methods to implement communist transformations. The full and final victory of socialism, the building of developed socialist society, the high level of development of the productive forces, and socialist relations of production, the flourishing of science and culture, have all resulted in the Soviet Union starting to create the material and technical basis for communism. The building of communism in the USSR has become a practical matter in which every Soviet working person is involved, and has become a task for today, not some distant future. The more or less simultaneous transition of the socialist countries to communism. The transition from socialism to communism is inevitable for all countries that have set about to build a socialist society. The building of communism in the USSR is 408. An integral part of the creation of a communist society by the peoples of the world's socialist system. In as far as the social forces, the working class, cooperated peasantry, and people's intelligentsia and the social forms of economy are of one and the same type in the Soviet Union and the other socialist countries, the basic laws governing the building of communism are the same in the USSR and these countries, taking into account the historical and national specifics of each country. At present, the socialist countries are at different stages in their development. The Soviet Union has already built a developed socialist society. The other fraternal countries are completing, or have virtually completed, the building of socialism. Consequently, there are differences in the level, degree of development and maturity of socialism in the individual countries of the world's socialist system. In this context, the question arises as to how the development of the socialist countries proceed towards communism. Would it be possible for a single socialist country to achieve communism, while others were still in the initial stages of wielding a socialist society? The answer is a categorical no. Tile development of the countries within the world socialist system and use of its advantages mean that the time taken to build socialism can be shortened and open up prospects for a more or less simultaneous transition to communism, within a single historical age. The economic basis for the more or less simultaneous transition of the socialist countries to communism is provided by the creation of the material preconditions for the building of communism on the foundations of the creative labor of the peoples of each country, of a gradual increase in their contribution to the common cause of consolidating the socialist system, the strengthening cooperation and mutual assistance of socialist countries. The more or less simultaneous transition to communism does not mean that the Soviet Union, which was the first to set out on building a communist society, will mark time in order to let the other countries catch up with it. The leveling out must take place as a result of the more rapid development of the relatively less economically developed countries, their being drawn up to the level of the developed ones. Thus, all the socialist countries will 409. Advance along a single, united front in building a communist society. Communism is the age-old dream of mankind. This dream is becoming a reality for all the countries of the world's socialist system. In TB final analysis, all mankind will come to communism. This is the inevitable result of social development. 2. The creation of the material and technical basis of communism. Communism is distinguished from socialism primarily in the higher level of development of its productive forces, so an essential condition for the transition from socialism to communism is the creation of the material and technical basis of communism. To build the material and technical basis of communism means to raise the productive forces of society to a qualitatively new level at which there is an abundance of material and cultural boons, and the transition to communist relations becomes possible. The material and technical basis of communism is characterized by the domination in all industries of the national economy of highly developed systems of machinery and mechanisms, which, given their scale and technical level, ensure to be highest possible labor productivity, create the conditions for producing an abundance of material wealth and for going over to distribution according to needs. In its scale and technical level, the material and technical basis of communism will exceed that of socialism substantially. The elements of the material and technical basis of communism are created under the conditions of socialism, so the task is to provide broad scope for their further improvement and development, making use of high rates of scientific and technical progress. The close integration of science and production is an imperative of the contemporary epoch. 1. The creation of the material and technical basis of communism, slates the CPSU program, means compulculk. Electrification of the country and perfection oil lias basis of the techniques, technologies, and organization of social production in all the fields of the national economy, comprehensive mechanization of production operations and a growing degree of their automation, widespread use of chemistry in the national economy, vigorous development of now economically effective branches of production, now types of power and new materials, all-round and rational utilization of natural, material and labor resources, organic fusion of science and production, and rapid scientific and technical progress, a high cultural and technical level for the working people, and substantial superiority over the more developed capitalist countries in productivity of labor, which constitutes the most important prerequisite for the victory of the communist system. 1. The ways to create the material and technical basis of communism. One of the most important ways to create the material and technical basis of communism is complete electrification of the whole country. Electrification is the pivot on which the economy of communist society is built. It plays the leading role in providing for all modern scientific and technical progress. Complete electrification will allow profound changes to be made in the techniques and technology of all branches of industry, agriculture, transport, and the way of life in town and countryside. Complete electrification of the whole country means that industry, agriculture, transport, and other branches of the economy will be transferred in toto to the highest technical basis, using electricity. A unified power grid will be created for the USSR, allowing electricity from the eastern parts of the country to be transported to the European part. The unified power grid of the USSR will be linked to the power grids of the other socialist countries. Of vital significance for creating the material and technical basis of communism is the development of engineering, the all-out development of the production of automatic flow lines and machines, means of automation, telemechanics, electronics, and precision instruments. Everything novel created by scientific and technological thought should be assimilated without delay by engineering and embodied by it in highly efficient and reliable machines, instruments, and production lines. As engineering is developed, comprehensive mechanization will be introduced in industry, agriculture, construction, transport, loading operations and the municipal economy. Comprehensive mechanization will embrace all stages of production, all production processes, and this will eliminate manual labor in wholly the main and ancillary jobs. Yet comprehensive mechanization merely prepares the ground for automation of production. The material and technical basis of socialism contains only elements of automation of production, but during the building of the material technical basis of communism, automated machinery systems come to dominate. Comprehensive automation of production is based on all-round mechanization, with more and more automated shops and enterprises appearing, which ensure an high technical and economic efficiency. Cybernetics, computers and remote control systems will become widespread in industry, construction, transport, K&D estimation, accounting, and management. Automation and comprehensive mechanization will serve as the material basis for socialist labor to develop into communist. When there is automation, labor changes in nature, ensuring a rise in the cultural and technical level of workers. Conditions are created for eliminating difference between mental and manual labor. Comprehensive mechanization and automation of production processes are vital for promoting scientific and technical progress in the national economy. Of major importance for creating the material and technical basis of communism is the use of chemicals in the national economy. The use of chemical and synthetic materials makes possible fundamental qualitative transformations in the key spheres of material production. These transformations permit a rapid increase in production, improvement of output quality and, at the same time, a reduction in capital outlays and costs of production. 1. Documents and resolutions. The 26th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, p. 57. 412. Accelerated development of the chemical industry and a sharp increase in the production of mineral fertilizers and chemical pesticides and herbicides constitute a vital factor behind the rise in agriculture. Without chemicals, there can be no intensification of agricultural production or rapid increase, on this basis, of the yield of grain, the production of milk, and other produce. Of major significance for the creation of the material and technical basis of communism is an increase in theproductionofmetal. Iron and steel industry will be developed considerably. There will be a particular acceleration of the production of light, non-ferrous and rare metals and a considerable rise in the output of aluminium. The coming years will see the consistent priority development of oil and gas extraction, with them being used more and more as raw materials for chemical production. The extraction of coal, gas, and oil must satisfy the requirements of the national economy. The 26th CPSU Congress pointed out, an express condition for accomplishing all the economic tasks in production and the social sphere is the development of heavy industry. This applies in particular to its basic branches and, first and foremost, to FUELANDPOWER.11 vital for creating the material and technical basis of communism is IMPROVEMENTOFTHEORGANISATIONOFPRODUC, specialization AUD cooperation, as well as appropriate combination of related enterprises. One effective form of production organization is the creation of large-scale associations, since only these are capable of concentrating a large enough number of qualified experts, ensuring rapid technical progress and making better and fuller use of resources. Production associations must become the chief link in social production. They are also a step forward in intensifying concentration and socialization of production. The creation of the material and technical basis of communism presupposes the broadest introduction of all the achievements of scientific and technical progress and advanced experience in agriculture. The creation of a comprehensively developed and highly productive agriculture is an imperative condition for building communism. The mighty advance of the productive forces IU Agricole. 1 Ibid, p. 50. 413. Tour permits two basic, closely interconnected tasks to be resolved, the attainment of an abundance of quality foodstuffs for the population and raw materials for industry, a gradual transition in the Soviet countryside to communist social relations and elimination of the substantial differences between town and village. The key to fulfilling these grandiose tasks is in TENSIFICATIONOFAGRICULTURE, which is connected with the broad introduction of chemicals in agricultural production, the all-out development of irrigated farming, the introduction of comprehensive mechanization and electrification of agriculture. A tremendous role is played in creating the material and technical basis by SCIENCE and scientific and technical progress, in order that science, in addition to working on fundamental problems, might concentrate its efforts in a larger measure on solving key economic problems and on discoveries that could bring about truly revolutionary changes in production. 1. The progress of science and technology allows the most effective use to be made of the riches and forces of nature in the people's interests, new sources of energy to be discovered, new materials to be created, and methods to be developed for affecting climatic conditions and mastering outer space, The application of the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution is increasingly becoming a decisive factor behind the almighty growth of society's productive forces. Science, as Marx foresaw, is fully becoming a direct productive force of society. The development of science and the introduction of its achievements into the national economy is a matter of particular concern for the Communist Party and Socialist state. Of primary significance for creating a communist society is a steady and rapid growth. Communism, wrote Lenin, is though higher productivity of labor compared with that existing under capitalism of voluntary, class-conscious, and united workers employing advanced techniques. *2 As the productive forces develop, the relations of Ibid, p. 55. 2 V. I. Lenin, A Great Beginning, Collected Works, Volume 29, p. 427. 414. Production improve and the level of socialization of production rises. Thus, during the 1970s, in the USSR there was an increase in the economic and social role of people's property, and collective farm and cooperative properly drew even closer to it. There was an increase in the number bears of the working class and in its role as the leading force in building communism. The collective Urim peasantry became more similar to the working class in their socio-economic position. Consequently, the necessary conditions were created for fulfilling the new, and larger-scale tasks under the long-term socio-economic policy of the Communist Party. The 11th Five-Year Plan is a major new stage in creating the material and technical basis of communism in the USSR, in improving social relations, molding the new man, and developing the socialist way of life. The chief task of the 11th Five-Year Plan period is to achieve a further growth of the welfare of the Soviet people on the foundations of a stable and progressive development of the national economy, acceleration of scientific and technical progress and transfer of the economy onto the lines of intensive development, a more rational use of the country's economic potential and all-out economies of all types of resource and improvement of the quality of work. In fulfilling those tasks involved in creating the material and technical basis of communism, it is of decisive significance to implement the Communist Party's strategic course of raising the efficiency of social production through all-round intensification. Though transition to running the economy intensively is out of the question unless the latest scientific and technological achievements are used in production. Socialism, Lenin stressed, is inconceivable without engineering based on the latest discoveries of modern science. 1. The creation of light material and technical basis of communism presupposes a further development of society's chief productive force, Mao himself. The development of society's chief productive force, man. To create the material and technical basis of communism means to achieve a high cultural and technical level of the working people, this being a vital condition for increasing their creative activity and changing the character of labor. Under developed socialism, the working people already possess a high level of culture, education, and skills. Thanks to comprehensive mechanization and automation of production, the role of labor is coming increasingly to consist of LHC functions of operation, supervision, adjustment, and improvement of automated machinery systems. This requires broadly developed and highly qualified workers in all branches of the economy, industry, agriculture, construction, transport, and so on. The level of technological development under communism will change not only the degree of man's skills but also his intellectual outlook. The necessary material conditions will be created for the all-round development of each person's abilities and talents and for him to enjoy a rich intellectual life. The transition to communism, the PSIG program states, presupposes education and training that will make people communist-minded and highly cultured, capable of doing both physical and mental work, of taking an active part in the various social, governmental, scientific and cultural spheres. 3. The growth of socialist relations of production into communist ones. During the transition from socialism to communism, as the productive forces develop, the relations of production also develop and improve in close connection and mutual dependence with them. The growth of the productive forces entails a gradual development of socialist relations of production into communist ones. /ilg. From socialist to communist ownership. Under socialism, Tlio lines of production, as we have soon, are based on socialized socialist property in its two forms, public and collective farm and cooperative. As the transition is made to communism, there is a gradual drawing together, and eventually a coalescence of the public and collective farm and cooperative forms of socialist ownership into a single, communist ownership by the whole people. The formation of one communist ownership by all the people will result from the all-round development and improvement of both public and collective farm and cooperative ownership. Public property will develop primarily quantitatively, through the broad-scale construction of new enterprises and expansion of existing ones in industry, agriculture, and transport. The advance towards communism will be accompanied by a further expansion of the scala of production and a rise in its efficiency. Public property also changes qualitatively, in connection with the continuous rise in the degree of its socialization. During the advance towards communism there will be increased concentration of production, fully automated enterprises will be wheeled, a unified power grid will be created, the economic links between the different parts of the country will be expanded and strengthened, the social division of labor will be broadly developed, as will specialization and cooperation, and the combination of enterprises. As public property grows, enterprises will become more advanced and develop into the enterprises of a communist society. The characteristic features of this process are, new machinery, a high standard of production organization and efficiency through increased automation of production operations and the introduction of automation in management and control, a rise in the cultural and technical level of the workers, increasing coalescence of physical and mental labor, an increase in those share of engineers and technicians in enterprises, a promotion of emulation and the application of scientific achievements, though best forms of labor organization and the best methods of raising labor productivity, broad participation by collect lives of the working people in running enterprises and the spread of communist forms of labor. Tlio will he an case in ihe sinakako of public ownership in the spheres of dues, culture, medical care, and domestic services. During the wielding of communism, the sphere of influence of public ownership expands. It will embrace increasingly the social forms of organization of labor and life. The transition to one communist property presupposes also the all-out development and improvement of collective arm and cooperative property. During the transition from socialism to communism, the level of socialization of collective farm production will rise. Though non-distributable asoy of the collective farms are constantly growing. As the non-distributable assets of collective farms develop and multiply, there is an increasing chango in the qualitative content of collective farm and cooperative property. Presently though property of collective farms consists of modern machinery, tractors, combine harvesters, motor vehicles, etc. The property of collective farms is the result of the collective labor of the farmers, of workers, engineers, and scientists. The Soviet states puts huge amounts on training agricultural personnel, grants billions of rubles on credit to collective farms, providing them with sods, stuffs and other loans. All this means that the public wealth of the collectivo farms is created with the help of the entire Soviet people. A tremendous role in increasing the socialization of collectivo farm and cooperative property to the level of the property of the whole people is played by the socialist state's policy of further developing agriculture. As the productive forces grow, inter-farm production links and the socialization of farms leave the bounds of individual farms. This process proceeds through a combination of the forces and means of collectivo farms in building in farm enterprises and cultural and other amenities, joint state collectivo farm power stations, enterprises for the primary processing, storage and transportation of agricultural produce, various forms of construction, the production of wielding materials, and so on. 418. When several collective farms own such installations jointly, property becomes increasingly the property of the whole people in nature. In the context of the development of the electrification of agriculture, of the mechanization and automation of production, there is an increasing coalescence and merging of collective farm means of production with state, people's means of production, and the joint organization of various types of production becomes more and more widespread. Of major significance for the rise of collective farm and cooperative property the level of the property of the whole populace is the creation of the agro-industrial complex, which consists of all the branches of the socialist national economy, including agriculture and related spheres of the economy that serve agricultural production and bring produce to UIE consumer. The 26th Congress of the CPSU focused particularly on the development of the agro-industrial complex. The guidelines for the economic and social development of the U.S. SLE for 1931 to 1985 and the period up to 1990 point out, the principal task of the agro-industrial complex is reliably to supply the country with foodstuffs and agricultural raw materials. In the interests of successful realization the food program to ensure unified planning, proportionate and balanced development of the branches of the agro-industrial complex, considerable strengthening of its material and logical base, improvement of economic links between branches, organization of their smooth cooperation in increasing the output of agricultural products, improvement of the storage, transportation processing, and delivery of produce to the consumer. 3. The emergence and development of interfarm and stato and collective farm enterprises will gradually transform collective farm and cooperative property into one of the whole populace. As the degree of socialization of collective farm and cooperative property increases to that of people's property, collective farms will come to compare in their economic conditions with populace enterprises in agriculture. They will become highly developed, mechanized farms. The rise 1. In labor productivity will make collective farms economically powerful and the farmers themselves will be well provided their requirements by met completely from the common economy of the collective farms. The transition to communism will bring a change in the character of the personal property of the working people. Since, in communist society, the dominant principle is from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs, the personal savings, stocks, private houses, and subsidiary farms to a great extent will lose any economic sense. Personal property under communism will consist mainly of actual items for personal use. During the transition to communism, on the basis of the high development of the productive forces, the socio-economic difference in society will be overcome. Elimination of the socio-economic differences in society. Socialism has eliminated the conflict between town and countryside. The interests of town and countryside coincide AUDAIE directed towards a single goal, the building of communism. But under socialism there are still substantial differences between town and countryside that consist mainly in public ownership of the modes of production predominating in the town and collective farm and cooperative in the countryside. Though gradual drawing together and, subsequently, COA lessons of public and collective farm and cooperative property create the conditions for overcoming the substantial differences between town and countryside. The ways to achieve the former are, at the same time, the ways to achieve the latter. The social structure of the countryside is greatly influenced by the drawing together of the two forms of socialist property and by the development of mixed economic organizations involving collective farms and state enterprises. 1. This process proceeds from the further development of the productive forces and saturation of agriculture with technology. Ibid. p. 68. 420. Technical re-equipment of agriculture will bring a rise in the cultural and technical level of the rural population. Labor of collective farmers, based on broad application of latest agricultural technology, will become increasingly like labor of industrial workers employed in state industrial enterprises. Under communism, agricultural labor will become a variety of industrial labor. Elimination of socio-economic and cultural distinctions between town and country, states CPSU program. And of differences in their living conditions will be one of the greatest gains of communist construction. 1. Socialism eliminates the antithesis between physical and mental workers. In socialist society, NTNL workers and physical workers have common interests, T both do a common work, for T be good of T be whole people. Characteristic of socialism is close comradely cooperation and mutual assistance between mental and physical workers. Workers, peasants, and intellectuals all have a vital vested interest in TB continuous development and improvement of production. Under socialist conditions, substantial differences between physical and mental labor still remain, however. As a rule, physical work is done by workers and peasants, while mental work is carried out by intellectuals. Moreover, the general educational and cultural level of physical workers is lower than that of intellectuals. Though gradual transition to communism will see the substantial differences between mental and physical labor overcome. This is based on a further development of modern, Mohinist and automated production, which replaces heavy manual labor with machines and firings a RIP in T.Ho level of general education and scientific and technical knowledge of the working people up to that, of engineers and agronomists. Elimination of the substantial differences between mental and physical labor makes all labor an organic native of both types. All working people in communist society, irrespective of their speciality, will work combining, as Marx wrote, both mental and physical labor. Thus, TB victory of communism will bring an organic coalescence of mental and physical work in people's production activities. Intellectuals cease to form a special social. 1. The pawn to communism, p. 532. 421. Stratum, and physical workers reach the cultural and technical level of mental workers. The building of communism erases the bounds between classes and establishes full social homogeneity. Under Commune, SM there will be no classes nor class differences and people will not differ in terms of their social position. Under communism full equality of people is accomplished. In communist society, people will have equal social positions, identical relations to the means of production, equal conditions of work and distribution. They will take a more active part in the management of public affairs. Harmonious relations will be consolidated between the individual and society on the basis or the unity of social and personal interests. The building of communism will strengthen the social homogeneity of nations even more, will further the development of the common communist features of culture, morals, way of life, and a strengthening of mutual trust and friendship between them. As communism is built, the exchange of material and intellectual riches between nations will grow in intensity and the contribution of each Soviet republic to the common cause of building communism will grow, as pointed out at IHO 26th CPSU Congress. The intensive economic and social development of each of our republics speeds up the process of their coming closer together in every field. National cultures are thriving and enriching one another, and we are witnessing the molding of the culture of the whole Soviet people, a new social and international community. 1. The victory of communism in the USSR will bring all the Soviet nations and nationalities closer together, strengthen closer economic and ideological community, and develop the common, communist features of their intellectual appearance. Labor man's prime necessity of life. The rise in the assets low worker ratio, elimination of the substantial differences between mental and physical labor, and the fostering of a communist attitude to work result 1 documents and resolutions. The 26th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, p. 74. 422. Intra-labor activities of each individual becoming a prime necessity of life, a natural manifestation of the functions of a healthy body and mind. Free, creative labor, labor for the sake of all society, will bring every working person creative joy and satisfaction. Under communism, when people will have full opportunities for comprehensively developing their abilities and talents, everyone will be able to choose the work he wants to do, taking into account that this work must be needed by society and interesting for the worker himself. Labor according to a person's abilities will become a habit, a primary vital requirement. The transformation of labor activities into a prime necessity of life of every person will engender a new communist attitude to labor. Describing Laburunter communism, Lenin wrote, "Communist labor in the narrower and stricter sense of the term is labor performed gratis for the benefit of society, labor performed not as a definite duty, not for the purpose of obtaining a right to certain products, not according to previously established and legally fixed quotas, but voluntary labor, irrespective of quotas. It is labor performed without expectation of reward, without reward as a condition, labor performed because it has become a habit to work for the common good, and because of a conscious realization of the necessity of working for the common good, labor as the requirement of a healthy organism." 1. The new communist attitude to labor is beginning to emerge under the conditions of socialist society. The person of the communist future is molded in the course of the struggle for communism, in the process of labor and social activities. Soviet society is a society of labor. The party and state have exerted and are exerting much effort to make man's labor not only more productive but also more interesting and creative. Communism and labor are inseparable, which is why the fostering of a love and respect for labor as a prime necessity of life is so important. The cultivation of a communist attitude to labor is a 1. V. I. Lenin. From the destruction of the old social system to the creation of the now, Collected Works, Volume 30, p. 517. 123. Tremendously important task in the building of communism. Educational work must pivot on the development of a communist attitude to labor in all members of society. Labor for the benefit of society is the sacred duty of everyone. A major role in fostering a communist attitude to labor belongs to the trades unions, the Leninist Young Communist League and Soviet schools. As Lenin put it, trades unions are the school of communism. They organize socialist emulation, spread advanced methods and forms of labor, and carry out considerable cultural work on a mass scale among the working people. The Young Communist League also plays a major part in cultivating a communist attitude to labor in young people. Though Young Communist League mobilizes young people for feats of labor, fostering in the young builders of communism a feeling of responsibility before society. Of great significance in the cultivation of a communist attitude to labor is schooling. TB Soviet school sets itself TB task of molding not only diversely educated people, but also onos capable of working, of producing material wealth. A communist attitude to labor is expressed in a soulful struggle to fulfill and overfulfill the national economic plans, in the development of socialist emulation, particularly competition for the title of communist labor shock worker and work collective, in such mass-scale patriot movements of those Soviet people as that for the development of the virgin and fallow lands, in the construction of the Baikal-Amur Railway, and so on. A clear example of a communist attitude to labor is the mass movement for communist labor, in which hundreds of thousands of work collectives participate, work teams, production sections, workshops, and enterprises. The participants in the movement implement the slogan, "Learn to work and live in a communist way." Communist labor shock workers strive to ensure that relations in everyday life, the family, and day-to-day contacts with other people meet the high demands made high communist morality. The builder of communism is a person of high ideals and moral principles. This is manifested concretely in the moral code of the builder of communism, declared in the CPSU program. The development and improvement of socialist relations of production during the construction of a communist CD arrow also expressed in the development of the forms OL distribution of material and intellectual boons. Distribution according to needs. Under communism, TB socialist principle of from each according to bis abilities, to each according to work done will be replaced by the communist one of from each AC according to his abilities, to each according to bis needs. Marx wrote, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor, has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of TB individual, and all TB springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly only than can LBO narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. One though most important thing for the transition to the communist distribution principle is for a level of production development to be attained that can provide an abundance of material and cultural boons, which means that there is plenty of everything in society, means of production and consumer goods, foodstuffs, clothing, footwear, and cultural and living conditions, schools, theaters, cinemas, radios, transport, housing, and so on. TB abundance of vital benefits and TB implementation of the principle of to each according to bis needs will mean that every yano, irrespective of bis position, the quantity and quality of the work that ho provides for society, will receive from society everything that be requires. Communist distribution according to needs must not, of course, be understood in the petty bourgeois sense of giving everyone everything he might take a fancy to. Distribution AC according to needs presupposes satisfaction of TB requirements of a highly cultured, highly educated person who respects the rules of bring in a communist society. Communist forms of distribution do not appear immediately. 1 K. Marx and F. Engels, selected works in 3 volumes, Volume 3, p. 19. 425. Ateti in their developed and final form, first they will coexist with forms of socialist distribution according to work done. There will be a gradual transition from the socialist principle of distribution according to work done to the communist one of distribution according to needs. During the transition from socialism to communism, a growing share of the material and cultural boons will be distributed among the members of society through the social consumption funds, irrespective of the quantity and quality of their labor, i.e., free of charge, gratis. The social consumption funds provide the population with free medical care, free education and training skills, allowances, pensions, student grants, paid holidays, free and subsidized trips to sanatoria and holiday homes, and a number of other payments and privileges. TBO growth of the social consumption funds will make possible a considerable advance in the practical implementation of the communist distribution principle. The development and improvement of relations of production give rise, during the transition to communism, to the need for changes in the infrastructure, too. The political organization of society in the period of the transition to communism. Marxism-Leninism teaches that the state is the political infrastructure on the economic basis. Changes in the latter engender changes in the former. Thus, the dictatorship of the proletariat, established as a result of the victory of the October Revolution, which eliminated at the exploiting classes and ensured the full and final victory of socialism and society's transition to building communism, has ceased to be necessary in the USSR from the point of view of the tasks involved in the country's internal development. Though historical mission of the working class to build communism has become a task of the whole people. The Soviet socialist state that emerged initially as a dictatorship of the working class has become a state of the whole people, an organ expressing the will of the whole people. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, runs Article T of the Constitution of the USSR, is a socialist state of 42g. The whole people, expressing the will and interests of the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia, the working people of all the nations and nationalities of the country. 1. The state of the whole people is a new stage in the development of the socialist state, an outstanding landmark in the transformation of socialist statehood into communist social self-government. The socialist state of the whole people continues to fight for the cause of the proletarian dictatorship and serves as the organizing body in fulfilling the tasks of wielding communism. The supreme goal of the Soviet Stato is to build a class-less communist society, in which communist social administration will be developed. The chief tasks of the socialist state of the whole people are, to create the material and technical basis of communism, improve socialist social relations and transform them into communist ones, mold the man of communist society, raise the material and cultural standard of living of the working people, ensure the country's security, help to strengthen peace and develop international cooperation. Though main line in the development of socialist statehood under contemporary conditions is the all-round development and improvement of socialist democracy, Active participation by all members of society in running the state and managing economic and cultural development, improvement of the work of the state machine and strengthening of people's control over its activities. Under developed socialism, particular significance is acquired by improvement of those state executive organs that organize economic and cultural development, since they have a tremendous future before them. Under communism, they will, having lost their political character, grow/v into the organs of social self-government required for running the complex and diverse processes of economic and cultural life. Once a communist society has been built, from the point of view of internal conditions there will no longer be any need for a state. From that of external conditions, however, the state can only wither away completely once communism has triumphed throughout the world. While imperialism still survives and there are imperialist countries, such state organs as armed forces must be strengthened as much as possible. So the state will remain under communism, too, as long as there is a threat of imperialist aggression. Consequently, for the state to wither away completely, both the necessary internal conditions, the building of a communist society, and the external ones, victory and consolidation of socialism internationally, must be created. The state will continue to exist for a long time after the victory of the first phase of communism. The withering away of the state will be a long, drawn-out process, covering a whole historical epoch, and will only be complete when society is fully mature and ready for self-government. Only once a developed communist society has built in the USSR and socialism has triumphed and been consolidated internationally will the need for a state disappear and the state wither away. The Marxist-Leninist Party in the period of communist construction. Leninism teaches that the successful wielding of socialism and communism is only possible under the guidance of a Marxist-Leninist Party, armed with advanced theory, tempered in hattle, enjoying the working people's trust and capable of expressing the mood of the masses and influencing them. The leading and directing force of Soviet society, the core of its political system, of public and social organizations is the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The CPSU exists for the Punlo and serves the people. Armed with Marxist-Leninist teaching, the Communist Party determines the general prospects for society's development, the line of the USSR's internal and foreign policy. It guides the great creative activities of the Soviet people, making its drive for the victory of communism planned, balanced, and scientifically substantiated in character. As society advances towards communism, the role and significance of the Marxist-Leninist Party grows and grows. The increasing role and significance of the Communist Party as the guiding force of Soviet society results from the growing scale and complexity of the tasks involved in wielding communism, the rising creative activity of the masses, the involvement of millions of working people in running affairs of state and production, a further development of socialist democracy, an increase in the role of social organizations and the growing significance of the theory of scientific communism. Armed with the knowledge of the laws governing the development of society, the Communist Party ensures correct management of all the work in building communism, giving it an organized, planned, balanced, and scientifically substantiated character. The guiding and organizing activities of the Marxist-Leninist Party are the main condition for the working class to exert the decisive influence on the development of the new society. The Party's faithfulness to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, to the interests of the working class and all the working people, the strengthening of the unity of the party and people, constitute the earnest of the successful fulfillment of Lenin's behests, of the further victory of the revolutionary cause, the cause of communism. **SC. The Soviet people, under the leadership of the Communist Party, are successfully building their bright future of communism. Over 100 years ago, in the manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels wrote, "A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism." The courageous selfless struggle of the working people of all countries has brought mankind closer to communism. A very long path soaked with the blood of those who have fought for the happiness of the people had to hoe covered for communism, which was once no more than a dream, could become a mighty force of today, a society which is being built over vast expanses of the earth. Every now step made by the Soviet people towards communism inspires the working masses of the capitalist countries in the struggle for liberation from social oppression, and accelerates the triumph of the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, though ideas of communism throughout the world. The communist path is the path of the peoples of the whole world. From capitalism to communism, that is the way mankind is developing. Revision exercises. 4. What are the common features of socialism and communism? 2. What are the differences between communism and socialism? 3. The inevitability of the development of socialism into communism. 4. What are the ways of creating the material and technical basis of communism? 5. In what is the development of the chief productive force of society, man expressed? 6. What changes take place in socialist property as it develops into communist property? 7. Which socio-economic differences disappear during the transition to communism, and how does this take place? 8. Describe labor as the prime necessity of life. 9. The communist principle of the distribution of material wealth. 40. The change in the political organization of society in the period of the transition to communism. 11. The role of the Marxist-Leninist Party in building communism.